that was stolen by the military. Go study his in law. Now those men would have been the power behind it. So how do you expect Kwankwaso to fit in? Know that himself they stubborn. Even though say nobody say him be your own person, oh, there are also men behind him.
Mm,
You understand?
mm,
So that's why I thought say it no go ever be possible like that. If to say Obi get your own mind to some extent and Kwankwaso get your mind to an extent, then we can see maybe that rebel come. But still, the power that be will always go against that kind of arrangement. So we might not understand how this 2023, but trust me, deep down within them, they know such a thing is going to happen. I think we they underestimate all these old men. You wait, this is their life, especially the generation of Tinubu who never enter military before. This their life. This is all they know. So it's a winner take it all thing. And as you can see now, but like, you know they see the businessmen in Nigeria just they are all smiling. They all they say thank you, thank you, thank you. So that's why I say this system of government, it just not just what they give us now just it's a serious business going underneath. So if you don't get the mind, that's why Tunubu, in a way, I don't know how in government will go because he will a lot of power even before he gets this one when he gets so.
mm.
So it is. It's just. We are in for a long also, Rudolph. As I said, unless they change the system, since now party, and I think I was actually arguing with somebody. For the next foreseeable future now between APC and PDP, for the next foreseeable future, that's these two people are the people we are going to be this party. I don't see any other how the other people want because we are too greedy for other party to say, okay, yeah, they really mean this. And if you see the way APC they come out, then you know say na serious people, na serious and the serious things they go on there. But these other people, NNPP and all that, it go hard for them
No,
to actually
no,
come to.
I don't think so. I don't believe that. I think that there's a force you are underrating, which is the young people
How
in
many are these young people and how much do they worth?
no, they are very. It's a very serious force, and what will happen is that there will be a lot of alignments going on now. They know that they believe they were very close, and they will force a change. There are no young people excited about PDP and APC. They don't.
No, I agree, but it is not about excitement, Dr. Rudolph. Now money will they talk here.
Yeah,
How
I
much,
know.
how much will we raise? How
But
much can we raise?
where was the money behind labor and the impact they
No,
made?
there's money. Yeah, where the private jet they come from? All those things coming from
Yeah,
the
private jet is
people
not big.
behind.
That's not big money.
No, that's just
The
a
money.
sign.
I wanted to tell you about money. The money of Labour Party. It actually came from ordinary people. Some of them abroad. No, no,
Rudolph,
no. Most of the money they spent.
Rudolph, how much? No, I want to know. Can you put a dollar amount to how much they
I don't
raised?
know. I can't quote figures. I don't know.
Exactly.
But what I'm saying, why I'm saying that is that I know a lot of people out here in the West, in America, at least,
I agree.
who spends their own money, a lot of money, and by the time you add it together, add it, even if
Is it up to $1 billion? Is it up to $1 billion, Dr. Rudolph?
I don't know. I don't know.
Exactly. See, whether we like it or not, yes, the youth are how much do they want?
But
No,
what I'm saying is,
Sorry to interject. Good morning, Doctor.
Babati, sorry.
Good morning. I think I'm with the doctor on this point. I think Ovie, what you're missing is that this, you see, belief shapes behavior. Okay,
Yes.
so you once people remember at the earlier part of Obi's campaign, people did not
Yes.
believe like you had no chance. But
Yes.
I feel like if Obi had 6 or 8, 7 more months, he had a better chance. They didn't have enough time because that belief at the initial point was not there. But as we kind of went deeper into the election cycle, you saw people started to be like, this guy had a chance. The belief came through. So you cannot force people to. Uh, you cannot force behaviors cannot change beliefs, but beliefs can change behavior. So what I think what Rudolph is saying is that if people can buy into something, forget the funding. That passion will drive the funding into that movement over time. You need that belief to come first before talking about funds. When people believe in you or if they believe in the movement, the passion itself will drive the funding in. And you saw that during the Obi campaign. I think they just didn't have enough time.
I don't. There are some things we don't seem to want to agree on. This is a competition. It doesn't matter if you come close and one person that they beat you. It doesn't matter, right? If the concession that you guys are talking about, if it's going to come under APC or PDP, I totally agree. But in as far as these two parties are still standing, I don't see any convergence of party or group of people that can destroy these two people.
Okay,
That's not true. That is not
that's
true.
not true. Ovie, let me just tell you one thing that will shock you. Okay, if all things remain the same,
But it's not going to remain the
no,
same.
hold on. 4 years from now, I know it's not. I'm just saying to make it easy for us to do our calculation.
Okay.
If all things remain the same 4 years from now, today, in the east, the Labour Party will sweep away all these other parties, whatever is
Okay.
left. You know that.
Yes,
Okay.
that's 5 states.
So I don't know what will happen. I don't know I don't have the pulse of what's happening in the middle east. That's the middle belt. Okay. I don't know what's happening there, how they feel about what is going on. Okay. But what you're going to see is that unless the people who are in these places now they perform out of fear, there is fear that these positions are not guaranteed because a lot of people lost their positions in because of this small move. So
Yes.
if some people, let's say people in the Delta and Delta, people in Edo, if they actually carry on, continue with this trend of rejecting, this is not even about Obi, rejecting the establishment candidates and the people you are considering they are very powerful. If they continue, if Edo State turns over to whatever Labour, I don't care who, but anything other than these traditional people that you are talking about, it can continue and spread beyond what you are expecting.
Yes, but why I said if if the convergence is not under these two parties, why I say it's not going to work. Pay attention to how this government is distributing its power. Edo is going to go back to APC, whether we like it or not. It's going to back APC. You understand? I don't care what any other person do. If like make PDP and Labour come together, APC are going to take Edo states. Already, the Niger Delta, the middle way are talking about, they don't get appointment already. So what you should pay attention to, these people who are serving now, if people who lost election will do everything for them to come back, what do you think these people who are in position now will do to keep their power? And why I keep bringing issue of money, this government will focus on, okay, aside those who are not in the country, they will start paying attention. Where are those funds that we talk about that follow the OB movements, right? Where are they coming from? These are the things you will begin to see happen. That's why I thought, what happened? What happened to 2023? It will not happen again in a long time. These people are not stupid. They will not let it happen again. That's what I'm saying. If Obi, okay, let's forget it Obi now. If either of these Congos Obi or everybody able to find their way into these two parties again, I say yes, anything can happen. But as far as these two men are going, these two parties, it will so much on the masses.
I think you are missing the point. Ovie, you're missing the point here. But when we talk about the obedient movement, they forget that I call them the trifecta, like a three fashion. I will boldly say that half of people that voted for Obi were not necessarily obedient per se. They were more like anti-establishment voters that hated the APC and PDP.
Yes.
Not necessarily, they were not really pro Obi that much.
Yes.
But they were just anti-establishment.
Okay.
But you got them to believe that there was hope. That hope is very powerful.
Oh,
it's a very powerful political tool. No. You can be.
Any politician is in business of selling hope. That's my normal thing.
No. Ovie, wait.
Babati and Rudolph.
You've been dismissing of my point here.
Hold on.
You've been dismissing my point here. Let me finish. I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
That is a very powerful tool for the underdog. Okay? If an established candidate, you want fair. People don't have to believe in whoever is coming up. But if you're an underdog, you want that hope. When people have hope and they have belief in what you're selling, it matters a lot. I'm saying again, they didn't have enough time to plan. They've learned from their mistakes. Now, the next 4 years, if you have maybe you'll be or somebody else, of course it won't be the same way. The wave will come differently. That is if APC does not perform, by the way, just to caveat. If APC does not, if APC messes up and is terrible and was at Buhari, then that movement will take the life of its own in a different way that
Okay.
nobody can even predict at this point. So you
Okay.
cannot box them into forget what you about Obi right now.
I
In the next
agree.
4 years, it will be a different dimension that nobody can actually predict. It's
Babati,
very open at
okay.
this point.
Let me ask this question. Let me ask the question to Rudolph too. How, in terms of manipulating the system to get results, what do you think is going to go on? Do you think we're not going to see it again? Because no election anywhere in the world that is not manipulated. It's being manipulated because they are in power. They have all the paparazzi. So according to them,
So, Ovie, you think
yeah,
that in 2002, when is the next election? 27.
yes.
You think that it's possible that you could have a presidential election where what happened this last election will happen again?
No, it's not
That
going to
is
happen.
it's not.
It's
So
not going to happen.
even Tinubu, if Tinubu stays there till 2027, he knows that
No, it's going to be more easy for him now to win.
no, wait, have do that one again. Not about winning. What I'm saying is that because it's not really about winning for most people, it's
Oh,
about
no. You
saying,
see, I think that's
no,
where we are getting it wrong.
wait. So one of the things that it's an issue to everybody is that they were supposed to upload these results. They were able to do the ones for the National Assembly, but they didn't do the presidency. Do you think it's possible for the government, be it Tinubu or whoever, to conduct another election, okay, and not to upload the results of the presidency? Just repeat what happened now. Do you think it's possible?
Yes.
Okay, it's not possible. No. So then you're underestimating the people, the young
No,
people.
I don't underestimate them because again, okay, if I say I underestimate, you guys are underestimate the people who hold power now.
No, the people in power now, they panicked. They panicked, all of them.
No, they
They
didn't
were,
panic.
they
No,
were.
they didn't Rudolph.
Hmm.
Again, factor in the actors that are against the president, that the Tinubu himself. Factor that in. His own party at the top of they're against him.
So Ovie, let me ask you a question. So you said they did not panic. So you think that they saw 6 million votes for Obi coming? That's what you are saying. Of course,
Uh,
they panicked. Like nobody saw. Nobody saw 6 million votes now for Obi now.
you see, okay, I think
They-
you are analyzing the issue from we ordinary people. I don't
No,
see it like that. When you say they panic, who panic? I don't know who panic among
the
these
ruling
people.
class. Listen, of course they are going to. They are going to do. I mean, I get what you're saying. But this is what I'm saying.
Tinubu's panic
Wait.
has never been towards Obi. It was towards the power that be. That was his panic. That's why he keeps seeing coming out and say they are against me, they are against me. He has never been Obi. That's what I'm saying. These people,
This
they
is what I'm
know.
saying. Listen. They got 6 million votes. They have a credible political party. Labour might be small now, but it's credible. I mean, the name itself is appealing to the working class and to the poor. It's the party of the poor and the working class. So it's appealing to the youth and the working class. So for the future, if you are in the ruling class of APC and PDP, you're going to be paying very close attention to the Labour Party or to the Labour movement. They are a credible force that you cannot be dismissive of. And you are this is the issue of here. You have been dismissive of the power of the people or of the will of the people to overturn APC.
No,
It is
they are
possible.
strong. They are strong can only be winning senatorial, ministerial, government election.
No, you are
We
missing
need the number one seat. I'm sorry.
you are not seeing the bigger picture here, Ovie. You remember I said earlier, it also depends on how Tinubu performs. If
It
he
doesn't matter how he
he-
performed. Buhari just showed us. Buhari performed abysmally the worst. That's what I'm saying. I am not saying what it should be. I am telling you what we have right now among us. In as far we see how these men are in charge of running everything around. My guy, forget the people first. It no go work. Sorry, to Nigeria.
Okay.
Greetings, Ovie. Thank you for having me, and greetings to Sir Rudolph. And I don't know who the other person. It sounds like a black. I can't see the name. Greetings to the panelists there.
Sorry, let me take it up now. Yeah.
Mm.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think Ovie, as always, you are always acting as a power. Oh, you really like the way people wield power and all the rest of it. I think what BT is saying there. He's just trying to highlight that there could be a change in dynamics depending on how Tinubu performs, and we don't know how things are gonna shake out. We don't know how the court case is gonna go, because all that is gonna color what happens from now. It could be that okay, they rule in his favor, in Tinubu's favor, but the way it happened was like they stole it. Then it's going to color throughout his presidency. Half of the country or more will be thinking that he's illegitimate, and he will have to prove himself under those conditions. So it could be that they rule against him, then it will be another matter again. And that's another question. I think, was it you that asked that question, or some other person asked the question that what if they rule against him, would Tinubu agree to go?
No, I will never think like that. I know it will never happen. So
No, because he was yesterday.
Even if they will be with me on this one.
I keep saying that.
That what?
That if they rule against
the president.
No, he has to go. He has no option. He will go.
No, but you see that happening though.
It's possible.
Okay.
You can't rule it out, because if it was so impossible, I don't see why Tinubu will be releasing a statement saying that he's not going to tolerate this thing. Judges that rule, pass orders that violate democracy. What's that supposed to mean? Why is he making anything? That kind of stuff betrays jitteriness, that his position is not secure.
But you know, surprising now only us the challenge that comment. Only we the ordinary people. That didn't surprise you.
I see. Because when somebody's in the office, you would think anytime a judge makes some kind of pronouncement that is against the law, it's often in favor of the government. Actually, he's often in favor of the government to make something that is against the law and against the president. It is very, very rare it happens. You see what I mean? So why would he come out and say that? Either he's worried that his position is not as secure, or he's sending signal to somebody we don't know. Who knows?
No,
Why? It's very, very cryptical statement that he made, actually.
I said they always talk to themselves in a coded language.
Yeah, I don't know why they do that, actually. They tend to. Who knows? I don't know who he's talking to, but what I can say is that if the tuition fee thing that he did is gonna work well, it's a good thing. Students don't have to.
Let me ask a question about that. I don't know who has the details. I don't have the details yet. Who passed the law, and why didn't Buhari sign it? Is that man Mumu? What happened? I don't understand.
Yeah. When I say these people, they know what they are doing. Now this they are just I'm not fond of them. I'm not fond of them.
Wait. No, okay, you're going far away. Why didn't Buhari sign this in the past and get?
Buhari does some weird stuff. This stuff was passed, as if I'm not mistaken, this stuff was brought up 2016, and he didn't do anything about it. Same thing with fuel subsidy. He didn't do anything about it. I think he just wanted to pass it on to Tinubu. Maybe they had an agreement or something.
Rudolph, let me ask you a question first.
Yeah.
Any law, what is okay? Before they actually sign law, how long did it take? I would say 10 years. Before they actually, that's why I say when you say, "Oh, do I believe that in next election they will not approve it?" And I say no. You understand? Because now only 1 year, only this is the first year they try out. We see, if we not take care, we go take the next 3 election or 4 election before we begin to see the effect of the electoral act.
Away from what we're talking about, I'm saying they passed this law under Buhari. He didn't sign it
for a reason.
What reason? All he needed to do was
the next person where they come. Now you know some of their party they come.
No, wait. No. Yeah, you don't. No, that's not how. That's not what's going on. Let me tell you what I think is going on. The man is just more mumu than we thought, because all he needed was to put his signature, and it would be the law that Buhari doesn't have to fund it. In fact, there's no funding for this loan system they are talking about.
Rudolph,
I think I gathered that some of the
Rudolph,
funding from the
Rudolph,
fuel subsidies
Rudolph,
will not
which
wait.
lawyer particularly are you
Does
talking
it? No.
about?
Let me ask you. A client that does not read anything that is does it even read anything that is
At
fine?
least someone
No, he doesn't. No, wait. Now you said that he's not. He didn't even read
But when it's
before.
too much, someone will say to him, okay, this will make you, people will remember you for this. You don't have to pay for it. You don't have to think about how to implement it. Sign.
Just sign without even reading what you are signing.
Yeah, you doesn't have to. This is loan for students.
Ovie, see what is promoted. Just put
The
your.
people around him should all be, I mean, he can't fire them now, but all his advisors, they messed up. I mean, it's unbelievable.
No,
Ovie, last year he left the universities to go on strike, and the amount they were fighting, the money they were dragging was around 500 billion or so. And 1 month fuel subsidies, this thing that they just removed for this month, saves Nigeria that same amount, and he allowed Nigeria to go through that for 9 months. It just tells you that these our leaders don't know how to make hard decisions. They
it's not that
really
they don't know. Listen,
they don't want to. However you want to see it.
Most of the bills and laws are deliberate. Most of the it's not that they don't know. Oh God, it's not they don't know. They are deliberate.
So what is it they are looking to achieve under development for the country?
Ovie, can we clarify with you, please? Are you saying that because I believe it's more of incompetence and ignorance, but you're saying that it's more of like a deliberate just?
I think it's more deliberate. I think he has a point, but the question is why?
On purpose, right?
Yes, I think
by
it's on
design.
purpose. Yes.
Yes.
Tunaja, what's the purpose? Guess what the purpose should be that why he didn't sign.
I think on a higher level, I would say they have one mandate to underdevelop the country. I don't know. I really don't understand any other reason for it. No, the second reason. The second reason is that maybe they don't just.
You lose me right there.
No. You can say that. You can say that, but it might be that deliberate. It might see the reason why I'm saying is that it might actually be that deliberate. People just think that maybe it's just by incompetence and all the rest. I'm not buying it.
Let me tell you how this thing works at times, right? Again, it's about interest. Dr. Rudolph, if I am a major sponsor for you becoming a president, right? There's a reason. I have area of interest, right? And if my area of interest is not education, as you said, the attention will not be paid there. You understand? It's not that he doesn't know those laws exist, but as at that time, not be okay. If he sign into law, they will calculate. Because now people they sponsor this law that we're talking about, right? Special interest. Even though they never started to pronounce now. So who is he going to benefit? Let's forget about the students, forget about the masses now, right? The law is not because of them. But who is the true beneficiary of this law? There are people who are going to be in charge.
There's a bit of a noise. Somebody's mic is.
Yeah, I think it's most law. Sorry, I'll bring you in, but let me play this video. Maybe that will give us a little bit of a perspective about the law that the tribunal that is unfolding and why most of these things they happen. Just listen to it.
Mr. President, at my age, I don't think I will lobby anybody under the sun. I would do the right thing, and I always do the right thing, and sincerely and honestly too. So, I know, I look at faces in this chamber whom have come to me and sought for my help when my wife was the president of the Court of Appeal. And I'm sure I'm...
Distinguished Senator Adam Ahmed Bulgacho, I think I would advise that you just round up and take your seat.
Many names. We know ourselves.
No, but this kind of insinuation will mean that there was favor, there was this and the rest of it. I don't think it's a good idea.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I must say that, okay, to round up, since that's what you want me to do, I will do that. And I must thank particularly my wife, whose freedom and independence I encroached upon while she was in office. And she has been very tolerant and accepted my encroachment and extended her help to my colleagues.
Distinguished, please, I don't think this is a good idea going this direction. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, please.
Now, Rudolph, and that's a broad daylight confession of how these people live their life. The former former governor, I'm not saying the former governor of Rivers State, Peter Odili, who his wife just resigned from the Supreme Court. Wike himself, his wife was in charge of the justice system in Rivers. Bokachua, you see his wife. Ali Indume, these are the few ones we know who our wife are also doing. So when you have system like this in place, right, and you telling me that these people will just say, "Oh, I'm going to give the power to the Nigerian masses, be they can enjoy." No, it will be very difficult.
Ovie.
So, but what your take on that?
Oh, the man was trying to make heaven. Yeah. He was just confessing so that he will make it to heaven. But let me tell you something. There are some signs you should look at, not just the signs you are looking at. You're looking at the ones just supporting your position, but look at the other signs. When the tribunal refused to put up, broadcast the sitting publicly, live, you know what they said? That they were being threatened by people, that they didn't want people to see their faces and hear what they said, and they were just afraid of the people. So the panic is not just in one place; the panic is across the board. I found it funny because the assumption they have is that people don't know who they are or where they live, because they are not shown on TV saying bad things or doing bad things that people don't know. Some of these things, they take time, maybe another 4 years, 5 years. It's building up. People are really angry. People are watching this clip. People know that this is wrong, that what this Ahmed Lawan did is wrong. People want to know what that man wanted to say. If the man could say more, people will want to know who are the people who did this. They may not come out and ask that question. It's in them. Just like it is in you. A lot of people.
We know what they are doing. Like I saw the case that was tied to the property that Tinubu's son bought in London. It was involving a case of 1.4 billion, and these people bought crude oil from Nigeria because they are connected to the NNPC head. The NNPC head didn't get the money from them. In other words, they just shared it among themselves. This is the name of the game. They use connection between themselves to corrupt the system and steal the resources of the country blind. That is basically what he's saying. He's saying, "Oh, my wife helped my friends, and this is what we are. This is the name of the game." So this is something that is established, and the corruption is just too much. This is one of the reasons why I was saying that we need to be monitoring our accounts. When I say that there has to be 100% transparency for the Nigerian citizens to start trusting their leaders, people think it's a joke. Sooner or later, when the corruption boil out of control, the eye will clear. They will demand transparency by force. Because I don't understand why you would allow this kind of government officials to have accounts that nobody knows what they are doing with the money. You should never trust them. History has shown that they should never be trusted with money at all, because they will steal it. They will take the money and go and buy properties in London and all the rest of it, and have parties all over the place. That's all they do. And when I say that this is deliberate, people think it's a joke. There is deliberate culture that has been built up to underdevelop Nigeria because they see the West as their home. Actually, that's where they really go and relax. When Tinubu gets upset, people annoy him. He goes overseas to go and relax.
Rudolph, what do you think of the student loan there first? The student loan, how itself?
This is my actual feeling. I've looked into some of the provisions. I want them to start something. I don't expect them to start something and to be at the level of what we have in America or other parts of the world. Let them start something. Okay.
Is the American
No, even if he helps only 10,000 people to go to school, let them start something.
Okay,
So
okay. Rudolph, let me ask you this question again. Let's say he help only 10,000 and they come out and say that 3 trillion they spend for those 10,000 people.
okay, yeah, I know what you mean. First time when I heard that they are going to start a bank and they are going to, I said, this is an unnecessary. That's money that they are going to waste.
Oh, they are going to start a bank.
Yeah, the bank that will do it in the
Yeah, student loans bank now.
Mini-
This is why I
Ministry
say
of
we should be monitoring the
Actual
accounts.
bank, we should say.
Ministry of
And
Education.
before you know it, they start
Sorry,
giving
Rudolph.
10%
By
cut
the
from
time
it.
the
Like
CEO
that.
of the bank and the building of the bank will take up all the money that they will budget
Yes,
for the
Rudolph.
budget.
Sorry,
Yeah.
not to cut you short. I think most law is joining me from Nigeria. I don't come go up. Let's say.
Yeah. Good afternoon. I'm
Okay.
Mustafa. I'm Mustafa by name. Somebody asked me the other day that what is my name? I was able to tell the person. I'm Mustafa by name. Mustafa Lawal. That is enough Muslim.
Okay, Muslim. So
Concerning
where are you joining us from?
I'm this is Lagos. I'm from Lagos. I live in Lagos.
Okay, I like that. This is Lagos.
Concerning the student loan, the reason why I assume that what is it called? Tinubu did not. What is it called? Buhari did not sign the bill before he left. I think it's a Tinubu project because it's only Tinubu that campaign on student loan, and it's the same Tinubu boy, Speaker of the House, that sent the bill to the House of Representatives to the National Assembly, and it was passed, and he kept it for his organ to come and sign. That is what my own belief. Oh, I'm not saying that is exactly what happened, but for the fact that it was Tinubu that campaigned based on what is it called, students loan,
Student loan.
and the bill was taken there by Speaker of the House, I believe that is what play out. Another thing I want to talk about is concerning this Nigerian youth. We have 6 regions in the country. If you are hearing from 1 or 2 region youths,
Lagos don't happen to them. No be Nigeria. Lagos has happened. Mustafa, please join us again. Bringing a different perspective. Hey, sorry, Rudolph.
So I think what he was trying to say is that I've always had that if you divide Nigeria into 6 zones, which is what we have, 6 geopolitical zones, that the youth that we are talking about is mainly maybe south, southeast, southwest, or maybe you can add the middle belt too. So then the other 2 geopolitical zones that they may not react to anything. And we've seen that when we talk about maybe the NSAS and things like that. But it doesn't mean that they don't feel it. It doesn't mean their lives are better. It doesn't mean that they don't have any reason to. The reason why they don't react now, I think Dr. Haruna said it when I interviewed him. The reason why they don't react now is that they are still being told that their problem is the other people. They are still being told, their leaders are still pointing at other people and say, these are the reasons why you are suffering. Not that they don't know they are not living a better life than any other person, So
do you think we, the youth, the Southern youth, are doing enough to actually talk to them rather than allow their leaders alone to talk to them?
Yeah, I don't know.
Not like talk to them, but
yeah, but these young people we're talking about, they are trying to survive. I can't leave this responsibility on them. I mean, they are not going to pause their lives to go and convince them.
No.
You can
not
see
making friends, reaching, just normal conversation, because that of answers. I'm not. A lot of people from the north don't actually know the nuances of why answers was even happening. Only a few actually know, okay, why it led to that. So what I'm putting before you is that, are we doing enough to actually go into the north to just make friends, communicate, relate, so that, because I think what the guy is trying to say, we are not on the same accord, and just because, not just in ability to fight together, even to relate, to have fun. How many times you go hear person go and a southern person go through party for Abuja, or that social cohesion we no get am. And I think, and it's coming though, because when I listen to Mohammed from Meduguri, who always come on my platform, it's very he's deep into the obedience, and it's not just him. And this is a poet, So you can imagine he happened to actually buy Obi message because he's always out there, or maybe he has one or two friends. Because according to him, there's a guy who always go there to talk about this poetry and all that. So if we can extend that, and them too, you understand? How do we encourage them to come into our space? Because I think that's what we are missing.
Yeah,
Our
it's going to happen naturally. It's going to happen with this exposure, this opening up of the social space. Before, you only have channels and all this. You can't talk to people directly, and so it's happening gradually. But I'm saying that people will be surprised that one day when the northern youth, when they revolt, it will not be like what we are doing in the south. In the south, in the south, we pull back when we are threatened. The northern youths, the day they will figure out that these are people. I mean, I always ask that question: why is it that you see someone like El Rufai, Atiku Abubakar, Buhari, people like that, their kids are going abroad, they are going to school, the best schools in the world, and I'm accepting. If I were to be a young person in the north, my father did not send me to school, and it's okay. And it's okay for me to accept that this is the way it's going to be, that I'm not going to do anything about it. At a point, one day they will say, no, this is not acceptable, and that's when it will be difficult and I don't think they can control them. So
My worry about northern, yeah.
sorry. Let me Jafar na one of those the northern that we are talking about. Jafar.
No,
He's a young man. Although people don't they say the old man, he's a young man from Almajiri from Kano. So yeah,
Ovie, let the old man speak. Let me start by saying good morning to all you gentlemen.
yeah,
I came here because of the student loan, because that's what actually matters to me most, other than all these parochial talk between North South. My question goes to Dr. Rudolph. Did you bother to read the criteria of eligibility on this student loan scheme?
Yeah.
Two,
Okay.
let me just land first, sir.
Okay.
How many Nigerians family will have two civil servants above 12 level to be able to stand surety for potential borrowers? That's one. How many lawyers do we have in Nigeria? How many family will have a lawyer? Not only a lawyer, but a lawyer that has been in the bar for 10 years to be eligible. So this is my take about this. This is meant to help people who actually can afford to go to school, as opposed to the real people who need help. So to me, as far as I'm concerned, the student loan scheme by the Nigerian government is just a waste of time. It's just a way to deny the children of the poor to go to school, because we all know when student loan come, definitely tuition will increase. People who are struggling now to pay tuition, they cannot afford to pay it. Imagine when you multiply it by 3 times, and they cannot be eligible to get the loan. How do we do with that case?
Okay.
Don't you think maybe that's one of the reasons Buhari refused to sign it?
Okay, good point. Let me say this. Okay, the first time I heard about it, what I said to Ovie is that let them start something. Okay, I believe that it to be modified. One of the things I know about the criteria or the qualification is that your family will not be making up to 500,000 naira a year. I think. I'm not sure, but that's what I saw somewhere. So the whole, even the punishment for not paying is all crazy, But the point is this: what I think is, if they start it, it will be, if it doesn't work, if it favors people that shouldn't be, if they will modify it. Okay, if it's the way it is now, I don't like it. I don't think, from what I'm hearing, I've not studied it to say specifically these are the exact thing there. If Buhari did not like it, Buhari should have said, they passed this, I support this, but it's not perfect. I want them to go back and change this. That's what a leader should do, not to just leave it there at the table and go home. What I don't understand that guy. He was a terrible, worse than we thought. But I don't like. So let me go straight to what you're saying. The first criteria that shocked me was 500,000 naira a year, and I'm thinking, how many people make less than that? Would they actually be able to pay for someone to go to the university to begin with? not to talk of the loan. And you are right. I know that the loan is the next thing that will come after the loan is fees, increase in tuition. They will put in tuition in federal universities, because the reason why they don't do it now is that people are already struggling to go and you are trying to force them to pay. So once they do that, they will say, okay, now you have a way to borrow money and you pay later on. And then saying that if you don't pay, I understand the one about lawyers and the one about civil servants. That's what they always say in Nigeria. But that Nigerians, if it actually takes off, Nigerians will find a way, to find whatever lawyer. The lawyers will charge money if they have to. But let's have something in place. That's my point. Let's start from somewhere. If it doesn't work, we modify it.
My concern is that, is the school now going to get better? Is it guaranteed if I collect 500, I will graduate within that stipulated 4 years? Not even talking about getting a job now. It's not forget. So imagine you collect loan 2023, before you even get job now 2035. Because you spend 6 or 7 years before you graduate, you spend another 500.
Ovie, take time to study the bill first. This is very important for us to do this. There are guarantees in that bill. Okay. 2 years after you finish, and first of all, Dr. Rudolph, take time to look at the board of that the loan program. It has people from the central bank to even ASU are going to be on that board. So it's not just a few. It's about 20 to 30 people from all parts of education, banking, healthcare. So it's hard for one person to judge. So what they've done is to make sure that, as much as they can, make it very accessible to people. As a matter of fact, let me finish, Ovie. You get approval for that loan 30 days after you apply. So just take time to study what they're planning. Is it going to be perfect? I don't know. But what they have on paper right now makes sense. But I also have concerns as well. But let's give it a chance first before.
I have a question for you, Baba.
Don't be like Ovie, Rudolph. Ovie's mind is, or how it be.
It's my job to push back at. Let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Now, these same people who are bringing out this policy, they went to school free. Not just the free aspect. The school compared to today, they were Ivy League. Right. The school they went to compared to today, they are Ivy League.
Right.
So, what is the plan to make the school not even better, stable first? Let's talk about stability. I get it first.
Let me apply that. Okay, let me apply that. When those people went to school, how many people were actually applying to universities? You have to understand something. I think we were discussing on the one man show the other time. In Nigeria, one of the issues we have is that this need to have a degree for jobs that necessarily don't require degrees is the problem. Some things you can do by going to a technical school. You spend 4, 5, 6 years in the university, putting pressure and overvaluing some of those degrees. So what this will do...
Let's talk about the valuable ones, the real one that you are advocating for.
Okay.
Right? What is the standard of the school and what is the guarantee? If I take this loan, I will graduate. Forget about me getting graduate with a very standard degree now. Maybe I even graduate for 4 years.
Okay, so let me also add one thing that you're not paying attention to. They're also going to, under the Nigerian law, I've said that before. If you don't know, every corporation in Nigeria is supposed to pay 2.5% of their gross income to fund tertiary institutions. I hope you know that.
Sorry?
2.5% of your corporate income is supposed to fund tertiary education. Let me finish. Hold on. Let me finish.
No, I'm not.
What has happened is that they've not been collecting that fund. It's not been an effective collection of funds from those companies. They've not been paying those into that fund. So part of what they're also doing is ensuring that those companies are paying. So the first thing they can guarantee is this: they will end the whole going on strike. The funding for universities will be there. That one we can at least, we know that at least it's expensive, but at least we know if you know in the next 4 years when you go to school you will finish.
But is it not a promise? It's a promise, right? They're going to.
We can only go based on what they have on paper. We're not time travelers, for God's sake, Ovie. I know that your mind is.
No, I just
Yeah.
talk about it because now these same people, no, we are not talking about different, they are the same people. So I just imagine how the university will be it will be stable all of a sudden. I'm not saying it's not
let,
possible.
let me
I
let me
just see
let me
how.
let me add more. You see, I'm giving you little by let me add more. What
Okay.
this does is, if you have funding, if you have investment, if you have guarantees, then what they're also proposing is that you're going to have collaborations where those like Microsoft, for instance, will now say, listen, what you're teaching in those universities. Let me give you an example. Like, it might not be as close, but let me give you an example. In healthcare, we have what is called up to date, right? When up to date first came out, it was for medical doctors only. So if there's any change in any medication, there's any allergies, you can get that in real time on your phone. So don't use aspirin anymore. Use Plavix now. It will just tell you, okay, this is what's happening. When that thing worked so well for physicians, do you know what they did? They made a version for residents, for interns, for medical students, then nurses. Then so what they are this is the whole plan idea. Some of these things that they're teaching in those universities are not really helpful when you come out of universities. So they're going to partner with those companies that can terraform those curriculums where, listen, let's help you train these people to what is obtainable after graduation. Okay, so you're going to have investment into universities from companies that need these people. So if I'm an engineering company and I need people, I will partner with like a UI or whatever, or Lasso or whatever, to train them for what I want in my company. You can have, whatever. It depends on how they want to do it. You're going to have investment from companies as well. It's all incentive based. You hire people from these universities, you get tax breaks. So all those things are going to be incorporated in all those things. But it also depends on how innovative those universities are. So if the head of university is very lazy and not very innovative, you won't get all those funding. So you have to then start to hire. So in America, for instance, I'm sure Rudolph knows this as well. Board members of universities are people that are very powerful in the economy, that might not necessarily be part of that university, but they can get you money, they can get you funding. So that means that you as a university must then be proactive to getting funding. So it becomes competition now. Just sitting back and saying, everybody just no. You must be.
Babati,
Go ahead, sorry.
but on that medical side,
Right.
now you are giving them power to be writing the policies or the academic what's it called, syllabus, what they should be. That's what you are saying, and that's what is obtainable in America, which that's why me and you cannot afford healthcare, even though you are a doctor, right? I'm not saying you cannot afford it, but I'm generally speaking.
We have
So
access to it.
is that what you are proposing for our rich poor country?
No, it's not going to be. There are peculiarities. Nigeria is a very different country. I do understand. Like this is what was my own proposal. I have said that Nigeria should take those there's some skills that are needed in Nigeria that they are very valuable. I am not dismissing library studies as a degree. If that's what you want, that is you.
Me, I'm not even
But
talking about
but
it.
but if you're poor and you're brilliant in Nigeria and you want to study medicine and you make the grades, you should study for free. That is my opinion, because we need you for rural medicine. My days in Nigeria, in the rural communities in Nigeria, if I begin to even share stories, it's heartbreaking. So we need you in those in rural communities. So people like you should go to school for free.
But Dr. Davichi,
But
you agree with that?
listen, for in exchange for 3 to 4 year service. So
Yeah.
you serve your country 4 years in some rural areas providing healthcare, but you don't pay any school fees. We pay for your bursary, whatever.
Yeah.
Engineering, there are fields that should be targeted for free education.
You agree with
So
that?
that's my own approach. That's my own. Yeah.
Is that a good approach? Is that something that is feasible in Nigeria? That
Do you?
those
They need help. People are dying, bro.
no,
What are
I
you
know,
talking
I know.
about?
It's good. It's a good. I think I am aligned with that. I'm just asking Rudo what he
But
thinks.
don't tell me I should give you few money and you spend 4 years studying library study. I'm sorry. You can go on Google for that. You see what I'm saying? If it's not relevant to what we need as a society, you should pay for that on your own.
Babati,
But
you cannot stop that. You cannot.
no.
You can't
But
stop this kind of character. You can already reduce the numbers.
I have not been dismissive. Don't get me wrong.
I know.
I'm being honest now. Engineering, medicine, pharmacy, those key areas to save people, human life, teaching, those want to be free. I'm sorry, you need those people in your society.
I agree with you 100%.
So,
But
my own way is like targeted scholarship for those key vital degrees that we need for building for healthcare and health promotion. That's my own opinion. Sorry, Rudolph, go ahead. I wanted to say something.
No, I forgot what he asked me. What did you ask me?
as in how what is proposed, you see what is proposing feasible, like the course that we deem necessary or to our general well-being, engineering, those are the field you mentioned. We should offer free education to them. In return, serve Nigeria just like the NYSC.
Yeah. Dr. Rudolph, I spent 2 years in the Indian reservation, part of working for VA when I finished school. When I finished, it was part of their payment at the federal level. So that is done in America too. You serve on the front end area. In extent, they will pay part of your student loan for medical.
That's just like NYSC now, but in a specific discipline, you spend it more. Just like in America, I think if you
just give it more time, like 2 or 3 years more.
That international student who is into that science field and whatever, you have like 3 years of OPT, right? If I'm not mistaken. Right. Then if you're a regular student, you get like 1 year.
So that would be a way. It's my own opinion, no, but sorry, Rudolph, you can go ahead. Sorry for
okay. So my thing is, I mean, education system in Nigeria it requires a lot of work, and there are so many templates we could use. We could use the European templates, like you have in Germany. Some people believe that we can afford it if we find other ways to support it. Okay, we can use the American system, which has its own problems. But I think for me, I went to school free, not on scholarship, but there was no tuition. Essentially federal universities when I went to school in Nigeria. So moving forward, I mean, it's difficult to do it now. I have a professor in a university in Nigeria who told me that, look, if you look at the dorms, the reason why they are terrible is that people don't pay for the upkeep, and these universities cannot pay for it. When you pay 90,000 naira for a room for a year or a semester, what does that do? Who will take care of cleaning the building if with your 90,000 naira for a year? It's not enough. So you get what you pay for. So there is need into the system, whether it's a loan, whether we choose the people we want to pay their tuition free and get other people to pay. It all depends. That's not our fault, but I know that we can't continue the way we are going now in terms of the quality of the education we're getting out of Nigeria, the quality of the environment. Because what is happening now that nobody's talking about is that these people are separating themselves from poor people by going to private universities, those that are middle rich people. I'm not talking about top people who send their kids abroad. So it has an impact in terms of how people see the world. I have met people who went to all these new private universities in America, and they don't feel any connection to regular people. All the people they know are people who live in Lekki or whose parents. I'm looking at them like, this is not the world I grew up in. I went to university with people who are rich or different people. They don't have that experience, and it impacts the way they reason, and they don't know this. And we have not paid attention to something like this, and it shocks me whenever I see that. I can tell you how a poor person from Ikere Ekiti, who I met when I was at Akure, how their lives are, how they live, and what they think about the world. I can tell you how the rich people, whose father is a minister, who's schooled it. But now we are separated. It's amazing. I saw one rich woman take her daughter to UNA, and she was terrified. She took her daughter there from Lagos because she went to UNA when she was growing up. When she went to the dorm, she was horrified at how the dorm looked. And she was saying that we're not going to stay here. You're going to, you're going to a private school. But that's it. People are moving away, leaving the poor to be the only people who, it's terrible.
But I don't know how rich that woman is. In some modern society, you say, you know what? For this reason, I'm taking all these projects. I'm going to make sure this place is up to standard.
No, not that kind of rich. And our people, not that kind of one. And our people don't do that kind of philanthropy. No, no.
We are not there yet.
Rudolph, how many alumni actually contribute back to the
That's
how
another
many of them pay? How many? In America, those schools are funded by boosters that went to that school. They fund their own universities.
You're right.
So let's even that is itself something. We don't even go back and contribute to our own,
I came to school on a track and field scholarship. What I found out is that the whole sports program, all the sport, is being funded by businesses within the community. You understand? So all the money we are getting to build the facility, everything is coming from the business community and alumni foundation.
but that takes innovate is a smart, brilliant board that heads a university to facilitate those things.
What I'm planning.
That means you have to then source for those kind of you have people that worked in Wall Street. Look at when Susan Rice is heading your LCWA now. You know, I mean, she's one of your board members at 44.
Yeah, but
yes, that is access to money right there. Go find them to help you out. Don't just sit back and say you should be waiting for money from Abuja as a university. We are gone past those days. Be innovative, be creative.
Let me tell you what happened at
Hold on. Hold on to your talk. Let me bring Baba. Chinedu, sorry. Chinedu, where are you joining from?
I'm from the UK. I'm a student in the UK.
I see the lights behind you, no be Nigeria lights. So,
No.
So what's your take on it?
My take on it is like I was a student, so I just during the strikes and everything, I just left.
Sorry, are you going to go back to Nigeria, took advantage of the free money that you're about to give in the name of loan for students like you?
Impossible. I've already left. I've gone. So.
Free money, oh. All right, go ahead.
So what I want to say is that I cannot see the person who is B, whose name is written B, but Baba J. The only way this student loan is going to work, if it is going to be given by private banks, private companies are meant to do it. Anything that has to do with government in our country will not work. There's nothing government can do to assist the young people. I don't believe in that. It has to be private institutions who will come up, get interest from these businesses, because these companies, this government, it doesn't have any incentive. There's a book I read that third world countries, the way they constitute themselves is to like keep the people poor. That is the only thing. Because if you look at that NSAS protest, it was only people who were educated to a certain level who came out of that protest. To a certain level, it was like university students. So they don't want people to be university students, because it's university students that topple the system. It is not someone who finished from high school or secondary school that is looking for lebuke work that will go and start rioting. He has not eaten, but it's the one that has gone to private, so Babcock, that will start talking about he wants to overturn the system. So that is just my realistic take on it. If it's concerning government, the student loan bills, it doesn't. It's just all those ones are just a facade to me. But
the same government that shared the money to traders and feed students feed millions of Nigerian students while they are still in school, is that the same government that you say doesn't have plan for Nigerian youth? Or
the same government that stole palliatives want to be generous now. So,
I saw you smiling while the guy is making his point.
Can I respond to what he said? Okay. I do get that I do understand your reservation about, but let's at least give them a chance first, and let's watch for them to flesh it out so that we can make a better assessment of what they're proposing. That would be my own rebuttal to your. But I do understand your reservation about. I understand, but
I like when he said private company, because when this thing started in America in the 60s, we actually end up private before later on government and take over and
yes.
So go ahead.
It's only going to be like Zenith Bank. You with Zenith Bank, like your local banks, the local banks in your community, they will assess you and give you loans. Okay, this is how much you can afford. Which course are you going for? How much does this course earn? Then they'll give you. Then they'll give you
Want to go and
the loan.
study? Want to go and study zoology for 1 million? Sorry, no disrespect to zoology. I'm just joking.
So when it's at the local level, they assess the businesses, they assess the students. Then you can have good development, because the government who is at the top at Abuja, they don't know the John at the junction, if he has money, or if it is the local banks at your community bank that can say, okay, this boy is this is his result and everything. They'll give him money to go to the school, but not anything concerning the government, Tinubu's government or the federal government. Forget about it. The government is there for the rich. It is not there for the masses. That's just the truth about Nigeria.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right.
Okay,
Rudolph.
I gotta go, but let me just point out that one thing that I was worried about when I saw some of the criteria they put out there. One of them was this 500,000 naira a year thing. It worried me because if you have two teachers, like my parents were teachers, so if you have two teachers now, and they were making, let's say, 40,000 each every month, two of them right there is over 500,000 a month, a year. So they won't be qualified. I won't be qualified to get that loan as it is. So
Oh,
there's
sorry, Rudolph. I think he said head of household. It didn't define what that means. It's like joint income. It just said head of household. That was not clearly defined. So they need to explain that
no.
part.
Okay. I don't know. Even if it's one person, you're talking about somebody who is making 50,000 every month. So that's already puts a lot of people out of contention. But principal, my dad was a principal of the school. A principal of his school today probably is making more than 50,000. So that means I wouldn't be qualified if I were going to be in school now. So that's what I'm saying. There are a lot of things that we have to work out and make sure that it works. But I think I'm in support of doing something, instead of staying the way we are. That's just it.
Yeah, I think before I bring Boslo, one thing I'm actually thinking of working towards is that go back to my former school and assemble people who went through that system and start just like what Babati is saying, alumni. How do we make sure if now physics department we want to adopt and
No,
just finish
okay,
work?
it's still going on. We have it. My school, my university footer, we have it in America and everywhere in the world, and they meet. UNN, they have it. UI, they have it, and they've been contributing. Maybe not as much as they should, but it's going on, and they are rebuilding a lot of things in the university. I can tell you that footer, there are so many scholarships that are being given by alumni. But let me tell you the one that shocked me. Last year, 2 years ago, UNN gave at the end of the year they gave awards, and there were people who were being the best student in the department. They give them 1,000 naira. So what happened? I asked the professor that told me this. I said, what happened? She said, oh, well, this award was instituted by this family in 1976, and they were giving 1,000 naira then. And
1976.
nobody thought that, okay, this is 2022. We need to give more than that. And the university, the department didn't think one day, oh, this 1,000 naira is too small now. We have to go back to the family and tell them that, this money. And they continue to give 1,000 naira. Something is out, and it was published. They put the figure how much you are getting for being the best student in the department. I was embarrassed, and we had it published, and the school was also embarrassed because nobody thought about it. Even the people receiving the thing, you just go and get a certificate at 1,000 naira. So that's the thing to change in Nigerian education system is a lot. Not just one part. One government putting loans is not going to solve all the problems. There are so many aspects. Everybody must be involved, and transparency must also be in place, because the vice chancellors can account. Just so we were talking about governors, vice chancellors don't account for the money they get. A lot of things are wrong in every aspect of our lives. But we start from somewhere and we get there. All right, I got to run.
Thank you very much,
All right,
Rudolph.
thank you guys.
Thank you.
See you.
All right.
All right.
Boslo,
Thank you.
Ovie,
Bye.
All right, thank you so much, guys. I have to run as well. Good to
Okay.
talk to you guys as well. God bless.
Yeah.
Thanks, my Baba T. Now only three of them. Now most law. Can you? Your video is not popping up, but that's fine.
Okay. I really enjoy your comments on Dr. Damage's channel. I watch it a
Oh,
lot, and
thanks.
to me though, you are the most realistic person there, because maybe you actually went down to the deep roots. Because where I'm coming from was a very poor neighborhood. Like, my father is an Igbo man, so he has a business, so that's why we're able to sponsor ourselves. So people who were like normal civil servants,
Yeah.
they would have been crushed inside the system. So, like, I really saw the way Nigeria is. It's not how they say Nigeria should be, or
Right.
not how Nigeria, like how you said, there are powers above Tinubu safe. That I probably believe that there are things that are above Tinubu that are calling the shots in Nigeria. Like maybe big oil, like Shell and all those big companies. So I really
Yes.
align with your thought. Yeah.
Some sectors are controlled by individual. There's nothing you can do about it, per se. Most law. You are muted. Most law. I mean, you don't free yourself. Yes, network is there. Nigeria, they happen to run. So, so you are not feeling this. I thought one would say, "Oh, why be saying that when I come up for Nigeria and I don't want to give loan?" You didn't have that thought at all.
Well, I read the criteria for the loan,
Okay.
and I could see that 80% of people will not get this loan. Like, by them putting this 500,000 naira, and
Yeah.
the question that I have is that, who is this loan now for? If it's not for the poor people, who is it now for actually? Because most people who have 500,000 naira can actually afford to pay the school fees by themselves, but
Right.
their parents can actually afford. So who is it now for? That is the question now. Who is pushing this law into the system?
If you ask that question, if I must answer that question, I would say it's just an avenue for them to suffer money as usual.
True.
That's what I see here, but I could be wrong. But I am judging them based on the antecedents, what they are doing, what they've done, what they are doing, and what they can do. So I just went as just an avenue. At the end of the year, you see, say, oh, 3 trillion was
Trillion.
back for student loan this year. And you will look around your village and your neighborhood, you don't see anybody will get the scholarship. So you begin to ask.
True. Now it makes sense.
I mean, until they prove me otherwise, that's what I'm seeing here.
That's your best conclusion as of now.
Yes, not in a million years I've actually student loan crossed my mind in Nigeria. I never want to talk about, oh, people will get loan to go school.
No.
Because the question I'll be asking myself, which school I want to call a loan go for Nigeria?
That's a good question.
So if my parent can raise that money for me, why I not go another place?
Place.
You understand? I know it's 500 in a chicken change when you are coming to school in America or London and all that.
Yeah.
I mean, there are some schools within, even private schools. How much is private schools in Nigeria?
Some private schools. Private school I wanted to go before coming to the UK. At least $1 million plus. 1 million plus. A year. So.
See, and I think that's what Jafar has been hammering on, that those people deliberately destroy the school system so they can bring up their own private school and all that. Jafar, you're muted.
Yes, my brother. So, my issue, as Chinedu rightly said, anybody, any Nigerian student who can comply to the criteria doesn't need student loan to go to school.
Right.
The people that need it can never, I repeat the word never qualify for it. And you know what that will do? Ovie, you know how many children I help back in Nigeria with their education, right?
Yeah.
These children don't know any civil servant in their community to start with, to be able to even be their shorty. We should not pretend as if we are students, as if we don't know Niger
How many civil
If not
servants?
your mother, your father, or your direct brother, who will stand shorty for you in Nigeria? Who? There are a lot of communities that you cannot even find a lawyer, one single lawyer.
One day.
Yeah, how they go do? How those picking the for
Civil
those
servants,
villages? Who would stand for them?
they are king now. The king for there, the Oba, the Emir,
So the king
pastors
care for you.
are what about pastors and imam, man? You know,
Let's stop this thing. Even your own older brother,
Will not stand for you.
biological elder brother, will not sign shorty for you, knowing fully well that is an undertaking. If you don't pay that money, they will come for him. Do you really think we are not good people? And we should stop pretending.
just like somebody has, if the student dies,
If these people are really serious, right? The subsidy they remove, let them channel all those subsidy money to university system and provide free education for our brothers and sisters. Simple.
law.
In Nigeria,
Yeah.
the money is just going to from there, from inside the enter into the public universities, then go back to the people again. Go back to
No, we're just
the
playing games.
government.
It's just a game, and it irritates me. You don't play games with people's lives.
Most law. Are you?
Thank you, bro. Thank you, brother. I'm back. It's just that my phone went off and I had to rush to go and charge my phone.
Now Nigeria, I understand.
Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
It's not that the inside there is no network, outside there is no charger. So you just have to manage it.
That's Lagos. That's Lagos.
Sir?
I say, and that is Lagos.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Sorry, go ahead. Yes.
Okay.
We can hear you.
As I was saying earlier, I said election.
We can hear you. We can hear
like
you.
As I was saying earlier, election in Nigeria is all about interest. Every region have their own interests, and if you if you underrate other regions, you can be clapping for yourself that you are leading without minding what is in the other region. Like as I said earlier, out of 6 regions in Nigeria, every region have their own youth. If you said Nigerian youth are beside Obi, you may be wrong, because yes, the South and the Southeastern youth may be calling his name, campaigning for him, but you can't say of the entire North, which is, when you hear North, it sounds like one, but that is 3 regions. We have Northwest, Northeast, and North Central. We also have Southwest as well, which means out of 6 regions, you are sure of 2 regions that are surely campaigning for him. What of the remaining 4 regions? And what drives the other 4 regions? What drives the other 4 regions is not what Obi can offer, it's what is their regional interests. Who can protect their regional interests is what drives them. No matter what you have to offer, if they're not sure that you can protect their regional interests, they will not vote for you. And at the end of the day, if you watch what happened yesterday in National Assembly, the only reason why you are not hearing rigging yesterday is because there is no bad loser there. If there is a bad loser that refuses to accept that he is being defeated, you hear there is rigging. So what am I trying to say in essence? There is no political party in Nigeria today that will not rig where they are popular. Every religion and political parties will rig where they are popular. You can only rig where you are popular. You cannot rig where you are not popular. So if forensic audit should be taken on every vote casted in 2023 election, you realize that there is no party, including the list of the parties, that will be safe of rigging. So we should always believe that while we have our own interests, other regions equally have their own interests. Don't think, if you think that it's only you that have interests, you may be thinking that others are campaigning for you without knowing that they are campaigning for their own interests too. And concerning the student loan, like as I said earlier, I understand why they leave it for Tinubu to come and sign, because it was Bajabi and Miller that took the bill to the House based on Tinubu campaign of what is it called, student loan. It was their, what is it called, their childbirth. They have to celebrate the naming ceremony. That was what they did that day. And concerning the angle of 1,000, what is it called, benchmark, I think they are going to review that in the next few years. It's something subject to review. So if they try this year and they realize that it can't work, and they review it, that one is easy to review. They can 1 million, 2 million, even 3 million, it depends. That is why we have National Assemblies there to do their work as according to what is available at every point in time. If they realize that 500,000 will disenfranchise a lot of people from having access to the loan, they will increase it. But the most important is that now we have it in our law. We should celebrate that first and leave them to adjust it when necessary. If you can hear me very well, I don't know if you have, since I live in Nigeria, if there's any information you want to hear from me, you can ask me.
Chinedu, what's your response to that?
Well, from the first part, he said regional interest. You said regional interest. Regional interest is the interest of who in particular? Because you say regional. Is it the regional interest? Is it the interest of the ruling cabal over there? The people who are because most times people will say you have faith in people. The people are being led by somebody. When the people elect into the government, the government does not care about you again. They can do whatever they want to do. So the people who is there now, the regional interest is maybe the interest of the cabal. But that aside, let me talk about the student loan that you said just now. The student loan, if it is to be revised, it is so that they can steal more money. Maybe they might say maybe this year, because if the money is not big enough, they cannot generate enough money to extract from that thing. That's when they will amend it. It's not, they will not do it for good will or good heart or good spirit. They will do it in what they can extract from the bill. That is the only reason I feel they can make amendments, because I'm sure that you're using it to test the waters, though, to see how the reception to it will be. So that's my comments to that.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think if even the law is going to be, I think, because there was debate about it in the state assembly. A lot of, before you know now, what do they call, civil society of Nigeria, and everybody will start kicking against it. So I don't expect it to take effect immediately. And a normal, it could be maybe not in second term, if he'll finish this term and still want to come back. But I don't really.
So Ovie, if I may interject, I have a question. We are being told to celebrate this student loan scheme, right? And wait, within the course of its implementation, it lapses will get fixed. I get it. Why don't we start free education, so that we should be celebrating free education with the hope that along the line, if it's not sustainable, then we can now start incremental increase in tuition? Why not we do that? Why must the poor person in Nigeria always be called to make sacrifices? We see it with the fuel subsidy. Since this government came, nobody has talked about wastages in government. No, it's not their problem. But the ordinary poor person has to sacrifice. How long? And it irritates me when I see people who are beneficiary of public education, free education, coming back with this neoliberal policy to impose poverty on our people.
Most law.
Sorry, I was completely lost. I lost my data. You can see now that I have just moved to somewhere else. I lost the internet. What is it called? Network. I just moved to somewhere now so that I can hear. The only thing I hear is all about what is it called? Asking the poor to sacrifice while the rich refuse to sacrifice. We must understand one thing. See, there is no rich man. There is no rich man in Nigeria that get there by accident. In fact, this election is even clear example. There is no senator that get there this election period that spend less than 2-3 billion naira. They spend money to get there, and in their mind it's about business. They spend money to get money. You asking, okay, a man that knows that his salary is not a billion naira in 4 years, but have spent over 3, 4, 5 billion to get to that place. My brother, if you think it's going to be 100% loyal to you, that means we are deceiving ourselves. And the truth of the matter is that there's no way you can get to that place if you don't spend that money. Everyone that gets there spend money for their own interest.
What about those senators that were produced by Labour Party and NNPP? Did they spend that kind of amount of money too? I think the people voted for them.
Is it Labour Party? Labour Party spent money now. Labour Party spent money. The NNPP spent money. They all spent money. They all spent money. Excuse me, sir. Any gathering you see that you get up to 200 to 500 people doing rally, they spent a lot of money to gather those people. There's no, if you don't spend money, you hardly see 50 people that will gather during that campaign. They spent a lot of money to get free transport, free Ankara, free this, free that.
What Jafar is saying,
I can hear.
What Jafar is saying that these people were motivated to, get educated by enticing them with free education. Now they come around now trying to motivate us to go back to school by giving us loan. So that's why he's saying that. Why is it that it's only poor people that we always brought the brunch?
Okay, by the time these people get educated, let's assume that they were given free education. What was the population of Nigeria then compared to now? As far back as 70s, that Tinubu claimed he went to school, there was no free education in Nigeria. The free education we're talking about was during regional, what is it called? Western region, Eastern region, and what is it called? Northern region. As at 70, after war, there was no, what is it called? Free education in Nigeria. I know most of these people that are leading us today, school during that period, their parents spent a lot to send them to school. And apart from even the money their parents spend, let's be realistic. There's no anyone here on top today. They work hard to get to that place.
Yeah, but most of the federal universities,
they work hard to get to that place.
Most of the federal universities,
the federal university you are talking about, up to today, is highly subsidized. Federal university in Nigeria
that's what Jafar is saying. Let's remove the subsidy from oil and use it to subsidize education.
I don't understand my point. I said even today, federal university in Nigeria are highly subsidized.
Yeah. So increase the subsidy.
Okay, they should increase the subsidy, right?
Yes.
It will be of my own.
Send it to the university.
It will be of my own advantage because my daughter is about to start to enter university. That is my prayer.
I hope so, and I pray good for her to get a good education. I hope you already have a lawyer. Maybe you are a big boy, you don't need it. You don't need the student loan.
You live in Lagos. So
you live in Lagos.
Lawyer to do what?
To stand as a shorty for the student loan.
No, I don't need student loan.
Good.
I don't need student loan.
You. So you don't need it. But there are millions and millions of Nigerian children that need it.
You are right.
Without it, they cannot go to school.
You know that Lagos State gave out taxi, like Uber, taxi, this thing out to poor of the poor. Do you know what happened to it? The rich bought them, took them to their houses, and packed them there. If you go to what is it called, Redeem Camp today, you see a lot of those vehicles just lying there, doing nothing. How come? A big man will meet his friend. I can afford to, because the government said instead of 15 and 14 million, the government said they should pay 9 million. Out of this 9 million, government said they should pay 140,000 naira cash and pay the remaining one commercially in 4 years. What do they do? A friend to friend will come and pick it and go and drop and start paying little money to government every month.
So are we going? Is that? Don't you see that happening with this student loan too? That
no. What I realize in this student loan is that because of BVN, your BVN is traced to you. You can't claim that you have less than 500,000 when your BVN is proving that you have 6 million naira. That's what I believe. And above all, that's what I believe. And above all, let's be realistic. Until the day justice system and policing system stop compromising in Nigeria, corruption will be here with us.
So now you understand why few of us were against the student loan, and speaking the way we are speaking, because we understand that the system, the institution, they were supposed to actually put all these things on check. It's nothing.
I thank God that you were the one that played that video just now about the man bragging of his own wife.
Yes.
Compromising in the court of law.
Yeah, that's really alarming.
Until we have until that institution, justice system, and police, any country that is thriving, any country that is, you see that everything works well, that is only two, what is it called? Sector that make it work. Policing system and justice system. A policeman caught me driving without driving license. He collected money from me. As I was about driving, he called me back. As I was about going, he called me back. He said, "Will I pass through this place tomorrow?" I said, "Yes." He said, "I should bring 2,000 naira. He will give me temporary driving license." For example, I'm a criminal.
Oh man, I somebody make a case for that. It's actually better to live in a country like that than to live in a country like America or London, whereby only the rich have privilege to what you just described. Because what you just described, in a way, is a privilege, right?
I enjoy it.
Exactly. So some people say they prefer to live in a country like that, whereby yes, they can interact with the law, other than in a place like America, where they probably believe that all the laws are actually working for everybody, but not knowing that this thing that you describe at the top level in America, that's how it works. Even if a cop pull you over, once he knows who you are and all that, it's always a soft landing. But man,
no, Nigerian politics, one thing we must understand is that every region have interests. See, let's be realistic. Every region have interests. As much as Igbos don't trust Hausas, so Hausas don't trust Igbo. As much as Yorubas don't trust Igbo, so Igbo don't trust Yorubas. Vice versa, every region, even in a state. Let's use Akpabio as an example. What happened to Akpabio in 2019? There are two senators from the same region contesting, from the same senatorial zone. But it happens that his own senatorial zone, his own tribe, are the minority in that senatorial zone. And it works against him in 2019, despite all he did in Akwa Ibom. It's about, when it gets to states, it's about tribal interests. When it gets to region, it's about state interest. And when it goes to nation, it's about regional interest.
There's also that of religion too.
So
The Muslim don't trust Christian, the Christian don't trust Muslim.
thank you. Like for this religion just mentioned, let me give you a clear example. Nigeria comprise of 52, Muslim comprise of 52% of Nigerian population. How Obi will win election in Nigeria without winning any Muslim-dominated state? I don't know. I don't know.
So I have an issue, and I've not said it on any platform before. This is an opportunity for me to say it because Mr. Mustafa, you brought it up. I don't believe that Hausas hate Igbo and that Igbo people hate Hausa.
It's not about hatred. It's not about hatred. It's about interest.
Good. So it's better like we should start learning how to put things in their proper context, right?
See,
But
there's no. Sir, you know that here that I am now, we have Igbos, Hausa. This house belongs to an Igbo man. We have Igbos, Hausa, Yorubas. Everybody will live like one big brother. Just like Obi and Tinubu live like one big brother.
Good.
We are on our own like one big brother. As a matter of fact, my Igbo friend here, I don't need to knock his house. Whether it's at home or it's not at home, I'll just go into his apartment, pick whatever I want to pick, and then come out. He will go into my apartment, pick whatever he wants to pick, and come out. When we see you, say, yeah, maybe after 2-3 days, oh, yeah, yes, I was in your apartment, I picked so. That is how we live here.
Good.
At
and
our own level.
That's how.
At their own level.
Go ahead, finish.
At their own level, that is also how they live. Obi and Tinubu, they are friends, and they will remain friends forever. The only problem is that we at this level is we against them against us. But they've used religion and tribe to divide us. They've made it look as if, okay, it's like I'm looking for presidency now. It's for me and my family. But I'll not tell you it's for me and my family, but I'll tell you that our religion have never been given that opportunity before. Our religion have not been given that opportunity before. Meanwhile, what I'm looking for is for me and my family. And people that refuse to understand that politics is a game, they will buy into it. That yes, our religion have been marginalized. Give him that power. After 4 years, come back. The religion will still be where the religion is. Because what he went there for is for personal interest.
Anyway, at the end of the day, I'm happy. I'm glad what is happening in Nigeria now. I'm really glad. Okay.
Jafar, you raised an issue, right? That we should be putting things in the right context, right? Yes. So is it not the same thing I'm doing? But two Nigerians accusing me, say, okay, you seem to be conditioning people to accept things. No, I'm not telling you should accept it. I'm just telling you this is how these people work and live.
No, he didn't. Two Nigerians is absolutely right, Ovie.
I know you will support him.
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
What? For saying things the way they are?
No, he is absolutely right. Because you have a peculiar view of politics and governance, unique to you alone. I've always had issue with you based on that mindset.
How you say it's unique to me alone? I'm talking about.
I don't see anybody sharing that view.
Because I choose to analyze it from power level, right? Every other person that choose to analyze it from their own, where they are seeing it from, right? From the general masses out.
But you see, some of us, Ovie,
yes,
some of us believe power belongs to the people.
That's how it should be. That is what they told us.
No,
right?
that's what we told us.
That's what
we believe. We believe we own the power.
Okay.
The power do not own us.
Okay.
We are only delegating that power to our representative.
And that's how it's supposed
to be. Society is supposed to be.
But it's not like
we speak. When we speak the way we speak, it's based on that notion that we own the power, not the other way.
Okay.
But you have this idea of a strong man, a big man, they own power, they can wield the stick on you at any time. You either toe the line, and that's a problem with some of us.
The point you make there is that what ought to have been. That's what you are saying. But it is not like that. So see where we stand.
Sir, there is a reason why we don't own the power at the moment. And the reason is not even hidden. The truth of the matter is that even most educated people in Nigeria are not in. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Can you
yes.
hear me?
Yes, we can hear now.
Most educated people in Nigeria are not even informed about politics. They don't know that. See, it's one thing for you to go to school. It's another thing for you to be informed about your society, about how it works. Since 2019, I started telling people that Tinubu is the next president.
What makes you think like that?
Immediately after this.
No, what gave you that crystal ball? What makes you
gives
think?
Yeah, I'll tell you. I noticed that since 2019, no, since 2017, no matter how the crisis is hit up, if Tinubu can say something today, Buhari will talk tomorrow. That is one. Second, I noticed that almost everyone that worked with Tinubu during his term as governor are strategically positioned in Buhari government. Third, I noticed that anytime he visits North, they see him as one of their own. And above all, when that 2020 happened, and saw that they bought his company, which is TVC, Northerners see that as if he has sacrificed all for them. It's about politics. The guy play his politics. Immediately after this, what is it called? This 2025 February 25 election, and I was told that what is it called? Akpabio won his senatorial seat. I told you that get to hear that is our next Senate president. For what he did for Tinubu on that primary day. See,
what did he do?
Election.
He only stepped down.
You see, it has just stepped down. Hey, it has a lot of.
No,
you see, it has just stepped down.
It's not the only one. It's not the only one.
He's the first person to step down. The first person to step down. Even some that refused to step down before, after he stepped down, they later came back and said, these others are stepping down. We to step down. He was the first person to step down. And not just that, immediately during that election, go and watch what happened in Akwa Ibom. He got 120,000 to become senator, and Akwa Ibom produced 160,000 for the presidency. Not just that alone. During the campaign, he made sure that the stadium full. All those things are loyalty. That is going to be paid back to him. Look at what Omisore did in Osun State during the 2016 election or something like that. That he connived with APC to defeat PDP. What was given to him in return? Tinubu made sure that he made him the secretary to National APC.
Sorry, Mustafa. Uzo, I beg, save your number to private chat. Uzo, I don't lost my phone. My phone on blank. So send me your number again on the private.
Tax collector don't show head. Tax collector don't show head.
I will bring Kulata in. Let Mustafa land his points. Kulata, I'll bring you.
Like I was saying, if you know Tinubu very well, you will know that every good deed to him, he will pay you back. That is what is special about him. Do any good to him politically, he will pay you back politically. So I was not surprised when Akpabio name was mentioned. It was microzone to Akpabio, not to South. His name was mentioned right from day one. And he made sure that he support him to the end. That is how politics is run in Nigeria. We just have to learn. Okay, look at, compared to Ojuzo Kalu, that during primary he said, if not him, they should zone it to Northeast. And he supported Northeast throughout. during that primary, Tinubu won the primary. During campaign, Tinubu was in what is it called? Abia. Ojo Okalu did not show up. And during election, he got over 30,000 and Tinubu got less than 10,000. And anybody was expecting him to hand over the ticket. It's not done that way.
Mustafa, do you think if Akpabio will come from Imo State or Abia State, he can do what he did in this election, can pull that number off?
Like as I told you earlier, it's not about what he did during the election. It's what he did before the election. He said, instead of a Yoruba man, no, you have to join everything together. He said, instead of giving it to Yoruba man, if a man try his best to support you and any worker is a different ballgame. Right from
it took Tinubu to to visit his mother. He come out clearly to say yes.
And his mother had one vote. What of the campaign that they did in Abia State? His mother had one vote. What of the campaign they did in Abia State? Why didn't it turn up? Even during this senatorial presidential election as well, he said instead of Akpabio, he should go to North. And he was canvassing for Yari.
Well,
politics is a game of interest. I don't blame him though. He's playing it for his own personal interest. I don't blame him for that.
All right, Musti, let Kulata respond. I think he said he has only 15 minutes today, so let him respond. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know the topic you guys are talking about because I think it has to do with campaigning.
We are discussing about what you campaign for: student loan, the party government.
You guys are focusing on the small one now, like student loan. We just got rid of dual exchange rates right now.
Yes, today. Tell us more about
I mean, you guys are focusing on student loan. I beg, that's very minor. Sorry for those that love student loan. In 2 weeks, Ovie, listen, in 2 weeks, the biggest source of our corruption in Nigeria wiped out in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks.
Tell us what is that? What is
that? I'm glad Jaffa asked the question. What is that?
Yeah.
The number one, everybody knows that. Fuel subsidy. That's gone.
Okay.
So
can I push back Kulata on that?
Okay, push back. Yeah.
Okay. If in the form of question, yesterday I was reading from the papers, right? They said Dangote was given license to
import.
So
yes.
Are we going back to some kind of an oligarchy government or what? What is the rationale behind that?
It has a refinery.
The rationale behind it is if it's going to be operating a refinery, it also needs the ability to bring in products because at the end of the day, it's going to be operating in the down market sector.
Downstream.
So downstream, yeah, thank you, downstream. So he cannot stifle himself by just 100% relying on his own refinery, while others will be making money. If, for example, there's a force majeure, in his refinery, then he's going to be in trouble. So he
will be getting supply from Nigeria, and at the same time has the capacity to import from abroad. Is that correct?
Yes, because he took the risk to build a refinery in Nigeria, while everybody were hustling just to be importing alone. So
what about those of us that used to import? So are you telling us that to go home?
No, now everybody, now you can see now that they're deregulating that part, that now all marketers can now import. So it's not just Dangote. But the only thing is you cannot control more than 30% of that downstream market. So what's that noise? You cannot control more than 30% of that downstream market. So NNPC is not going to be in monopoly. Same thing as Dangote. So there are other players there. There's the O&O, there's the Sahara group. There are many groups. And then they stopped crude swaps. I hope you know that they stopped crude swaps. So a major source, that's a major source of corruption in Nigeria. The subsidy and the crude swaps. That's where many people turn to billionaires overnight without really doing anything. The next one is
So
this foreign exchange.
how does that affect the common man on the street?
Well, from as far as the common man on the street, the money that the federal government literally puts into rich people's pockets is now available to be invested in things that you care about, Jafar, which is primary healthcare, education, and security.
No,
Those
I
three,
care
the
about free
government,
education. Let's put it in context.
yeah, you will get free. The free
Free
education will
education
be.
from primary to tertiary.
Let me land now, Jafar.
No, don't
Free
worry.
education is gonna is gonna be based on your state governor, right? So the allocation for your state is more guaranteed now. At least we're not borrowing for nonsense anymore. Your state governor will now decide on how he's going to implement that in terms of free education. So if Kano State can afford free education up to tertiary level, so be it. It's not the prerogative of the federal government to ensure that. It's up to the
So
state.
what become of the federal universities?
And now for federal universities, good question. For federal universities, I think federal universities will still be subsidized up to a level, but they're going to get their autonomy. They're going to get more autonomy to create revenue so they can run their universities. And it will happen like it happens. I think it's going to take us a long time to get there, whereby there should be grants provided by the federal government. There should be different types of grants in terms of research grants, even operating grants, some sort of additional funding mechanism that the federal government will still provide to their own universities. But it's not going to be absolutely free. It's just going to be there's going to be some subsidized rate, but it's not going to be like the time you and I were in school where we paid literally nothing.
So Kulata, share light on the level, the exchange rate.
So the exchange rate that got removed now, exchange rate was another subsidized area where Emefiele will give people that he favors, he will give them money at 450 naira and 450 per dollar. And those will just take it to the Bureau de Change and sell it at 700 and something naira. So immediate 300 naira spread. And Ovie, you don't have to lift a finger. You don't have to work. And then you turn to a dollar billionaire overnight.
So what is the rate now?
The rate is 700 and something now. It's going to spike up because there's still some things that needs to be worked on. The rate is 750 or something. It's gonna be based on market.
There's no, I'm trying to educate myself now. There's no way they can actually bring the black market down to meet that of the CBN rate.
There are ways, but do we need the ways? That's the thing. There are ways to bring the market down. The way you can do that is to release some reserves, some money from our reserves, some dollars from our reserves. That will now make excess supply. And the thing is, the demand for dollar will go down, or it has gone down, and it will continue to go down because we're using dollars to pay for subsidy. Now that subsidy has gone, that demand will go. So and again, we know the actual demand of petrol that we have in the country. When we still had subsidy, it was 60 something million liters per day. Now that subsidy has gone away, it's less than 20 million liters per day. So you can see that like 40 million was just literally stolen. So our own natural consumption is like 20 something million, and without subsidy, what the marketers will be importing is going to be that 20 something million. So that has dropped the demand for forex by a significant amount. And we've not talked about Dangote starting to produce with his refinery kicking in. That's without Dangote's refinery kicking in. So you're not going to see an immediate drop in the exchange rate. You may not even see a drop. It doesn't matter. But the main thing is, whenever you need dollars, you can go get dollars in the bank. You can go get it in the Bureau de Change. The difference between both areas is going to be very minor. But this is going to attract foreign business people that want to invest and repatriate their money from Nigeria. And this signal is now making many people prepared to come and bring investment money in Nigeria because it's more predictable. the government is not stifling your dollars, because right now you can see that the airlines under Buhari couldn't get their dollars out. The Buhari government was owing airlines like $800 million. So liberalizing the market, you can take your money into Nigeria, you can take it out, you can take it in. It's just based on the market conditions, and then banks are free to trade. So you can take your dollar Mastercard or your dollar Visa card in Nigeria and use it anywhere in the world. It will work like it was working under Jonathan. So it's a good thing. It's a good, very, very good thing. But it's going to be long-term benefit. It's not going to be immediate benefit. But these are
So,
structural problems.
record Kulata is a very good thing for people like you, because
Not for people like you, Jafar. For
no,
people
not
like
for
you too.
people
Let me
like you.
explain.
Wait.
Jafar, let me quickly explain because I have 5 minutes.
Okay.
You see, back in 2015, I don't want to share personal details, but I wanted to get into export of some commodities from northern Nigeria. Those things, the government will force you to get your export at a low rate, which was 400 and something. I wanted to get it at, I wanted to make more naira out of it, but the government will force you to make it at 400 and something. So it discouraged me exporting things out of Nigeria. It encouraged people that want to use the money to round trip. So if it's the same value, it will encourage Nigeria to produce more and export more. It's predicted. I mean, I'm not going to be dealing with, oh, is it going to be 400? Is it going to be 700 or something? It's just going to be one rate. So it favors a lot of export of hibiscus, guar gum, ginger, all those lots of things that is produced, especially in northern Nigeria, dry goods that you
Okay.
sell to customers all over the world.
Okay, I get it. So that's the people of your level. So my
Not people
question
of my
is,
level. The farmers will be making
no,
money too, because
Kulata,
people
you're
like,
up there. You are an elite. So don't pretend as if
I'm not an elite.
yeah, you
Someone
can
said
say
I'm a
that.
student.
You can say that you are a
Someone said
1%.
I'm a student of scholarship.
That's their business in wherever they sell it. But as far as I'm
Aren't
concerned,
you? Can you prove it?
you are okay. How does everything you just said, how does that improve the life of an ordinary person on the street? Somebody who
Exactly.
is moving from Abuja, for example, not flying,
Yes.
taking a public transportation from Abuja to Kano.
Uh-huh.
How does that improve his life, or is he going to pay more in transportation?
The person will pay more in transportation, but the person will earn more. So at the end of the day, it's
How
going to
will you earn
be,
more? You are spending more money you
Jafar,
don't have.
Jafar, you will look at the end of the day. What this does is productivity increase. We were stuck in a rut for 8 years. We're going to have more productivity. People, there will be more activity in the economy. The GDP will grow, and hopefully, it's going to be a widespread growth, not a Dangote GDP growth. It's going to be more widespread because, like I said, that's why I related it with an example of farm produce. If I'm going to be if this encourages me to buy more farm produce, that means the farmers will produce more to meet my own demand, and then I will export more. And so they will make more money, their lives will improve. I will make more money too. It's just an expansion, it's an overall expansion. It's not going to be static. But there are many things that needs to be done. I mean, with this, it means we immediately have to make sure that the security situation in the Niger Delta, in terms of all those people like bunkering oil, that needs to cease because we need to produce we need to drive up our crude oil exports because I mean those are low hanging fruits. If we drive up our crude oil exports, we've successfully reduced the amount of dollars we spent on subsidy. Now we drive up our crude oil exports. Our balance of trade will improve. When our balance of trade improves, we have more surplus dollars in the system, and the market forces will actually drive that dollar down. And then we go for more productivity because there's no people stifling forex in central bank and stifling forex in NNPC. Those two areas are gone. I just wonder how if Tinubu can survive this because it's It's really killed the pockets of a lot of billionaires in Nigeria. Many people will not be able to afford their private jets
No, they will
anymore.
be fine. They are friends. They will be fine. He's not killing anybody.
Yeah, so what he
They
needs
will
to
be
do
fine.
is
All
productivity
what
needs to
he is
improve.
doing is punishing the poor. Among the billionaire
It's
club,
not
they will be
Jafar.
fine.
That's a very myopic view of this. You need to look at a long-term view, long-term economic expansion. Because it's like me saying,
So it's
while
not good.
prices of goods were cheap under
Brother.
Abacha, let me put it this way: while prices of goods were cheap under Abacha, exchange rate was low under Abacha. What I could afford under Abacha was very meager versus maybe under Jonathan or under Obasanjo, where there was a lot of, prices went up, exchange rate went up, but we could afford more because the economy expanded. So we keep having this focus of, oh, exchange rate is this is that. No, it's more about economic expansion and
I get
productivity.
it. I get it. So what you are telling the poor people of Nigeria to
Oh,
do?
Jafar, they will get cash subsidy. They'll get cash handouts, Jafar.
Let me make this point. I know you came to push against socialism, and I'm not going to let you get away with it. So what you are trying to tell the poor people of Nigeria is that they should accept to suffer now, with the hope that in some distant future it will trickle down. The growth will trickle down.
No, it's not. It's not trickle down. It's overall expansion for the demand side and the supply side. I think it's both sides this time around.
So when the 1% gets reached, they will get pity. They will feel pity for us and start trickling it down to us, right?
Jafar, I hope you know that they're still doing this conditional cash transfer thing. I mean, which I'm not a fan of, but they're still going to be doing conditional cash transfer.
Yeah, because they know they have to give us something. They can't just take
but I mean, at the end of the day, you have to take care of the productive base of an economy.
My issue is, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, why do we have to always be the one to pay the price for the mismanagement of your people?
But do you want to keep the status quo? Do you want to keep the status quo where money is literally stolen for doing nothing?
Maybe you should start by reducing the cost of government. Maybe
no, they have to do that too.
Maybe when you do that, before you tell us to.
Yeah, but Jafar.
I mean, we will see it. Maybe I would understand it.
Jafar, you have to do this. You have to calculate this because what are the measures for GDP? Number one of it is government spending. If you cut the government spending drastically, immediately, you will shrink the size of your economy too fast, and then the people that you want to protect are going to suffer more because the people that buy from them, you shrink their own earnings. So it's timing. It's going to take time. They're still going to cut the size of the government, but you just don't do everything just bang 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 like that. You need to time it out. But man, I need to run. I need to run. Maybe you'll be some other time.
All right.
Okay. Good talking to you.
Yeah, Jafar, we'll talk some other time then.
All right, Golata. Appreciate it. Uzo.
Nafa.
Na kedu.
No, here we did the hustle. Now what man go do?
Only you do the hustling. No.
Now only me do am. If it be two now, the money go come down.
So, Uzo, I you want do now? You want say your children go Nigeria go school now free loan there?
I don't understand the loan. It just be like everything in Nigeria, it's just like they say Nigeria Air. How do you understand the loan? Is it a grant? All of us know how loan works here. Most of us take loan here, go school. You know how it is. If you're not being a citizen, you can still take loan my first 2 years to go to school. All right? I still qualify to my 4 years I came to this country. I got a loan over 60-something thousand to go to school also. Still paying it. All right? So I don't know how it's work. I also got a grant, like some grant money of 10K. All right? Okay. That grant is, you know how it works.
Grant and loan. What's the difference, right?
Yeah, no, grant, I'm not paying back. I'm only paying back the loan. I'm not paying back the grant.
Oh,
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm not paying back the grant. I'm paying back the loan. So now I don't understand how Nigeria is going to work. Are they going to like this guy Kolata is saying? If the indigenous of Imo State live in Lagos, he cannot like get a student loan in Lagos to go to school. Or if a indigenous of Ogun State live in Castina, he cannot get a loan there to go to school. Or how is it working? I'm going to do, is it a federal loan or state loan? Pushing it to state, that's what you should understand. Is it a federal loan or state loan?
Well,
It's
I think
federal loan.
Mustafa has more on
It's,
that.
it's federal loan, and how it works is whether you live in Lagos, you are from Abia or wherever, that is inconsequential. It's federal loan. And what according to the bill, according to the bill, once you finish your university and you serve, you have 2 years extra after serving. In the next 2 years, they will not collect anything from you. That is after serving. But after 2 years, every of your monthly income, 10% of it will be used to pay your loan until you finish paying. Every month you pay 10% of your income. Like you are earning 50,000 naira, you know you are going to pay 5,000. If you are earning 500,000, you know you are going to pay 50,000 until you pay your loan finish. It depends how much you earn.
We know. I don't know how this is going to work. The paying back Canada is going to work. We know the Nigeria way of the unemployment in Nigeria rate. We know the unemployment in Nigeria rate. All right, we know how it's you know how it is. And even here in America, that they have unemployment rate is low. People still find it difficult to even pay back their loan because you know what I mean. Go of Nigeria. So if you look for me, doing like student like we have said, they should allow free education, primary and secondary. Then jam at every free education, but anything more than that, you hear people a lot.
No, in Nigeria today, primary and secondary is free. Primary and secondary is free in Nigeria as of today. And even this one you're talking about, how are they going to pay? This is government devil. If government realize that there's nothing coming into your account, they can't force you to go and kill yourself. They wait until you start earning something. Government will not put rope on your neck because there's nothing coming into your account. But you have your BVN number. They will use to trace if anything is coming into your account.
I pray. Like as
I am now, you can just work.
It's a good thing. Let it successfully work. It's a good thing to the nation, all right? Let it successfully work. Let the government not to put money and the money will be gone. Yes, some of that maybe the money will not be done by individuals. You know, we know how Nigeria people will do. If not, we all know how Nigeria people defrauded. You are here in America. Not Nigerians, mostly Nigeria defrauded the student loan in America. Some people collect over 150 if you can be here in Nigeria. You know how it works years back. Nigeria, all Nigeria students collected money. They collect the money, they tap Nigeria and build houses.
Wait, Nigeria loan at 500K. I don't think he can do anything.
What? 500K?
They succeeded. They succeed. No, it's not 500K. It's not 500K. It's if you are earning more than 500 per annum, your son or your daughter is not qualified for the loan.
You have to earn more. Is that what they are saying?
If you are earning more than 500,000 in a annum, your child don't qualify for the loan.
Well,
how do they know? How do they know a market woman how much is making a paper seller? How much do they know how much is making? Oh boy, it seems like that to put this in place. Let's forget that though. I hope it works well.
I believe they were just the law. I believe they were meant the last time goes on.
Yeah, they amend it and make it fit everybody. Yeah, but it's all right.
I'd wanted to talk to Jafal, but Jafal is gone.
Oh, he will come. I think he's listening. He just
no. On the you guys talk about Okano. You know, I like Okano very well.
Finish. Go ahead.
You know, guys, I love all these Okano very well. You know, and we are counting now. 4 down in Southeast. 4 down. You know, 4 people are down. They are not coming back to Senate or House of Rep.
No,
4 down. All right.
No, Kalu see the Senate.
No, but the Senate it's like a tissue paper in Senate. Kanu, he's only sells Okano. Other Rogers, they are all tissue paper in Senate right now. They know that they're not coming back in next Senate. They're going to. They know that they don't even deserve coming back. They know that already.
So,
Next election, they're not coming back.
Is Rochas coming back?
Rochas is coming back. Look at this guy.
No. Rochas is no longer there.
That's what I mean. I mean, 4 down already. 4 down. What I mean, 4 down is Ekremadi is off. Nnaman is off. Rogers is off. So also Kanye will follow. They are all 4. These are 4 gladiators. They are all done. So let's see. Try trying to do new peoples. You know. Let's say you're going to go in a way that if you're not doing well, you will also go down through voting. You know, if Nnaman, they told him that he will not return to Senate, he will not. Rogers, they can never agree. They will say the Dibia that do the medicine is not is not born yet. They look at them today, they are out. So nobody is, as it is now, even the newcomers, they don't have the guarantee that they're going to come back in next election if they don't perform. So that's how you should just one thing I like now. If you don't perform, sorry. The people will take you out, you know, at least. You know. So that's where I see it. No, we are really Nigeria is for me, as I said, it don't mean now. Is getting a little track, good track, but the issue is you should not left anybody behind. All right, if you want to arrest Emefiele, you should arrest everybody that attached to it. Don't use one person, and if you do arrest everybody attached to, even calling Buhari for questioning, not arrest only. I tell you, Nigeria will like people will come out from that court. If you call Buhari, not arrest, just question him. Let him come and explain things that happened on his regime. I tell you.
The guy don't move now. Don't relocate, go Niger. I want to
say. I hearing they go. If it's just for questioning only, enough to arrest, questioning only. I tell people will like leave what they are doing and tell everybody come out from court and support Tinubu.
So how you want to do? You want send DSS go Niger? He ain't go say no the hear Nigerian language. Nah, he go to speak.
When they can't talk, so that guy don't be Nigerian. Not believe him. He don't live with him. He don't live with the power where he creates. You know, Abi. So the issue is this: if you want to do work, let him go to every aspect of Nigeria, aspect of everything, you know, to like question everybody. The people will clap for him. But picking who to arrest and not to arrest, that's where the problem is. You know, people picking, that's where the problem is. But for now, I wish him success. That's what I can do until the case in court finish, you know. Look at what all the whole elders are saying now. Edwin Clark say, they say he's not your president. He just you know.
Let's hear what you love. Get to tell.
Do you think to this Onion interview, Ovie?
Yeah, I just see him.
If you like interview, if you cry, that guy have really tried. Man, I listened to that interview. I was like, if kind of person in Nigeria doing all this stuff.
That interview.
Huh?
That interview come at the right time. That interview come at the right time. I'm sure Tinubu is going to work with him.
Yeah, Tinubu should work with it, man. If people work with you,
as he's the man to work. He will Tinubu is a progressive man. He's just looking for someone that will add value to Nigeria. He's not interested of all these politics that others play. And like you made mention of Tinubu inviting Buhari, it will be more easier for Satan and God to reconcile than Tinubu inviting Buhari.
No. Even Satan and God. Even Satan and doing the joke problem. Doing the joke. Satan don't be God. Tell God, say no they talk. So
for Tinubu to invite Buhari, it's not possible.
He's not the minister of petroleum.
What Tinubu is thinking about today is 2027 election, not who is minister of petroleum. 2027 election, how he can win the election is what he's thinking today.
I agree.
So inviting Tinubu Buhari for any questioning will be an own goal. He will not try it.
But it's a very good step for him to, if he wants to attend an election, a very good step. He had to
A
show
very
that he
good
can,
step
he
for
can
ordinary
do it.
people like me and you. Very good step for ordinary people like me and you. Not very good step for politicians like him that want to win election.
What did you want to talk to? You said you wanted to talk to Jafar.
Yeah, I kept hearing ordinary people, ordinary people, ordinary people. Let's be realistic. The problem we have in Nigeria is not just government problem. Even parents contribute a lot. A good example, I always tell people that get to here, any child you do not invest on, we suffer till it die. You can't have 10 children when you don't have money to equip up to 3 children. You end up producing nuisance in the society. Most of this,
we should adopt one child policy from China. Is that what you are advocating for?
it's not about one policy. If you know you cannot have more than, you cannot take care of 2 children conveniently, you don't need to have 4 children.
But now God, they take care of children according to our people.
Nah, that is why we have 30% poverty in Nigeria.
Somebody tell me that the money we take care of one, I go take care of 2, 3, 4. So
that is a mistake. That is a mistake they are doing. Today, you have plenty children. Do you know that I call one woman, I said, you have 7 children and you are suffering. Do you know if you have had 3 children and you spend quality money on them, you will have lived a successful life today? That is the truth. The problem we're having in Nigeria is that people believe that they say now God they bring pikin. No, God no they bring pikin. No, now you go carry woman sleep with them that produce the pikin. God no they produce pikin.
Yes, a lot of people sleep with women where you no green come now, so the pikin no green come. What will you say to that? Now,
If you have money. If you have money, thank you. Let's use that as a case study. Those that don't have child, is it God that stopped them from having child? No. If you, as far as I'm concerned, if you have money to take care of 3 children, why not have 2 and adopt 1? And give life to that one. Instead of having 20 children, at the end of the day, you just burn nuisance all over everywhere. I know the funniest part, they will never blame their parents. Instead of them to blame their parents, they will blame Buhari, blame Tinubu, blame everybody except their children, except their parents. Look at here in Nigeria, I have interviewed more than 100 people that call themselves graduates without work. If you check their brains are empty.
Is it their fault or the fault of the institution?
It is their fault. Inside that school, there are people that come with first class. The same lecturer, the same class. The same lecturer, the same class. Like I told one woman of recent, I said, your daddy sent you to school. You went there, all you are doing is harder. All you went there to do is harder. And you come back and said, Tinubu is your problem. All your daddy sent you to school. The time you're supposed to use to read. What you are thinking in your mind is that your girlfriend is not around. Where did he go? Your girlfriend is not around. Where did he go? Instead of you to read, you are thinking about where your girlfriend went to. And at the end of the day, you come out with empty brain. Instead of you to blame yourself, you are blaming government. Hello?
Yes, I can hear you. But when we say government
will always give equal opportunities. Government gives equal opportunities to every student. Those that want to grab it, grab it. Those that want to play with it, play with it. At the end of the day, if you are through with university degree and you don't have job, create one. If you have brain. If you don't have job, create one. If you cannot create one, you simply mean your brain is empty.
Where are you going to create job in an environment whereby it's pretty much impossible? There's no light, there's no good road. I mean, the basic things you need to be motivated enough to go to take the risk, because starting a business is a risk. So you
Okay.
don't have
The
incentive
best
to do
the
it,
best
to motivate
the
people
best
down.
you need to motivate you is your brain. If your brain is empty, nothing can motivate you. There
Yeah,
are
but
lots you can do in Nigeria to make money. But if the
what
brain is
if
empty,
my
nothing can
brain?
motivate you.
But what if my
Sir,
brain was able to filter out a business idea that I will need at least a constant light to power that idea? Where
if
how do you tell
I
it
run
anything?
business that need light always. As I told you now, my journey is on. I told you, right? I run business that deal on light always. What is the
But how
problem?
many?
As soon as they increase they remove the subsidy. What do I do? Should I walk out of the business? The answer is no. What will I do? I'll increase my own too. Some
Yeah,
will
but
go, some will come back later, and some new people will come. That is how business is run.
yeah, but you know that it's not everybody that's privileged as you do to start a business.
I
I'm not
started
saying they
from
gave you
scratch.
money.
I
I'm not
started
saying they
from
give you
scratch.
money or
In
anything.
fact, I started from scratch.
Yeah, but
See, what is killing a lot of youth in Nigeria is pride. You have nothing, but you have pride. If you have nothing and you have pride, you only die of poverty. If you don't have anything, kill your pride and do something to earn money. A lot of people run from Nigeria today to come and do what is it called, cleaner overseas. But here in
but
Nigeria,
they give us money now. That money we take build estate for our village. Oh. That place
my
where we dey work.
brother, there are a lot here that also start that business and make much more money. It's all about wisdom, and if you have something in your brain. If there's nothing in your, let me give you a clear example. My brother finished university. There was no job for him. He started photographing. While others were renting shop, he did not rent shop. Before you know it, within a period of 5 years, he built his house. While others that own shop are finding it difficult to eat. Why? Because he add his brain to what he's doing. Eventually, after like 15 years, he's now a lecturer in APU. It's all about having some. If you don't have anything in your brain, all you do is to complain till eternity. What is it called? Soludo said 70% of Nigerian graduates are not employable. My brother, I've discovered that even 85 are not employable.
Yeah, but
ask them a simple question. Just simple question.
Who do you blame?
I don't think it's a lot. Let me tell you the blame. Let me tell you how I share the blame. Let me tell you how I share the blame. Those that their parents did not send to school, their parents should be blamed for that. Those that were sent to school, but all they went to school to do is harder. You understand what I mean by harder? I think you understand what I mean by that. They should blame themselves for going to school without doing the purpose of that of which they go for. And the few ones that actually have the brain but nothing to do, I think those ones should blame government. If you go to school,
we have a lot of that, especially among the educated ones.
I said I have interviewed more than 100. I hardly see up to 5 that have something upstairs. The brains are empty. Yes, 2 degrees, but brain empty. There is no private sector that will give you employment if during interview they realize that your brain is empty. If they are not just employing you because of your paper, they want to discover that they want to be sure that there is something in your brain. Because it's that in your brain they need.
But you need good education to be able to do something in your brain. What you are talking about. A situation whereby it's very difficult to even learn in school, and it's impossible to read at home because there's no light and all that kind of stuff. So that's why when you are blaming the people that they don't have anything upstairs.
That is exactly what I'm saying. If you know you cannot take care of 3 children, don't born 20 children. It will be a problem for the society. It will be a problem for the society. See, taking care of child is very expensive. It's not a cheap thing. It is very, very expensive. So if you know you cannot take care of more than one, don't have 2. Have that one and give that one a good Help me on the gen. Have that one and give that one better education. See, I went to my daughter's school, and I begged them, please, if this girl scored 39.9, don't write 40, write 39.9. I want to know where she's lacking. I will go there. I even dash the teacher money, but I will repeat it. Please, don't ever add 0.1 to her mark. I want to know where she's lacking.
Why, instead of bribing the teacher, why don't you just take the case up to the school system and have a talk with them?
Understand my system. No, understand my. I said when I go to their school, sometimes during open day, you can dash the teacher something. It's allowed. But even at that, so that he will not think that I'm bribing him or her. I will insist again. Please, don't ever make any mistake adding 1.1 to her mark. I want to be sure that she's got 39 there, so that we can work on it. Not that you give her. Meanwhile, some parents will go to school and even pay the teacher to give their children mark. A good example: you are paid for special center for a child that's supposed to repeat SS2. What are you doing? You are just killing that child career. Because once you have that certificate, you will never know those things again. And at the end of the day, is it the parent to be blamed?
No, most people that do that actually have the resources or capability to put their son or daughter, give them a better job, office after they graduated. I think that's what they are looking at. Not necessarily.
If you know how many millionaires that their children are at home doing nothing, you will not repeat it. You will not say it again.
Millionaires, they don't do job in that now.
In fact, where I work, sometimes people will go.
Network don't happen to Mustafa Lawal. Tunaja accused me of Tunaja, you accused me of something, right? I don't go forget. I need to explain that accusation. That's not fair. Right? You said after, I don't know, I'm looking for that comment. After I don't, talk how things are working, the reality of things, then I'll not go, at the end of the day, I will not trivialize the issue. My guy, once I don't preach for you, finish. What does he want from me? I don't tell you, say, oh, this is how, and again, they disagree with me with the point I'm making, because I'm saying exactly how these people they do it, right? Then after I don't talk and finish, that's my job, is to bring out the reality of things. Say, yes, this is how these people operate. I'm not going to tell you, you should know how things are supposed to be. I think every, normal thinking should know, okay, oh, this should be like this should be like this should do his job, this should do his job. We all know that. But a situation whereby we are not getting that means the people in charge are doing something else. And that is my job. My job is to say, come on, this thing is not going like this because these people who are in charge are doing this. Once I don't talk that finish, make I no laugh. It's how we trivialize it. So you see, how long can you, when you make a very serious point, then you just take it serious? How long? You go pay me. If I'm in a position to actually do things right directly, right? I'm not saying most of the control I'm making, one or two is not hitting the right places, the right people. Just like sperm, out of a million that goes, only one they catch up, right? So I'm not saying that, but at this point, there are people who are duly either elected, appointed, so that is their job, to do the needful. So me trivializing it's just the lighter note. Not the reality of life, but we have to live. We have to move on. But moving on now, that is where we disagree on. How do we move on? Is it you that keeps saying, oh, this thing should be like this? We all know this thing should be like this, but it is not like that. So my job is to say, oh, it is not like this because it's like this. I'm not going to ignore that part and say, yes, this is not like this. This is how it should be. Yes. Right? But a lot of people don't understand. But the fact that this thing is not the way it should be, that means something else is happening. And that is my own job, is to tell you why did it not do what they are supposed to do, but they are doing this. So me trivializing it doesn't matter how I communicate it, I tell you like that, but the most important thing, pay attention to what I'm saying, not the antic the way I'm putting it. It's not I think most of you want me to come here, be all suit up and like Dr. Damage. That's what Dr. Damage says on the forget it we see him, casually come on today. Most of the time it's suit up, not necessarily because of the platform, but that is a normal, that is a lifestyle, right? So everybody cannot do that part. Everybody cannot be serious. Everybody cannot be pro this. So there should be flavor, and I think that is my job. And the best way I do it is just to be me. And this is me. If you meet me one-on-one, even when I was in college, I get into very serious argument all the time, whether with student, with professor, whatever. But at the end of that communication, that conversation, that learning, we all laugh about the same thing that we don't have a serious conversation with. It sinks. So ability for you to talk serious thing and still see the amusement out of it, that's the only thing I'm getting anyway. I'm not getting paid. The only thing I'm doing is me having fun with it. I pay myself like that. Mustafa, welcome back.
Yeah, like I told, I just on Jen back again. It's not as if I'm defending government. There's something that I've come to realize since 1960. The same complaint about government. One generation of government gone, another one come, the same complaint. I think it's time we start looking inward. Until we start looking inward, we may likely not get the solution. Like as I said earlier, it will be unfair for me today to say because Tinubu is doing everything possible to make his child graduate. Of course, there are already property waiting for his child. Now I want my own child to follow the same way and come out with empty brain when I don't have anything waiting for him or her. And by the way, most of these big men we made mention of, since 1999 till date, mention any of them that their children are reigning today. None. It simply means if they do refuse to give their children that quality standard needed to achieve in life, they will just come mess up their parent resources without achieving anything. What I'm trying to say is about parents that refuse to know that foundation matters a lot. What you invest in your children goes a long way in their lives. Look, let's use Nigeria setting as an example. Look at Igbos. Igbos, if you want to talk about in terms of government, you say they are the most marginalized, right? Debatable though. But when you talk about excelling, majority of them are excelling. Why? Because right from age 7, they start equipping them of how to stand on their own in future. You can't compare with a child that you give no training, nothing. You are just expecting government to come and make him an overnight millionaire. He will die in poverty. He will die in poverty. We just have to wake up to reality. If you cannot train more than 2 children, don't have more than 2 children so that you can have a rest of mind at your age. I have a one boss that I used to work for those days. This man will come out and say, I'm a successful man. Every day he keeps shouting, I'm a successful man. One day I got to know that he had only 2 children. I began to questioning what makes him a successful man, because where I was coming from, for you to be a successful man, you must have like 20, 30 children. How can somebody that have only 2 children said he was a successful man until the day they had riot at Oshodi? He came out of his balcony, started shouting, "Ya Bukola, Chetiri Bukola, Ya Baba Femi, you don't see Femi." Nobody is asking him if he has seen his own children. I ponder a while. I come to realize that of a truth, these 2 children, one of them is medical director in Lagos State. He had cook, had housekeepers, had every domestic workers he need. This man had nothing to do in Oshodi. So there is no reason anybody asking him if he has seen his son. The firstborn is bank what you call regional manager, not even general manager, regional manager. This guy have every domestic workers he need. He has nothing to do around Oshodi. Then I knew indeed that man was a successful man. Meanwhile, most of his colleagues that have 20, 30 children, they are still the ones feeding their children at that age. Why this one is already retired, has his own little company that we are working for him. His children still pay him every month. Then I knew the meaning of successful men. Not having 100 children that make you successful is at old age. Do you have rest of mind? So parents have to know and wake up to reality. Any child you did not train, that child will only suffer till he die. When the suffering come, blame yourself. In fact, I even wonder why parents don't blame their children. Don't ask their parents, why you can't take care of me. Why do you have me? It's unnecessary now. In fact, in most places, when I hear that people are praying against witches and wizards in the church, I will just laugh because I know they are praying against their parents. Because any child you born and you do not take care of that child, you are the number one witches and wizards that child gets. So if the child goes to church and pray against witches and wizards, he's praying against you. It's very, very important in life to know that what is else of having children, 20 children, 30 children. At the end of the day, the ones that I even say go school cannot proudly come out and said he want to defend his certificate because he just managed to go. He managed to go. You know, when somebody managed to go, when others are reading in class, he's at the farm, hustling to earn a living. And at the end of the day, you say I go school, the government no give me work. In that, I'm sure you're in America, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
In America, is it government that give everybody work?
Nah. Well, America is a capitalist society.
Will any private sector give you work if there's something in your brain?
No. But America is a chronic capitalist country. If you want
do you know that? Do you know that they asked Dangote? They asked Dangote that why instead of employing Nigerians, you decide to be employing Indians for the job that some Nigerians can do. You know the answer he gave? When you employ Nigerian man and you promise to pay him 500,000, before the end of month, that man will have stolen 4 million. But you bring an Indian man come and pay the Indian man 2 million naira, you will not lose anything. Because an average Nigerian, what he's thinking about is what to steal. Not how to add value to your company. See, on the justice system and policing system, I wish Tinubu could do something about our justice system and policing system. Whereby
he's doing something with the justice system now. He has increased their pension. Not pension. Their retirement age. They give them more 5 years.
I will know that he do something by the time 10 judges are in prison.
I now be say all the judges we want judge the case, they will all be in jail now.
In all sincerity, should I tell you the truth?
No, even them too, the
No,
politicians.
no. When you talk about election, should I tell you the truth?
No,
This
guy.
election that just gone is the most freest election ever conducted in the history of Nigeria.
Why? Compared to the why? What's the difference between this one
Compared to
and
1993, right?
okay? What's the
1993,
difference?
nobody contested it because there was no winner. There was no
How?
winner. So there's no 1993 election. They did not mention the winner. So nobody contested it.
Okay, yeah,
Nobody
I
went
agree.
to
But
court. Since
yes.
there was no winner, nobody need to contest it. So that is why it looks as if it's the most freest. Hadn't been a winner was
So,
mentioned, you will have known that a lot of people will have been in court challenging it. And this election, this is the first time in the history of Nigeria that governors will contest for Senate and they will lost the seat. Sitting governors lost their seat. Not just that alone. If Buhari want to rig election, the best place to rig is Katsina, where he come from.
but governors losing election, that is the power of third force now, not necessarily. Is it because we have a very strong third force from Labour Party and NPP? That's why most of these senators are not coming back.
Exactly what I'm saying. The third force affects the ruling parties. But if the ruling parties want to rig, you will have not seen the presence of the third force. It's because they did not rig. That is why you recognize it. You see the presence of the third force. If they rig, okay, let me give a clear example. If Tinubu want to rig Lagos, well, APC want to rig, and they realize that Abuja is necessary, what will it take them to rig Abuja? Nothing. The only thing you're shouting is noise. They'll rig it. There's no way a politician will rig what is it called? Ekiti that will present less than 300,000 votes and allow Lagos that will present over 1 million votes to go. It's not possible. They would rather rig states that produce more votes than states that don't produce any much votes. If Katsina can go, Kaduna can go, Kwankwaso, we know that it's an idol in Kanu. Kanu went, Abuja gone, Lagos gone, and nobody contest, nobody drag Southeast with Obi. I want to really know where the rigging come from. Because it's obvious that entire northwest and northeast, there's no place there that we will have gotten up to 10%. None. No single one. Any day, anytime. I don't know where the rigging come from. That is why I always said, when you say Nigerian youth have decided, you forget that there are 6 regions. Those that are shouting on social media, they want to make money. And they realize that once you said, I'm a supporter of Obi, people will watch you.
What about Rivers?
Rivers. Harsh. I can assure you that I'm still wondering the kind of magic. I'm still wondering the kind of magic that happened in Rivers. Why I'm wondering is this. The guy told Tinubu live before election. He said, if anybody tell you are going to win National Assembly, now lie, they are just deceiving you. If anybody tell you are going to win the governorship election in Rivers State, it's a lie. Or he stopped there, he did not mention the presidency. At the end of the day,
hold on. Niger, I know you are trying to come in, but your device is not connected. So if you go back and come back in, Niger, you're at the background. Go ahead.
Give and take. Just there may be life-threatening in Rivers State that makes a lot of people not to come out, because I know if a lot of people actually come out, Rivers is supposed to produce at least not less than 1 million votes. They could be threatened that if they come out, anything may happen to them. They could be rigging as well. But nevertheless, like as I said earlier, there is no party that did not rig where they are popular. Every party rig where they are popular, including Labour Party, rigged where they are popular. So it's a normal thing in Nigerian politics.
So what do you think we can do to stop it? Or to reduce it? Not necessarily stop it. I know it's not, there's nothing like that. But what do we do to reduce it? Oh, Mustafa Lawal is Lagos don't happen to Ram. I've been Nigeria. His network is don't freeze them up. So see if he's going to come back. He's hey, I can't still let me go through this okay, he's back. Oh,
One fight that caused obstruction. The only thing we can do to reduce it, my brother, until our justice system works. Until the justice system works and somebody knows that whatever I do, the consequences is waiting for me. As of today, believe me, if Obi had done anything wrong during this election, Tinubu will not be able to arrest him. Because if Tinubu arrests him, people will see it as witch hunting.
oh, why did they want to arrest him?
I said if he had done anything wrong, I'm not saying he do anything wrong. Understand my point. Even if Obi were the one that win the election, even if Tinubu also did something wrong, he will not be able to arrest him because there's this tribal war that the politicians have given us to be fighting. That is seriously fighting, that is seriously gaining ground in Nigeria. But until we get that justice system that don't know whether you are a big man, whether you are a poor man, whether you are Christian, you are Muslim, whoever you are, once you commit the crime, you face the consequences.
Hey, that one hard, even for America. But I'm not saying we can reduce it. That's what I believe. Stopping it, yes. But how do we get to that point? Knowing
Buhari
that
have reduced it. Buhari reduced it. I'll tell you how. You see these beavers.
Buhari don't come out time. Anyway, I know the network where in this is in Lagos, so and it's pretty much getting the end of the day there. Hopefully, we come back to tell us how Buhari improve our election. Signing the electoral bill into law, yeah, I give him that too. But I'm not going to blame him for the act not being enforced during the election. That's why I said, even the next election, going by how we are approaching the whole thing, they're still going to do it. It will be done. Nothing will be do. I don't know if it's just a revolution. I mean, what is revolution? If not aggressive physical revolution, it doesn't come from the masses. I've never seen anywhere that happen. The top had to disagree. There had to be a lot of disagreement that they could not find a way to agree. So then it trickled down. And then we call the mastermind people on the ground, put money there, and before you know everything. So that now one. But aside that, this revolution is planned. I hope people are out there putting things together because the idea of revolution would just boom, everything got start at once. That's a mirage. That never happened like that. Nothing happens spontaneously when it has to do politics. Everything is being planned, executed, just as it goes. Just like the NSAS. I tell people the NSAS they make people they behind that. It was well planned. But people say I was a yarn okpati, yarn dust. Not why I use this language. But we see the fight that happened. All right, go ahead, Law. How did you said we are about to say how Buhari actually improve our
That's
election
like
behind?
exactly. You see, these divas, I ref, they are everybody is shouting I ref today. 24 hours after that election, INEC posted every result on that RF. 176,000 polling units. Up till today, nobody have come out to say this is what we have in our polling booth. This is different from what INEC posted. That speaks a lot of volume. The IRF is just to snap the result and post it.
No, but that's what the obedience are saying, that the even up to today, if I'm not mistaken, that the result is not uploaded yet, or it's different from what they have.
The last time I spoke, if the result is different, what you should tell me that in polling so we have so you post so, not just to come out and say it's different. Tell us where it's different. That, you know, if you remember the last time I spoke on Dr. Damage's page,
Yeah.
I said this tribunal case is the most useless presidential case ever taken to our court. After the judge, you say I say so. There's no case there. All those papers they are taking is just a drama.
So no, well, I see where you are coming from, but the same thing that you are saying there, I don't know. That's what exactly the obedient complained about. That up to today, the right result is not uploaded. Even those that uploaded is not correct. I think that's why they are in court. They are in court to prove exactly what you are saying. They say they have evidence of exactly what you are saying. That they have evidence that the result INEC upload is not the same with what they have from their polling unit agent. I mean, paying attention to their side, these are their complaints. But most importantly, they say they have evidence. That's why they are in court. Yeah, Mustafa is frozen again. So yes, I think you said 24 hours. IAF upload. I see IAF. Track. INEC. Why did I say IAF? Okay, I just come back from track meet. So INEC. You say INEC uploaded the result 48 hours, 24 hours. But I think even up to today, people are still saying, well, when I say people, I mostly coming from the obedience space, Labour Party, they're still saying that the result that the INEC have right now, not tally with what they have. And they're in court. So we'll see if you are right or they do actually have something worth studying. At this point, all we need to do everything on education purpose, right? You follow the electoral tribunal to know how the proceeding ends. So it's everything. I think we should approach everything like that. It's only a lesson. Electoral 23 election has gone. It's time for us to take stock. What we did right, what we did wrong, what they did right, what they did wrong, but the most importantly, why did we lose, or why did this? Whatever you think happened, why that happened. So I think that's a question that we need to ask personally as a track athlete, right? After each competition, I think the first thing my coach will ask me, what's up? What do you think you did wrong or right? Why did you return this time? Why did you finish your position? You should be able to tell, because you are the one wearing the shoe, you are the one in the arena. You should be able to say, you know what? Yeah, I did this. I could have done it. I did that, right? Then you go back to the drawing board and work on the things that you did not do right. Perfected those that you actually get right. That's how I approach things. So that's why, as far as I'm concerned, the election don't finish. I am beginning to say, okay, why did the election go the way it went? Right? If you say they rigged, okay, fine. How? Where? So that it will not happen again. Because not that it will not happen again, so that you can prepare to make sure that doesn't happen again. It's just like a game of football. Those that watch soccer, it's a teamwork competition, right? There's no way one team will lose or win without either one making a mistake. either that mistake come from pressure from opponents, and we're not lose guard, as we use that word loosely, and they net the goal, right? Or you guys not make mistake at all. The opponent keep making mistake. So something has to give way for somebody to emerge, either legitimately or illegally. So as far as I'm concerned, that is the stage I'm in now. What happened during the election? Money was spent, people were intimidated, blah, 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 blah. All these things. Again, then you have to now compare to the past. Are all these things happened before? If the answer is yes, is it the same pattern? Why it happened before? Any approach was taken to make sure it doesn't happen? If yes, then how did they make sure they. So these are the things, as far as I'm concerned, that the political parties are putting into that study. Because before we know, another election don't come. As soon as this year finish now, Tinubu don't spend 1 year office. The second year, they will begin dance around, make a move to 2024 and say, okay, let's see what the people need. Bam, give it to them a little bit, then they go. That's how these people move. To Nigeria, they hear me. So this is me explaining how these people doing to achieve the result they are achieving. And tomorrow you go say, you will call, they accuse me, say, I'm not saying that I'm trivializing anything. Yes. I not gonna laugh. What did they do 4 years ago? They do them again. I go laugh. If I make mistake today and I repeat them again, trust me, I go vex, but at the same time, I go laugh. I forgot. So nothing happened in 2023. That has not happened before. And the only way we can stop it from not happening is for us to actually recognize and admit that, yes, so this didn't happen. I fuck up here. I did well here. As far as I'm concerned, the obedient movement of the Labour Party should be spend reasonable amount of time to study where they did not show up, especially the North. What do we do to penetrate the North? Not the verse they no vote for you. They no, it's not going to work. These people are still here in 4 years. They are still going to, if they accuse, they insult them now, say, oh, because they are not exposed. That's why they did not vote for me. They are religion fanatics. That's why okay, they'll do it again. Because it worked the first time. Not necessarily because you insult them, abuse them, and all that. No, because it worked. So they'll do it again. So sit down. How do I penetrate these people? How do I understand them if that's what you need to do? How do I buy them if that's what you need to buy? Whatever it takes. It is a game of power. We can smooth talk ourselves, but when the reality is, my guy, it's a different ball game. That's exactly what Tinubu is saying. For Tinubu to even go to London and mention that the power is not Sabatalaka, go there still. He said it in London. But people never pay attention to that because we don't put places, time in context before we jump into conclusion. And again, I remember when Tinubu was in London where the delegate and all that, people were criticizing him. I said, no. What if he wins? If he wins, that means that's the risk that he took, because as far as I'm concerned, it's a risk to say, you know what, it's a teamwork. I'm going to do this. It's a risk. I said it's a risk because we are talking about somebody who all his life is pretty much breathing and eating politics. So for him to pull that off, rather than begin to say, oh, he's not, no. This is an educated and exposed. And most important, he has the resources to get the best brain around him. That's one thing we don't understand about all these our leaders, where they hear about that, where they go speak, where they laugh. They have the resources to have the best brain, the best statistician, the best analyst around them. That is the point of money. If you think Tinubu just gather money today so that he could feel buy this, you are making a big mistake. As much as they spend so much for their health, traveling around the world to get sure they get the best of health treatment, the same thing they are also spending to get the best political analysts, the best mathematics, whatever you think, they assemble, you don't have to see them. They don't have to be around him. All you need to do is to place a call or contact and say, you know what, It's not rocket science. These people, they are like us. Just put yourself in their situation. If you are facing a competition, yeah, maybe I'm speaking like this because my pretty much my youthful age, my teenage years and earlier, saw serious competitions and they beat me back and front. They beat me back and front. I go cry. I remember my first time. I always I go cry, but I go meet coach. The man would just dey laugh me. Imagine you lose race, you the vex after everything. The man they laugh. You understand? You they laugh because he know why you lost. He know why you lost. So people they take that part of it. Say, yes, the whole country belongs to every one of us. But only one person can be at one leadership position at a time. That's where the competition comes in. Whatever it takes. And again, we need just when I keep saying, "Oh, na policy, even though I'm trivializing it as two Nigerian Japan accusing me, it's serious. It has to do with life and death. That's why people they accuse me. Say, "Oh, you they take the spirit of people they die." Of course, now people go die now. No be people they play the game. Of course, not fit die for what you are doing now, unless you go kill them. So this is a matter of life and death, and you don't expect me to be all. No, life is not me. I just come here be all serious and no. It has especially things that have happened. I do expect me to be serious with things that have already happened. It's not for you to study why it happens. Don't happen, don't happen. There's nothing you feel do. Cry, you whatever you want to do is not going to change the fact that it has happened. 2023 election has happened. People contested, people lost, people won, they rigged, they did everything you say they did. But it has happened. So crying and hammering on that, it's not going to stop it from happening again. And I know that for a fact. Now, human being will be. We feel pain, something hit us, and yes, we bear the pain and the brunt around. But as soon as we don't begin, get some laughter, life begin go small. We forget about what we are going through physically or mentally. That's how we were built. Now, human being will be. So spend 6 months, 1 year, 2 years in court. It's not going to stop it from happening again. The only thing that can stop whatever you think that happened is how you start getting serious about making sure it doesn't happen again. Not by blah, 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 blah. You are free to come and analyze verse, Korea, and other, but there's a but. The time had to come where you have to retrieve to yourself and start asking some question. You start asking questions. So that's what I'm about. But I have to laugh about things. It's not funny things. Anything that don't happen before, he said that it's always going to be funny to me. It don't happen now. See, man, I don't laugh. So it is a serious game. It's a matter of life and death. Politicians are the most important people in any society because they determine how that society moves, whether backward, forward. They determine it directly or indirectly, whether you like it or not. So if you cannot see it from that angle, you are expecting me to make you serious. Then you I'm sorry, you go there. It is a serious game. You cannot be a good Christian, a good Muslim, if this politician don't say so. If they will announce a policy that will frustrate you to even step up and pray. These are the realities. The school, me and especially those who are in diaspora, we are here because of politicians, because of the policy that they carried out that did not go well with us. That's why we left. So for some people to actually sit down and be accused and say, "Oh, Nigeria never happened to you." I am outside Nigeria because Nigeria happened to me. You see the rock within my background? Now there I grew up. My primary school and secondary school are beyond under this rock when I see so. This is not something foreign. This is my village. After my secondary school buildings, the next thing at that rock straight, now bush, then you meet the rock. You understand? Trust me, deep down in my heart, up to today, I prefer to be in that place, living the life I want. America are very organized prison. Everything is You have to watch yourself. You have to what you do. You have to do work, baby. That's not life. That's not life. I grew up with the old people for village. Yeah, life. I don't even know say are they poor or no they poor. Nobody knows. Just everybody just living until we begin to say, okay, you want buy car, you want buy this, you want travel, you want. We begin to acquire problem for ourselves, and from there, shit continues from there. So Nigeria don't happen to me. That's why I'm in America. I am not in America because I want to come to America. I'm not about other people, but I'm speaking for myself. And why people say, oh, why you not go back? Why I go back? Why I go back? When I go back, if I say, okay, let's you if I dey talk or thing with this, I don't know what I they talk. So Nigeria is happening to me, even as I speak. I don't want to be here. I want to be home. Once in a while, I want to go that rock. Just go sit down there, chill. Rap better, you go smoke and you go begin see 20, 30 years from now. You understand? That's for me. That's life. All this flying around, no. But I'm here in America, and you can't come as in Nigeria. Nigeria never happened to me. I don't know. So yes, to Nigeria, it is serious. I don't think you need me to tell you. I'll say if you need anybody to tell you how serious life is, then I don't know what to talk. So on your own, you should know how this thing is serious. May decide to trivialize, laugh about it. It should not be a problem. The most important thing, we are talking about the same thing. And we do talk about solution too. But we have to know how these things before we can actually provide solution that will stand the test of time. So that's the biggest mistake we are making. We are fond of attacking solution that will just make us feel good immediately. That's why somebody was pointing out that this student load is it all out or it's not making case for student load, but it says something along the line that any policy that encourages long time progress or along that way, but if it's a long time policy that will stand the test of time, he will support it. So it is serious. Yes, on our politics, but god damn, that's just the name of the game. Power is the ultimate. As far as I'm concerned, there is no heaven. That's heaven. Bola Tinubu is a god in terms of the Nigerian space. He has the final say. Whatever I say stands to some extent. He has power of life and death of every Nigerian in his hand. Yes, you might disagree with that, but it is what it is. So that's why you see these men will do everything within their power to get there because you are a god. Your good money is pretty much an order. The president will walk up and say, good money. Trust me, it's pretty much an order. Your money will be good. If that's how you want to say it. So there's so much involved at that level that the way me and you they see and say, oh, no. For those who are asking for the link, I don't know, Emia for ABJ, unless you are joining the streaming from our own platform from my channel, that's where you can get access to the link. I don't post entire. I'm still posting it now. You are not getting access to that because you're joining it from Dr. Dameji. Dr. Dameji actually pegged me to his platform, which is superb. That's why we have pretty much up to 100 viewers at a time. We are still having now we have like 40 viewers. 5 is just from my own platform, while 35 is from Dr. Dameji. But again, I think I have posted a link too on Dr. Dameji. So if you are EMIA4 of ABJ, if I get that name right, if you're on Dr. Dameji, I just posted a link on Dr. Dameji shows too. So it's not that I don't want to post the link. I've been posting it. Afro Bambata TV. Ovie, many Nigeria people don't know what they want. That's why you see the little money Agbado pay them. They go about cyber saying all these Uju Elegba yarns. That's what they be. That's what the belle mongers. But African batata, I don't necessarily I don't know. Okay, I see what you are saying, but that's just like teeny binny. Going on my biology professor there, teeny binny. There's very few people, one or two who fit into description. And trust me, I think people who are getting actually getting paid. I don't know why people are getting paid. My guy, now that they see for Arise channels, or some girls where you go, especially some girls you see on Dr. Damage shows and other big platform. If you are speaking about people, but not the regular people that just come online and speak their mind, that's what they actually believe. So everybody must not see things the way you see it. So just because somebody does not see the way you see it, it doesn't mean you get paid. Everybody time I did accuse me I don't collect money, especially for when I was rooting for Congo. So I would just laugh. I wish I see that money, I'll collect them. I don't know why people they what I don't think is wrong. What is wrong in collecting money and provide a service? If you are getting paid for your service, why is that supposed to be a wrong thing? They know, they beat you now. It's not force you anything. It's just saying whatever I feel that is right for them. What I believe in. People don't believe, but if you say now money with them pay and they motivate them, you say go collect money now. If you don't collect money, that's what you believe, that's on you, then just stick to it. Don't condemn other people how they live their life. I It's like just because you don't get dragged, you can't tell me say my 100 now for you don't get them. So you don't understand what you feel. I don't understand the narrative. So it's not everybody who just accusing a pay that you pay. So that's you see Ovie. You see Ovie, you are a realist and you speak of the Nigerian politician but there is one thing many don't know and ask now they should ask them, the politician, is where are they taking Nigeria to? Why are they taking Nigeria? I laugh for that part because where will they go? All of us, the whole country, because I don't know where we are going. Because everything that we know or own is being given to us. We never asked what is the caveat. The school, where will they go? Will they go on to service people? We bring the curriculum can give us. The government we are practicing is pretty much an experiment from other part of the world. The language we are speaking, and I keep asking questions in that language. People who are even claiming, oh, the Yorubas, the Igbos, and all that. Can you tell me that your fifth generation back, your fifth great great grandfather, who is an Igbo man, an Hausa man, is a Yoruba man, if he comes out and speak any of those language, will you understand, or will they understand what you are speaking? Because this is not how it was. So what am I trying to say? 200 years from now, who will even tell us in English we go to speak? Not talk of Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Soso, Ibibi, Ora. Who will say that? There's no guarantee that this is our language will still be. Yes, somebody can argue, say, oh, that is what we are fighting for. You are fighting a lost battle. Nobody need to come and necessarily change you. It's a nature. Nature will come and sweep you off. The physical location that you find yourself today. Who tell you now your people did it before 100 of 3 or 500 years ago? And who tell you now then go there 500 years ago? So in the question, the question you asked, where are we going? That's a very good question. Where are we? Not where they are taking us to. Where are we going? Where they follow us? We are not different from them. Because everything where I know now, they know. Everything where they know now, we know. So we are not going anywhere. We don't know who we are. We don't. I welcome anybody to come and challenge me. We don't know who we are. So everybody all they say, okay, yeah, no, we don't. So for that question to be really answered, say, where did it take us? We ourselves, we need to sit down. Who are we? You need to ask yourself. Abi Hausa man, Igbo man, Yoruba man. Ask yourself deep down. 6, 7 down, generation down. Is this how they look or how they speak or how they dress or how the life they live? Oh, don't change that for us. So to me, it's not the question where we are going. It's more a question, where are we coming from? Who are we? The day we will know who we are, that will be the beginning of the change that we all yearn for. If you don't know who you are, you just dey live. You are just like you say, now you just dey live in the matrix. A lot of us are just living in the matrix. They say, do this, they do, they feed you so much information, and you just begin to act or think like the information they feed you. That's how it is. Doesn't matter what kind of university you go, really, whatever. If you cannot have your own thoughts, you're being led by the matrix. And as far as I'm concerned, Nigeria has a whole country with the grips of the matrix. They their hand. Tell us what direction we should go. To answer your question, where will they go? Right? Okay. So you see, Ovie, I asked this question, and this is the fundamental question we should be asking, because from what they are doing, you and I can say what will the future look like. No plan, nothing, all yet we they follow. Yes. Yeah, I agree. You said that's the question we should be asking. Yes, we should be asking because from what they are doing, exactly my point. They are doing something. All right. But to Nigeria is accusing me for paying attention and analyzing what they are doing. They're doing something. If they are not doing what they're supposed to do, that means they are doing something. But now it is now left for us, the followers, to define our own destiny. We should ask that question. I agree with you, Africa by Bambata TV. It's clearly that these people don't even know where they are going, or wherever they are going is self-interest, selfishness, and all that. So it's not left for us, the followers, because these people are empowered today because we follow them. Right? We voted for them. That is why they are so powerful. So I want to be part of a group that turn their hand back to the leaders and face each other and start chewing on this question that you put on screen, Africa Bantata TV. I don't want to be where these leaders we have to be present. I'm not saying they should be present, but I want to be in a conversation, in a group, in an organization, in a movement whereby it's about us. Let's define ourselves. Not necessarily want to take power. No. Once we define ourselves, it will be very, very hard for them to actually lead us astray. Emia, I greeted you.
Yes. My brother Ovie, well done.
How far now?
I did. I just want to kind of commend you on your
Appreciate
channel.
it.
Most times I watch Dr. Damages and I see your. I have to emphasize on the quote, the controversial kind of views. You know? In fact, the first time I joined, I was almost gonna lose it, but what I reflected and I said to myself, this is the last of social media. The younger ones will not understand this. You make a lot of sense and you put a lot of humor to it, even though it's a serious matter. But I could understand that, one of the ways, one coping mechanism is to humorize, put humor into very serious things. That is what they call a matured coping mechanism. I'm a psychiatrist, and that's what I'm telling you this. So, well done, my brother, and I pray that your platform will grow and people will get to understand you better because you really make a lot of sense. So well done.
Appreciate it, man.
Listening to you, well done.
Appreciate you. Thank you for reflecting, because you said the first time you see me, you say, who is this animal? But you reflected. So that is the whole point. You don't have to agree with anybody, but if you take time, just reflect. You say, okay.
Yes.
You just like my mother, they always tell me, is if small Peking, anybody tell you say you decrease, you're a madman for street. No answer, but when you reach out, sit down and think, why these guys have been mad person? Am I really mad?
Exactly.
So that's
one of the presenter candidates, you say one of his best friends was a madman. So and people didn't understand what he's saying. So what I could say, like I cannot I cannot overemphasize the importance of Nigeria is in trouble. If not for the fact that people are kind of enduring, there's something you mentioned now that say, once you get into power, you're the god. People don't understand this. How can a constitution bestow on one man? Because I would say a man, because we never had a female president. How can a constitution bestow on one man absolute power? So for those who believe in God, God is the only person that has absolute power. So in Nigeria, the president of Nigeria is God. So I mean, when you talk about judiciary, we want them to do magic because that's the only thing they can do. So how can they come up? The president is going to appoint who is going to be the chief justice of Nigeria. The president is going to be appoint who is going to be the judges. A few days ago, we heard a senator saying that his wife helped a lot of senators. Nothing is going to happen, my brother. There is a bit, what's it called? The mic bit saying, Honorable Minister, off your mic. What happened? You are rewarded with the Senate presidency. So, the reality of Nigeria is a hopeless country.
It is.
But God must be a Nigeria to still keep us together. So, well done, my brother.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you. Unfortunately, I can't stay long.
No, that's
Thank
fine.
you very much. Well done.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Man. Thank you for paying attention.
I'm going to subscribe now. I've never seen your program before, so I have to. I will do that.
Well, appreciate it. I comes in if I have time. Yes. Thank you so much, man, Emia, for appreciate you. On Niger, I don't know. You've been trying to come on, but your device is always showing not connected. So keep trying. Let me see how many more hours I get. 30 minutes more. I think I got to go for another 30 minutes more because I have to hit the road. I did middle of where I go, where they come from, and where I go. I did the middle. I did stranded. Let me just put it out there. So, but in a couple of hours, I think should be heading back to where I came out from. Yes. I thank you, Emia, for actually, taking time to just reflect to say, okay, yeah, this guy might just have a weird view where he's saying things and all that. It could be something. It could be just one thing out of 1 million things anybody say, not just me. It could be one thing that will stand out, but just see it from you cannot see everything from your angle. You know, go work like that. Like crown. We will do crowns every day. You get Agbado full house. As they talk, they collect Agbado every now and then.
What are you saying? Me, I just want to beat you. How are you doing?
I see you. Was it yesterday night?
Yeah. Were you sleeping or what?
That night, I did try. My phone fall inside water. You understand? Okay. So before inside water, the thing blank. Boy, you see the ring. I don't know if you see anything. So I can't go back.
I saw you like, oh, this man. Let me just say hi to him. Before you know it, blah blah blah, blue, and like, this man has come to Agbado finally.
I come on that time because I get some numbers where I need, like Uzo who just come in this morning. I come on delivery. I say, okay, maybe Uzo will come on so I get it. Yeah, that's why I just put that on. I see you. If I bring you on, I don't follow you talk because trust me, I the verse in the sense that these people when they switch on my phone, they ask me stupid question. They ask me for my PIN, my name, my social, everything I give them. They say, we could not verify this account. You have to give us 3 numbers that you frequently call. Who does that?
Maybe you didn't have the number on Google. If you put it on Google, it's supposed to bring it up.
The phone is blank.
Wow.
Anything. So now wait till they tell them, say, come, all these things that you're asking me, I can't. You asked me to tell you the last 4 digits of the 3 numbers that are frequent, last call or frequently call. How am I supposed to know that? Like, is this serious? I don't get yours to go buy another line, change my phone, just leave that one like that. I don't care. I can't see me then deactivate them. They say no, because I could not prove that the account my own. I was like, I just actually bought this line on Sunday. I activated on Monday. So in a way, I never actually make calls directly from the phone. Most now like WhatsApp and all that.
And funny thing is that if it's Nigeria now, you take it to wherever you get it done, they repair the phone for you. But if you want to try it here, man, you pay here.
Because I don't feel do anything. When I mean I know nobody feel call me, I don't feel call, I don't feel
you will look as if you are in darkness, like you're out of this world.
Man, so that's when I see that yesterday, I said, no, this
guy don't, like you will say this guy doesn't know what is going on. This guy doesn't know, he didn't know the purpose of me coming up.
And again, I have to connect my laptop there so that I go to, use just as you talk about some things on Google, right? Where I save with Google. So I try to access my email. Now make me just come online. So I can go live so that maybe some people where I get their number before, I need to actually get in touch with them. Especially
yeah.
So that yesterday night.
Yeah, I've been following it this morning. I just like let me just say I'm always on the road 24 hours. So I just
so
I just like okay, let me just say hi.
Correct, man. I appreciate that, man. I see you.
Yeah. You're about to shut down, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, I just like the way you push back at the prop the other day. That guy doesn't know what he's talking about. I just like and that's what I wanted to tell this guy. What's his name? To Niger. That's the major problem we have in Nigeria. You don't respect each other. You don't respect my feeling. You think you can just rub it over me. And when the result now comes out, people will be crying and all that. Those people that he's talking about now, they hear all those things. When they will now retaliate of all those things because they will have prepared. Most people will not talk. They will not say anything as if they didn't hear anything now. But when the result will come out, they were like, oh, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? All those rhetoric like, this person is a 1909, 18 something, all those stupid things. Everybody know that migration happened. Everybody knows those things. Everybody knows it. Even in the community I claim today, my surname, when you mention my surname, they will refer it to the originally where I came from. That is where I came from, but that's my surname. But because there was a day, okay, I went to my local government. I said I want to get a state of origin stuff. I mentioned my surname. They said, are you from this local government? I said, yes, now. They were like, no, the name didn't sound this and that. So where my name now actually came from, I cannot go there again and say, oh, this is this and that. But the thing is that where I am today, I will respect the people there.
Sure, yeah. That's the only
in Ondo State, let me tell you one thing. In Ondo State, most Yoruba people will have farmland in Ondo State. My dad has a farmland in Ondo State. And despite that we have farmland in Ondo State, cocoa farmland, it doesn't mean that those people, we are still paying them till today. Like when after the whole year, you will still pay the owner of the land, you still pay them some 30 amount. Despite we are Yoruba together, but we respect them. When they come like that, they usually say call our oga. They will give them, you will give them something like, okay, this is their land, we know. That's why we are still the same Yoruba. So when you don't respect people, you come to somebody's place. And when those people comes like that, we know them. They say, oh, those people are coming to do. We'll give them, you are prepare some things. Some people will even give them farm produce.
Yeah.
So that at least to appease them and every other thing. But you say, oh, we have been here for years. We have been here for that. Doesn't make sense. But me, I will just look at them and say, these people, they will create issue. Outside, though, a lot of people create problem from outside.
Yes.
When he said he was in Lagos, because the way he was speaking, I think he can speak Yoruba fluently. Yes. All those things he was saying, when he was there, he would not say it. Immediately we know maybe we are opportune to just get a ticket to travel out of the country. We'll be making noise over there. Over here, I'll be saying this and that. The people there that is on the ground, you are making problem. You are making things difficult for them over there without you knowing. So, but there's nothing concerning me about. I used to tell people, I say, when you create problem for your people, at the end of the day, when they begin to say anything, you will say, oh, they've killed my people, they've killed my people. No. Yeah, so, well, Nigeria is just funny, just a funny country.
It's cheap to talk, especially when one believes in get points to make. It's very cheap to talk, and that's exactly what Prof was doing. Obi was Obi now one else. And I always read in a column, so I kind of have an idea where we're in some issues. But anyway, let me bring Black Panther.
Ovie, my brother.
I greeted you.
This is African Bambata TV talking to you live from Texas.
Finally,
yeah. You're my brother now. We come from the same place. Now my grandmother now Urobo. My father now Benin.
Correct.
So I have both blood. So my body they hot. Well, if it hot like this, if it blows on me off the planet. So you see, Ovie, like I said, thank you before I go on. Thank you for for the platform you've given people to say, despite some of them have different they are brought up in different ideals per se, and most of them are still waxing in the syndrome of the tribal cocoon. They refuse to break that cocoon and get out of that tribal cocoon. So a lot of people are still dwelling in there. They've entrapped themselves there, and they are finding it difficult to face the reality that we have in the world. That is the world is really happening. I thank you for bringing your platform so that people can exercise their what they have inside, and throw it out so that we can really deliberate and argue and come to a round table conclusion, which is what we are really saying, and we are saying it to the entire world that Nigeria is the most highly populated black nation in the world. There's beauty, I say beauty in our diversity. But before I go further, I'd like to thank the other speaker. I thank you so much for what you've spoken, and thank God we have people like you that have that mind to speak up when something is going wrong. You speak up. And Ovie, when people don't really understand Ovie, me and Ovie have had a lot of disagreement, but I come to realize that Ovie is speaking from the perspective of who the politicians are, trying to picture it, because some Nigerians don't really know who they are. They don't know. They just go. It's like when you tie a goat and you start dragging the goat will just be shouting, following the master. That is what we are seeing in Nigeria. They don't ask. That's why I asked the question. Do we know where they are taking us to? But people just go. They just go according to how where the smoke is going. They'll just be following the smoke. They don't know if that smoke is even consuming their father's house in the wood there. They don't even know. They don't even think about that. What is the future of an average Nigerian now that is born today? some of them are being, there's a lot of kids that are delivered today in Nigeria. What will the future look like it for them? Do we even have a future for them? What would they say after you and I, we are gone? And still, some of us are not speaking the truth. Some of us are not analyzing the truth. Some of us are speaking from the perspective of, it's my brother that is there. I tell people when I go to some platforms, I say, there is beauty in our diversity. Yes. I've traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria. I've been to Maiduguri, the end point of the north. I've been to Sokoto. I've been to Bauchi because of my exploits during my days in the University of Port Harcourt. I have fought for a lot of things that I cannot display out here. I participated in the politics of Nigeria. I know the ideology. I know the ideal backing them. But Nigerians don't want, a lot of Nigerians don't want to know what is in there that is wrong in there. We need to start thinking of how to really change the system. We need to try to think that when we have, as beauty as our diversity is, we need to come together to a round table and talk how we're going to harness our diversity for the world to display to the world so that the world can see the beauty out of our diversity. That is what we are refusing. That is what the elite are refusing Nigerians to know. But they sit upon the platform of nepotism and tribalism just to keep that rope in the neck of many Nigerians, start dragging them to nowhere, no man's land. An average Nigerian who is speaking out here has not asked themselves, where are they taking us to? What is the blueprint? What is the blueprint that will bring about the beauty of our diversity? They've not really asked. But what they are seeing, oh, it's going to take this. We are still on that platform of corruption. The depth of our corruption is deeper than the Atlantic Ocean. But we are not seeing it. We are just like, we are picking the crumbs from the master's table. That the crumbs that we are picking from the master's table, that is what a lot of people are still eating, that is making them so pompous they cannot see the index of the damage in the country, Nigeria. They don't love their country. They just speak from what the crumbs they are eating from the master's table. That is what they are speaking from. They've not really gone in. Let me go and test. Let me go and see what is in this system that is wrong. As a man that holds the sovereignty of a nation, you are part of the sovereignty. When you all go to London, we go to US, we go to different country. We change our nationality. What do they say? You are swearing that you will oblige and you uphold the sovereignty of the nation. That is what you are swearing on. To uphold the sovereignty of the nation, to fight for the nation, despite anything. That is why you raise your hand to swear. Where you change your nationality. You've done it. You've seen the beauty of the Western world. You've seen the beauty of so many nations. Why are you not replicating that in your country? You decide to go according to what the template, the corrupt system has given you. And you think you can build a nation in a corrupt system? You think you can change the system? You think you can still, change what is in that constitution they've given you? How will you change a constitution that is blocking an access road, that is opening an access road for you to go, and at the other point is blocking that access road that you shouldn't go, you will not go again? That limits you, that limits your right as a human being. You that own the sovereignty, of that nation, you are not treated as equal person. You are not treated as a citizen. You go to other nations, you go to other nations to school, and when there's problem in that nation, they don't treat you as a citizen. They treat you as a refugee. Your country does not go any further to make sure that it takes you out of there. Your country is not even going to make sure that if you take one of our citizens out, we are going to take 20 of yours. Nothing like that in that nation. But the nation which you all dwell, you dwell in London, UK. If you touch a UK citizen, there's a price that country will pay for it. But what price would they pay for you for an average Nigerian? What price? There's no price for it. We are like I said, we are like a goat that they tie the rope on the neck. If they are dragging a lot of Nigerians to where they don't know. And we as intellectuals, we that have seen the system, we that have dwelt in the system, we that the system have pushed out of to go into the wilderness to hunt for what we are daily bread. We have seen it, but we are not speaking the truth. I was there. I allowed them. I was listening to Kulata. What's his name? Kulata, who stays in London. I was listening to a lot of them. The other one that stays in Nigeria, he was speaking to you. Meanwhile, he was telling somebody to put on the generator. Can you see? We are dwelling in poverty. We enjoy poverty. We enjoy being enslaved in our own fatherland. Because we are from this tribe, we enjoy being enslaved. We see people suffering. We are happy. Look at him displaying the characteristics of the past government that says Nigerian graduates are worthless. Look at him displaying it. This same graduate that comes out of Nigeria, they are the best around the world. In Nigeria, Nigerians are controlling the medical field in America. In Texas here, they are controlling it. They are the best nurses. They are the best doctors. They are the best nursing practitioners. They are the best mathematicians. They are the best in terms of IT. They are the best. Microsoft has one of the best man there, and he's a Nigerian. An Igbo man origin is controlling Microsoft. And we are here speaking. The Nigerian graduates are worthless. It is mind-boggling. It brings out tears from my mind for a man like that to speak down on what people have invested a lot on. He's speaking that. That is what the Nigerian system has made him to do. And it's concurring to that system that is so rotten and is standing on the bedrock of corruption. He's speaking from that perspective. He's blank. He doesn't know what to say. I was listening to Kulata talking about the oil, how will I say? Oil manipulation. Okay, what he has said, is it different from what has been spoken before? Is the system different? It's not different. They are just trying to paint it because the platform, the foundation in which the oil sector is built is not standing. It cannot stand. You can't get into power with the system. You get into power with rigging election. A man that has been noted for corruption, you get into power, you expect the best from that man. It's not going to happen, my brother. We should be very truthful to ourselves. Do we want a Nigeria that we all go and be secured? Do we want a Nigeria that has a good economy? Do we want a Nigeria that will save for our future? Do we want a Nigeria that everyone has a social security number? Do we want that? Why are we killing our country? You are in a country where everything is done right. Without the taxation, UK cannot live. If they remove anything in terms of taxation in UK, that economy is going to fall down. So what are we talking about? We have all the resources. We are not harnessing other resources in the north. In the west, we are not doing that. In the east, we are not doing it. But we are all focused on the Niger Delta, oil from the Niger Delta. Is that an economy? Why can't you harness the vast land in the north? The north the north. We produce everything that Nigeria needs. The north can feed the entire West Africa. The north can do a lot of things, but we're still looking there. We are coming up to tell us all this Ojuelegba knowledge of oil sector. Who is he talking to? Is he talking to a layman? He comes in here, those $2, $3 to cyberspace and come in and say all this Ojuelegba ideology, and you expect all of us that have dwelt in the oil sector to believe what you're saying? The lawman, they cannot get anything. How long can we keep on, with Nigeria keep on adjusting their pants? For how long? Babangida time we adjusted it. Buhari time, the first time it came, we adjusted it. Every other military era, for over 35 years, we adjusted our plan. For how long will an average man will suffer? And this regime brought about a lot of bringing down Nigeria. Little kids have been brought down in the north. We all are not speaking to that. We are looking at a man that has been held down in a country. Everybody has alleged, and we have seen it, and we are still supporting because it comes from our tribe. How long can we play this tribal politics? There is beauty in our diversity, I say. There is beauty in our tongues, but we are not harnessing that tongue to be productive so that we can be the beauty of the world. Nigeria is at the peak there, but we are not looking at ourselves on the peak, on the highest mountain. We are looking at ourselves at below the mountain, and we are speaking from below the mountain. We have been myopic in our speaking because we have been dining in the tribalism. That is what we have been doing. Every Nigerian man, even the artisan in Nigeria, is very smart. And anything a Nigerian man puts his hand in, it grows. But we don't know. Because we have not harnessed this stuff. Every Nigerian is productive. But because we have a government that have not cared for them, we have a government that have made the Nigerian economy a docile economy, an economy where the individual steals from the economy. I put it up to you. Before now and the end of this year, a lot of companies will shift their headquarters to other West African countries because the economy of Nigeria is not stable. You talk about the dollar market. Do you think this government can take down the black market? Do you think so? So what is it saying to us? That the dollar is 750. The dollar, as at now, as I'm speaking here, the dollar is set to naira is 755 naira to a dollar, and it will keep on going up because we are not producing. Before you can close the door, your borders to everything, you must tell the people how you are going to bring the dollar down. You must have a plan of the future. What you want to see Nigeria be in the next 10 years or 20 years. We don't see that in him. All we see, you sign bills. What bills are you signing? Do you have a foundation to keep that bill standing? You don't have it. You are giving loans out. You don't know the numbers of Nigeria that are existing in Nigeria. You don't know them. You don't have a plan to have the accurate numbers of Nigeria, what you can use to identify them. Even if they steal money, even if they get a job, you are talking about giving them loan. What are the employment rates in Nigeria? How many companies are there in Nigeria that is going to harness, that is going to take in the graduates you are bringing out? Before you start talking about them paying back their loan. They take loan. Do you have a company that will absorb the graduates? Are you speaking to that? You are throwing a bullet up. You don't even know the direction which you are throwing the bullet to. Everybody just see Nigeria as a platform, an entity where you can go and do your trading, where you can get your money and run back to your zone in UK and enjoy it. That is lazy. That's the mentality of laziness. A man that does not love the country. I am bleeding when they talk here. When they speak here, I shed tears to a Nigerian speaking like this to his own country. You cannot do how do a country exist? What are the fundamentals you put in place for a country to exist? They have not talked about that. You have not talked about the constitution that will make you strong, that will harness the kind of the culture, the multicultural and the multi-ethnic group you have in your country. And you are talking to build a house on a two-story building. You want to put 10-story building on a two-story foundation? It will fall, my dear brother. We need to think how great nation emerge. We need to think. We are great, but we are thinking like a pauper. We don't love our country. If we love our country, all the yardstick, all this, look at the Senate Speaker. Look at what he did. Look at the amount of money he stole. Look at the Senate briefing. That was 3 days ago. A man rose up and tell everyone that he compromised the judiciary through the wife. Will that happen in UK? Will that happen in UK? Will that happen in the US? Will that happen in Europe? Where my wife, I'll be a senator, my wife will be the justice? It ain't gonna happen. So what are we talking about? You want to tell me I don't know in the oil sector? I'm a mathematician. I have double honors in mathematics and statistics. I have those honors. You can come out here to speak the Ojuelegba Alaba kind of ideology. You want us to take it in? You don't have money in the cyberspace, $2, $3. The corrupt kind of mindset you have in Nigeria. You don't come to tackle the issue. You come to pay politicians that are corrupt, that don't have companies, but they are billionaires. That don't have enterprise, but they are billionaires. What do you say to that? Can that exist in UK? You don't know the source of your income. Can that exist in the United States? No way. You have to state where your source of income comes from. Everybody is just enjoying the euphoria of seeing a country go down every day. Go down every day. Tomorrow they will come up with another system. I'm signing a bill to make sure that the Ojuelegba citizen goes to the moon. Do you have the technology that can do that? We should start thinking of our country. We should start loving the nation. This nation, Nigeria, is a beautiful country. If we can harness our potential, if we can harness our ethnic group and come together and have a good constitution that will make us a tight bond which the Western world cannot break. Look at what is happening in Kenya now. The Kenya government, the Kenya president just made a speech this week that they want to stop the buying things in the dollar rate in Africa. These are people that have the mindset to know the future so that their countrymen can survive the future. We are not thinking about that. We are thinking about getting dollars, stealing dollars from the oil sector. That is all we know. They are changing and putting a Roman in the CBN, putting an Igbo man. We are just thinking about tribe. We cannot harness the tribe to make the tribe beautiful, to make the tribe, harness the tribe to make that tribe productive. Nigerians are productive. Nigerians are intelligent. I repeat again, Nigerians are productive. They are not lazy people. If they can come out to speak the national anthem at Target to fight and come be brought down for their motherland, what else can a man do for his own nation? We are here castigating the people that have been taken down for so many years. And people are speaking. They are not speaking the truth. They are not speaking what they can eat from the master's table. The crumbs that fall from the master's table, that is all what they believe in. We should start thinking how we harness our blackness. We should start thinking like an African. Our African has the potential to be, to dictate to the world. We have everything. Our soil are the best in the world. You throw a corn on the ground of African soil, it will grow without no you pouring water there. What are we talking about? We are there. Do you think I love staying outside? I'm afraid to go to my own motherland. I have all my days in Africa and Nigeria. I have been in the civil rights movement. Human rights movement has been there, holding tight positions. And you will come here, you are living there, maybe some faults. I came in here within the right way. I didn't go through any back door. That is why I can speak rightly. Many that know that they came to the back door to foreign land, they cannot speak like this.
True.
They should speak well. If they have the boss in their plot down there, let them speak truth. Ojuelegba is there. They're taking passport from that place to travel to another land. They come here to speak all sorts of rubbish. It is time. It is time for us to speak truth to our motherland. It is time for us to build our home that we can call our home. Ovie is here. Ovie has been speaking it He cannot. What drove him out of Nigeria? We've all held it. If his motherland was good, he wouldn't have been here. But we are speaking, we are bringing the patriots in Nigeria that have been fighting. We are bringing them down. We are telling them that they are lazy. These people are fighting for their life. Instead of you to do something to it, you are encouraging the politicians that have eaten into the black bone marrow of the country, that have turned the country upside down. Many, you people don't think about the people in the north. Our brothers are going down every day. Children are going down every day. Don't we have human conscience? Don't we have it? We speak economic. What are the economic terms Kolata is speaking from? I beg to challenge him. Let him bring the economic terminology speaking from that has worked. I beg to challenge him. I can fly away to London to challenge him there. This is absurd for you to bring your country down. Pretending to be good. Is there anything good that will come out of Egypt? I speak with boldness and with anger in my heart against men that are Nigerians that are speaking against the country, that are trying to bring the country down because of the crumbs they eat from the master's table. This is demonic. Look at our pastors. Look at our imam. They are ganging together to bring their own country down. And you people are here talking about things that you know that is wrong. You are supporting evil. Do you know how many a president is leaving the country and more than how many thousands that were brought down? And you are here, a man that they've alleged and fact and figures are out against him. You are clapping up because it comes from your own tribe group. Kolata that is speaking, was he not wearing masks before when it comes to cyberspace? If you have the balls, go to Nigeria and stay for 1 week and see what your Nigerian that you have created will do to you. Since you are taking the crumbs from the master table, let's see the crumbs from the master table, how far it will take you when you get to Nigeria. Your own fellow citizens are buying gas for 500 naira. They are buying right bag of rice for 86,000 plus. Transportation to Jolega is 1,000 plus, and you come here, you have the boss to tell us the atrocity they are committing in the oil sector. God bless Nigeria. God bless you, Ovie. You are doing a great service to your motherland. People may not understand you, but we understand you where you are coming from. We know you are describing those people that are eating down the bone marrows of Nigeria. You are trying to describe them so that they can know who they are. They cannot change unless we decide to change the status quo. We must decide to change it. If we don't change it, it's going to continue to change us. And change it is inevitable. Until we decide to change it, it will not change. Until we decide to change the status quo of Nigeria, it will keep on going down. And you people will come here and start talking. One day, the garrison will be let loose. And men will go into the garrison and take to arms. That is what you people want to see. And you will see it. Because it has been proven in Somalia is there. It has been proven in the entire African nation. When you keep on taking down your country through corruption, one day the people will go into the garrison and take to arms. And that day I will see what the tribe will benefit you. This is what I have to say of you. God bless you. God bless you. And God bless every Nigerian that comes to your network to speak the truth to power. God bless them.
Wow. I can only say wow.
Including me.
Now the kind power I won't get for my voice be this. But I don't see tell me the run self. Won't make it tell me the secret. No, but on a more serious note, I can only say wow. That was powerful. There are some things that you said. Don't say me, I always pick some kind funny body. You said something about something is deeper than the Atlantic Ocean. Nigeria trouble happy. Nigerian leaders, their heart are deeper than the Atlantic Ocean. I wanted to ask you, say, how deep is the Atlantic Ocean? But point well taken. Again, you saw something about Jolegba ideology. I just couldn't hear that too. Like, even though you are trying to
see, Ovie, the Jolegba ideology is what brought a lot of our compatriots to London, to various countries. And that is why they are still waxing in that euphoria Until they get out of that euphoria, they will never see the true Nigeria.
I like that. And again, you said something, the kids, the victims from the north. People are not talking about the victims of Boko Haram and the victims of bandits. These kids who are 3, 4, 5, 6 years old. These kids are scattered around the Niger Cameroon border. Nobody is talking about them. What is going to happen 20 years from now, 15 years from now? When those kids begin to ask questions, where are our parents? Where is my uncle? Where is my daddy? And all that kind of thing. How do you think they are going to react? They are in their thousands, hundreds of thousands, victim of Boko Haram and bandits. Kids, I'm not talking about the people with the even camp, camp, refugee camp now. There are a lot of kids who are scattered around Cameroon, Nigeria, Nigerians who are victim of this what Nigeria has been experiencing for decades. When those kids come of age and they begin to ask questions, I don't know. So I picked that point, and I think that's one thing that will actually take time, or even a week, to talk about that, because even during the campaign, nobody's actually drawing anybody attention to that. Where are these kids? Nobody. Maybe they are camped somewhere now, because at the end of the day, that's what will happen. Some group of people or influential people come and group them, influence them, arm them, and all that. Boom, they will go to war. It's happening all over the world that we see. Nobody's saying I'm just making this up. Because nobody's asking, where are those kids? Who their parents, their uncles, their parents have been slaughtered? Nobody. So I picked that point from you too. Man of prestige, we have just been blessed with a powerful message and a powerful voice. I expect that. I wish I can.
Wow.
Like that.
What a eulogy, man. That guy, I don't know who he is, but that was a powerful sermon he just preached, if I may use that word in that way.
Yes.
Yeah, Ovie, my brother, hi there.
I do. I think I'm fuel up now. I don't get more power from this message way Black Panther gives. So I'm ready.
Good. Go climb that Kilimanjaro way there behind you.
No, I'm not be saying now my village be that. On a more serious note, now my village be that. That's where I grew up. My school, after the buildings of my primary and secondary school, now that rock, you have to walk a little bit though. So we go there every day. People go. They used to come there as a tourist and all that. That's my God. I call it my God. It's called.
You see, Nigeria is blessed with a lot of natural, tourist place. If you go, I mean, a lot of.
Is that Zuma Rock?
No, this is Oruku. It's called Oruku Rock.
Okay.
It's I said that my village. No, be saying that far day from where my school is just right there. With a farm, our farm is like. This place from my school to that place now like 10 minutes walk. You understand? So we get farm around the place. There are a lot of stream water that are coming from the rock, and the rock is very flat. You fit juggle ball, soccer ball on top of the rock, as you see also. But there's something that is a secret though. We hide that for people. Or you people in the 70s and 80s and 60s, but we don't pursue them.
Yeah, that's money that's a place that could be making money for Nigeria.
Yes, it's a terrorist destination.
We don't utilize our natural resources. The oil where we get, then go steal them. So what is new? But that guy Simon or eulogy, anything I may call it, very powerful. I just started listening to it halfway. I just came in to listen. I just started listening maybe about 5 minutes ago. But the last minute that I had, I thought it was very powerful. But I don't know who is that guy. I've never met him before, but hopefully he come back.
You have met me before. We have been meeting with Dr. Damage stuff. We have been speaking. I know your mindset. I know your ideal. I know who you are, and you know me very well.
Hold on. Have you come on the platform on Dr. Damage?
Very well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Maybe I missed. Maybe when
very well.
I will know.
Yeah. I decided to.
Regardless, brother, that was a very powerful message. Okay, I admire that, man. Keep it up, brother. That was good. Everything you said is right on the money.
Ovie, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you. Sorry, yeah.
Oh, thank you very much. Greetings to my fellow panelists.
I agree
Ovie, I beg, forgive me for waiting. I won't do now. But man of prestige, I won't give you one small jab. Shey now you talk say nothing good for Nigeria. Now you don't praise the PA background.
Wait a minute. Ovie, hold on. I'm going to talk to that brother. Yes, and I said it. That doesn't mean I'm not in Nigeria. I don't have,
I
don't
just
have
vex.
inclination for Nigeria, but I'm just calling a spade a spade.
No, not play, they play. Oh. I just
Yeah,
play,
no.
brother.
Nigeria is a bad place, but we all want what is good for Nigeria,
Man
regardless
of prestige. Man of prestige.
Yes, sir.
I've told you. I said you should sell your property in Nigeria for me. I want to buy.
The only connection between me and Nigeria business.
Yeah, that your business. Sell it over. Sell your stakes over there. Sell it to me. It's me that want to buy. Personally, I want to buy.
No. What him the next generation from my family would, and I'm trying to build, what generation for the family.
Oh, so you know that. Oh my goodness, that's good.
Well, if Nigeria is the place, let it be. Whomever I find success, I'll go.
Nigeria is big. It's not because of the one government you say you want to do this. Not every government that everybody will agree with. Even if the best government, despite the Trump stuff now, a lot of people still love Trump. They are still arguing about it. Trump,
no, don't go about Trump. I don't love Trump.
No. What I'm saying is that no matter what you want to say about somebody's government or whatever, a lot of people will say that government is the best. That's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, look at what happened yesterday for Miami. Some guy go where and prisoner something in front of the truck. Regardless.
Yeah.
Now he's in jail.
The police was pushing the one woman like that.
Brother, this message is for Ovie.
Yes.
You, Ify, and some of those people, I think about 2 or 3 people who are supporting Trump. You all need to be careful. Look, hold on. Look at everybody that has supported Trump. Where are they right now? Look at that low level.
Christmas is coming up. I think maybe the guy who can get the ticket, maybe.
See, can I speak on Trump?
Yeah,
that guy, that former governor of New Jersey.
You see, Trump as a person is a businessman. And thank God, the forefathers that created and deemed it well to put together a constitution that has been reformed, I guess 4 times. The constitution is working and you are safe. That anybody contrary to what is being laid down in the constitution, the law will get hold of that person and seize that person. So that is why you see people will support anybody. It is the right of anyone to support. I don't go against that. But when you don't have a system that can go and investigate that personality that is coming for you to hand over your sovereignty to, you don't have a system, then that person will make a mockery of the whole nation. And we all will continue to feed from the crumbs. In America, you don't feed from the crumbs. You are a partaker of the system. You are putting your resources together to build a formidable nation, which is the greatest nation in the world. That is who an average American is. That is who an average American has sworn to defend. But have we in Nigeria sworn to defend our country? Or do we even see, have we come together to even say, let us bring something that is our own system? I believe in Africanism. Let us bring something. Let us infuse our own tradition into the constitution. Let us stop make mockery of our traditional institution. Let us bring them into the constitution. I am a believer of that. I preach that gospel wherever I go. But we have not been able to do that. Rather, we are relegating what made us Africa today. We are relegating it. And we are all bound close to this democracy that have not been able to work. We have not been able to get down on our knees to know and think We have intelligent people. For God's sake, Nigeria is the most intelligent black race in the world. I stand to be corrected. If a man can take off a baby from the womb, treat the baby, rectify it, and take it back into the womb of a woman, and the baby is a testimony now to the entire world. And that black man still is not being celebrated. That is what we are saying. We should try and build our own so that we can celebrate our own and showcase our potential. There is beauty in our diversity. I keep on saying that, and I will keep on saying that. There is beauty in an average Hausa man. There is beauty in an average Fulani man. There is beauty in an average Yoruba man. But they have tied us down so that we cannot think as one. That is what they have done. And we just sit down, everybody start talking, divert. We have to start talking because our generation now, our own, is going. And the new generation is coming. What are we going to give to them? We did not say, oh, our papa failed us, our father, our uncle failed us. They are the one that caused this problem. That is the same cause that is coming if we don't do anything. We keep on we keep on looking for what we are going to benefit. Every time benefit. Who among us will say the money we have will take us to heaven? Who among us can stand our ground and say the money we have, they will bury with us and will take to heaven? Who among us? We have to sit down and think and how we are going to rectify this issue in Nigeria. We are going down. Our problem, the debt is more than the Atlantic Ocean. And we are still swimming in it. Up to today, we are still swimming in it. It's your own daylight robbery of your constitution. You are there, people are clapping hands. Let's go with the trajectory. He's making a change, he's signing bill. What is signing bill? How does that make a change in an average Nigerian who cannot even eat 1 square meal a day? I bound to be corrected. An average Nigerian cannot boast of, I will eat 1 square meal today. He's praying to God for God to bring that to him. Why will Africa come to pray for what belongs to them? Why? We keep on praying for what we know that God has given us dominion over. We keep on praying over it. We have to seek for knowledge. We also have to seek for the understanding of the knowledge we are taking in. That is the bone of contention. And I will stand to be corrected. The educated class right inside Nigeria has failed the entire country. They've turned the country to rag, and we are Nigerians, the average Nigerians there, the both poor Nigerians there, they are helpless. That is why we need to rise up. India, today you are seeing India, it is the diaspora that changed the Indian economy. The Indian economy is coming into America now. They are trying to take over the science world in America now. An Indian man is the Prime Minister of England. What are we as a Nigerian? Who are we? That is the full question. Who is a Nigerian? Are we Nigerians? What is the thing that makes us Nigerian? And we should ask our people, where are we going to? Where do we want to go? And where is our position taking us to? I asked myself one day, I said, are these people governing Nigeria? Are they Nigerians? Let's say there's no Nigeria. Are they human? To see an average person in the north being shattered and disseminated. And we are here preaching, now my brother, now I'm going to become president. What has come into us as a country? What has come into us?
What I go fit to the job. Let's hear from AY. I think AY is a new guy among us. AY, I think you are muted. If you can hear me, okay. Yes. Charles, is that you?
Yes, Ovie.
Long time. How are you? Are you just recovering from Tinubu's victory? All right. It's not with us. Don't mute yourself again. Who did it? Chelo.
My brother, you think they happen? Ovie, do you hear me?
Would they hear you? They hear you.
I say I feel discriminated. You leave me, we be young bobo, we upcoming star, call person with the US. We in Europe feel discriminated from the people in United States.
I actually never know that you're in Europe until you say it now.
Well, we are more important than any diapers. Don't you know that?
You see, that's American.
We control the things. We run the world.
Yeah.
That's the American in man of speaking.
You see, the problem that is that you are just a young dynasty. We have over 1,000 years of dynasty here.
Where are you speaking from? London? Oh, okay.
No, right now I'm in Germany.
Germany. Okay, they are una empire no last. Not even I say the point around the world. There's no point in Germany around the world.
We have always run the world. Only that people don't know.
How do you run?
They have not run the world. They have been defeated many times.
We don't know history, but it tells me to forget. Wait, make I lecture una.
Why? Hold on. So you run the world because you feel like you produce BMW, you produce Audi, you produce Mercedes.
Let it
and alcohol.
No, wait.
The
Queen of England, we just die. Now from Hanover, the family come from. Anywhere where you see Winter Mountain, Winter this one, Beg this one, all of them are Germans. People where they run on our economy, most of them are science world, like German. Einstein, German, they be. These people rule the world. They be Roman emperor. They controlled almost the half of Europe. So they 1 million as of 1800, 1 million Germans went to America. That's why if you go to America, you see some German states names in America. We rule. Now, what you supposed to know? We know they talk too much. At a time when they do Angela Merkel was the first citizen of the world. She controlled. She put Putin where she did. She put Trump where he did. Everybody keep quiet.
Make una come carry Trump.
Now you are reaching too far. Now you are going too far.
No, the issue is that no, Ovie chicken now. As she did there, as Merkel did there, Trump they go up, they go down. Putin they go up, they go down. Nobody talk, no thing start. Now as this woman come out, now her talk say as of the time crisis, that financial crisis day now, she talks make we ramp up what do they call them automobile industry go help. People start to get car anyhow. So we run the world. If you come here, you cool down, you know what they show yourself, but they hold their own. The SAP way they hear of, you follow to Microsoft way they hear of today. But in the Germany, they run the business world. What you get from Microsoft for all those things, then they get the business world. Now then they run out. So we could come out from there. The only thing I get now mouth. I know football, I know Sabi. Basketball, so Spain they beat you. Tell them now.
German never run the world before. I mean, in terms of technology civilization, at the point, you can't let them out. But in terms of running the world, literally, like the Americans are doing, like the British did, like the Roman did, like the Netherlands did, like the Spaniard did, and
No, they build. The Germans build. That's what they do. They build. They
I
build.
know
We
that very
build society.
in terms of science, I think yes, the world look up to them.
But
From
if you did, wait till now they talk. Wait till now they
that
talk.
was
Say,
then.
I tell you, say we colonize England. They tell us say
Now
UK. They tell us say.
But if you colonize England, you don't colonize the world now. When did you colonize England? Let me think. When?
I just told you that the Queen is from Hanover. Go check their history.
No, when we say run the world, literally, in German, no, they did their thing.
America, they feel say they run the world. Now there the problem they. We just want to make the common money. Bring the money.
I don't agree.
When I carry, maybe they talk, man of prestige, open my talk, say, make we carry Trump. We go carry Trump, but with the time we Trump, they want no deal. Make it come back again.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
For the record, let me show you my candidate. For the record, this is my candidate right here. I get 2 of his books. You see it?
What? What I mean, say it again. I'm looking from my iPhone place. You know, I'm not okay. Let me see the guy. Oh, DeSantis.
That's my candidate.
That one is dead on arrival.
Exactly. He's way behind.
Now Trump fight
look at the latest poll. He only put in 24%. Trump is at 50 something.
Don't worry. We just the game. We are still in the morning.
It's okay. I mean, Ovie, like I tell you, I say some of you where they support Trump. Look at what happened to that low-level person, Nida or whatever they call him. Now he's been charged for conspiracy, So
see, all
be careful.
All those one are still all politics. Even if he go jail, he can take contest, and if he will still be president. So what's the shenanigan for?
But he's a damaged product.
He said he wins. He will run. He will
Ovie,
yeah, he's going to run, but can he win?
That's the question.
He cannot win election again now. You know yourself.
How?
How? You know. So if you have a damage record, it is barely almost impossible.
Una no damage Tinubu, you no win election.
Forget Nigeria case.
Ovie, thank you very much.
What are you talking about?
Why are you gonna? Nigeria is not the same thing with America.
Exactly. If President Biden, if he's still running to be re-elected as president, anybody can become president. If Biden is still running with his fragile,
Biden is not a hold on Ovie. Biden is not a damaged product. The only thing that he's too old.
Tinubu is stronger than Biden, physically speaking. What are you talking about?
We don't know that.
Wait till the yarn, Ovie.
We don't know that.
Somebody will go roast Trump. He wants national speech.
Medical record.
I am not talking about medical record. I say physically look at what me and you can see.
Because Tinubu go France, go take a booster. Wait for about 2 more months.
Biden no they take booster.
No, Tinubu is walking like a 30 years old man right now. But he go France next month.
Biden is doing what? Biden is working like who?
You see, you are one of the problems when Nigeria gets. The way you look at it.
Man of Presi, you actually cast your vote for Biden to be the next president. You actually do it.
Well, I have no option. I'm definitely not going to vote for. Hold on. I'm definitely not going to vote for Trump. I'm definitely not going to vote for DeSantis because DeSantis is the junior Trump. So I would have preferred somebody else besides Biden, but I want some stability.
Yeah, somebody else now. There's this guy from this family.
Kennedy.
Kennedy is there.
No, those two and him and that woman don't have any traction. I mean, believe me, I wouldn't want Biden. But
hold on first. Are you talking about traction or actually ability to actually do the work? Forget about.
Look at Biden. Look at Biden's accomplishment.
Let me ask you.
Regardless of his fragile age.
Let me ask you the question. Forget the Republican. Forget Trump and DeSantis.
Okay.
Actually, as the game is now, you will pick Biden over Kennedy.
Wait, I'm not going to pick. Kennedy's a loser, so I'm not going to pick him.
I am asking you direct question. You will prefer Kennedy than Biden in the next 4 years.
You talking about my preference? I need to say, hold on. Okay, hold on, Ovie, let me land. In terms of age and everything, it's on Kennedy's side. So I need to see Kennedy manifesto.
I say pick a president among these two people. And that's what I put before you. I know they put their whatever, I just present before you as two human beings standing before you. Who will you pick to be your president in the next 4 years?
Who, Kennedy or Biden? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Well, the reason why I'm going to put Biden, because I don't know very much. Hold on, let me land. The reason I'm going to put Biden, I don't know very much about Kennedy. I need to see where he's coming from. I need to see his ideology. But I'm gonna pick Biden because I prefer stability. Biden is gonna give me that stability that I want, regardless of his age. Because America is based on the institution. President alone. President doesn't even run the country. The institution.
But no, we are talking about the people now who will be president, whether common flag or whatever. Also, we are talking.
I rather vote for Chris Christie, but he's not going to win. I go for Chris Christie. Yes, I can.
Chris Christie is a Republican now.
It doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
I'm an independent, but most of the time I vote for Democrat. But I'm trying to be very realistic with it. If Christie come up there, against any Democrat that I don't like, any progressive, I vote for Chris Christie. But I don't think he has a chance. That's the problem. It's between Trump and DeSantis. Unless things change. Yeah, we're talking about as of right now.
But what do you think? If DeSantis cleans the ticket, do you think Biden can beat him?
That's going to be a tall order for Biden.
That's why you guys don't want DeSantis. Because you know Biden cannot beat him. That's why
apart from, I don't know. You don't know that. You just think that DeSantis can win. But the problem is that by the time he start painting, DeSantis who he is, all this woke and all that, he's just a more smarter Trump. No different.
Don't forget. Twitter is not there to protect Biden shenanigans anymore. Everything
is shenanigans.
Just why you talk like this now? But no worry first. All I'm saying is that deep down, if it comes down between Biden and DeSantis, the game is over. You guys,
I won't use that word, but all I'm going to say is it's going to be more tougher for Biden. That's what I'm going to say.
Democrats want Trump because they believe Biden can beat him.
Okay. Exactly.
But if it's DeSantis that scaled through Republican Party.
Ovie, what is your name? Honor politics, right? You play the game that way, right? I agree with you. But I wouldn't say DeSantis is going to win outright. But all I'm going to say is going to be...
If he wins the ticket, I predicted it in 2019. I'm not just saying this. 2019.
Okay, let's see how your prediction works. But with what's going on right now, if I have to bet, I would say Trump is going to win, whether he's in jail or not in jail. Of course, it's not going to go. It's not going to go to trial until after election.
You see, all these things are it's all politics, right? It's all politics. See, Trump, they are giving Trump what he wants. Trump loves publicity, bad, good, ugly, whatever. He doesn't care. He knows how to use it. And that's why they are giving him at the platter of gold. They will soon slow down. Then they'll pick up again towards after the primaries. Or before
I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that.
Can I come in? You know what's going to happen? It's going to be a two-way traffic for Mr. T. I won't mention his name. For Mr. Trump.
It's going to be what?
If two-way traffic for him.
Okay.
If he's free in his mind, he might want to pick somebody. But if he goes in, the laws is going to bring him down. Because there's so many conspiracy about him that so many Americans will not buy. Because
sorry, Black Panther.
There's no law that's going to preclude him from not running.
Yeah, so
see, even if he can do a plea bargain, he can go for a plea bargain.
Even if he's in jail, he will run, and if he wins, he will be a president. So, what is the point of all this shenanigans then?
No. Ovie, make ask you a question. You go feel as you did now. You go feel vote for somebody where put the life of those guys in harm's way. If he release the thing they won't use, he release them to your opponent. You go feel vote for that person.
Ovie, where? Let me understand from him.
Let me understand what he said. Let me understand. Let me get the question.
Okay. You go feel vote for that person when you say he get your secret. And if he release that secret, more than 100,000 men will go for it. Will you vote and give your sovereignty to that person?
Again, I'm still trying to. Are we talking about Trump?
Yes, I'm trying to tell you.
Not a former president. Which security when you won't give, if you won't give? That is, I
See,
don't understand.
see.
Oh,
See.
you mean all those documents when get? That's what it's talking
Yes.
Why did Biden get now? Why did he get the same thing now? So what is the difference?
See, no.
Biden was
not
able to release it. He's been charged. It's not. Hold on. It's not just charged for. Hold on, Ovie. It's not charged for. It's not charged for possession only. My pants has it, but his is obstruction and espionage.
Can you say, man of prestige? This is politics. Forget all these people that they talk on top mainstream media and all that. He's the president. What do you expect them to say? He's the president, sitting president.
What are you talking about? Are you defending him? What are you talking about?
What? If to say he not be sitting president, the same thing that they did to Trump when men invade Malalago, they will not do it to Biden if he's not in the sitting president. They will do the same. But he's the sitting president. What are you talking about? All of them are the same. If you want to go by that secret, they are all the same. No, don't hold that against. That's what I'm saying. All these things that they are doing to Trump. We live in America. If you put your searchlight on any of those men, you will see the same or worse than what Trump would they say about Trump. Me and you know this. We know.
No, I don't know that of you.
Well, you should know now. You see, when you sometimes leave mainstream media, pay attention to the real deal underground. You will see all this. What I'm saying. Biden is not the saint. The laptop from hell. Do you know what is inside?
No, I'm not. Wait a minute. Whenever do you know who is handling the laptop? A Trump appointee.
That is the point.
Whenever you come out.
The man of prestige. Why did they refuse to let the laptop out? Why Twitter? In fact, they actually let block New York Times to even write anything about it. Why?
Okay, but right now it's in the hand of
it is not right now.
An independent prosecutor is handling it, and it's a Trump appointee.
It's all politics, right? It's all gimmicks.
Now, Ovie, I can talk to you now. I don't come up for where my Republican friends did. I can talk to you now. See, Ovie, let me tell you one thing. You and I will deal for the same American and Mr. Prestige. You see, the America, you have to look at the American psyche. We have what we call educated voters. They go and they watch before they vote, and they know what they are voting for. You might have some shenanigans that are talking that saying that, oh, Trump will blow out this, Trump will do this. All those are rhetorics. But what we are looking for now, there was one survey that they did online. They interviewed the lady. This lady voted for Trump before. Then he and the husband, they were in group. So they now asked them, with what is going on now, and he's being charged for espionage. Do you know what's called espionage? I believe you know. And you know how heavy that. You know how heavy they charge you for espionage. They know they charge anybody for espionage like that. If they charge you for espionage, you are going in, you are going down.
Black Panther.
So I never land. Now let me land.
Regardless of what they charge Trump with, if you win election,
Ovie, make I land. You see, the guy, they asked the woman, you know, the women, they are very, very strong.
Women from where? Who states they
America. They are very strong, and they decisive very well.
Where
they can decide.
Who states this woman day and who they
interview? Nevada.
Who they interview her?
They interview her for CNN.
Why does it matter?
So
CNN, I interview her.
Nevada is a battleground state. What does it
matter? A battleground state now. You know what the woman said? The woman said one thing. He said, I am scared. You know why she said so? You see, when you charge a man for espionage, let us forget about his presidency. When you charge a man for espionage, espionage is a great offense in America.
Okay.
You don't, when you are charged for espionage, that means you are putting the risk, the life of all Americans. You are selling it to your enemy.
Black Panther, Black Panther.
And they have so many facts.
Black Panther, maybe we call this a conversation. I am not saying whatever they're accusing Trump for is innocent or is guilty. I don't care about whatever they're accusing him of. What I care about is that how will that affect him from either contesting or winning the election?
Okay, now let me tell you how it's going to affect him. Let me tell you how it's going to affect him. When they bring him, you know, the youth age for America is high too. When they bring him among the youth, he's going to lose. When they bring the rating,
which youth are you talking about?
The youth in America is going to lose.
Which way are you talking about? America?
The rating, general rating. I go and check the general rating last year. Like when he was in power, and I go check the rating now. I'm working with the rating.
We are talking about. I know they just I don't pay attention to Nigerian rating and all those bullshit. I don't
No, not the Nigerian who they talk now. Now America who they talk.
Hold on, now let me talk. Now the same. I don't care. This man has over 85 million people voted for him. What are you talking
What about Biden? What about Biden?
How much vote for Biden? So that is the more reason you should not write him out.
No, how many vote for Biden? You talk him now.
Oh my! Hold on. Biden won the election.
How many vote for Ram? Talk.
200 until win. He win. That's not my point. My point is
Biden beat Trump for Trump. Then
can you let me make my point now? I'm not saying I didn't say Trump.
What do they talk now?
Hold on. Let me talk. Hold on. I did not say Trump. Biden did not beat this. I say he won the election, right? But the more if he won the election, a country by how many people vote? 150 something. 160 million people vote. Almost half of those people vote for your opponent. That is what they are scared of.
Why do they thought they have? Why they thought they have? How many vote for Biden now? You talk am. I did for your computer. They check am.
Now 100 million they win.
No, you check am. Exactly. I want make you to use fact. Don't be saying you're going to talk one side on. Talk the other side.
Black League. Hold on, Black League. I think I see what Ovie is talking about. He's talking about that Trump vote is close to Biden vote. Maybe Biden beat him by just 3 million. That means Biden has a lot of vote.
Let me make that. Black Panther, just hold on. It is not, I don't care if Biden won with 200 million. That's not the point. They are scared for the fact that despite how they demoralized this marriage, he was still able to have amassed about 85 million votes. That is what you should be worried about as a politician.
Yes.
Hold on, that's why he's going through all this, right? So that followership will be discussed.
He's going to all this because he's broke the law. He broke the law. Let's be realistic.
Let me land.
No, man of president and talk finish. Make it land.
I never said Trump commit crime or did not commit crime. I am not saying what he did not do all that. That's not my point. You understand? If let's say they convict him for the espionage, they send him go jail. If he contests, he goes see he win and he will face the president. Then what is the point? I'm just trying to
okay. Let me ask you a question. And bring records out. Because we are going to go to the memory history lane now. Tell me any American president where they don't accuse of something wrongdoing where he come back to power.
Wait, never, hold on. Let me answer that question.
Zero.
Can I answer the question? No. But guess what? Have we ever have any American that has been so accused and still get 85 million votes?
We forget about the vote now. I'm asking a fundamental question.
Hold on now. See, if you be Biden, if you be Democrat, I'm asking what.
I not be Democrat, be Republican. No.
Now listen. Now just talk. If you be Democrat, this is how you think, right? There's never been a president that amassed about 81 million votes and still lost an election. Never happened before. Now,
you know why he got 85 million?
Let me tell you.
You know why he got it. You know how he got it.
How did he got it?
Okay. Look, Trump is a very tactical person and he's smart. They were docile people, which are very important in the history of America, but they were docile. They needed someone that would play their game and we lift them up from their docility.
The megas and the white races.
God bless you. God bless you. There's nobody in American history that has waking them up after the when they passed the bill on black voter. There was no president that have awoken them up. It is now Trump that woke them up. That is why you see the increment in the voters registers. People came out, enough people came out from that platform to vote.
Hold on. America now two. Just divide that into two. That's America. Right? Because all this analysis where they talk so America now two.
No, but that portion where I talk now, they're strong now.
Let me finish now. You they see the fact that there's a person that lost election with almost 75 million votes is something you as a politician should be worried about.
Yes, it's very important.
Let me finish now. You don't make your point. You understand? Just like we are saying earlier, Obi pull up 6 million votes. And if you think next election,
no, it passed 6 million. No, they talk that one for public. It passed 6 million.
Conversation, my guy. You don't say you spend 2 hours to talk. Just allow. I know we are making a point, right? I'm just saying 6 million. It's not 6 million. It's more than that. I'm just saying that. Do you think the APC and PDP they go sit down where they go they say this one a good boy now in the next election? No, he's going to go through hell if he's going to contest again. Obi is going to go through hell if he's going to contest again.
You're right.
Because of what? He was from nowhere gets 6 million votes. That's never happened before.
Yeah.
So I am not writing Democrat out. First of all, I give Democrats the winning edge first. Not because they're in power, but because of the way they win the last election.
You know the man that can win this election very well, plainly, with majority vote. If he pass through that rigorous thing, among all the people, now Mike Pence.
This guy. I don't know.
Yes, I'm telling you the fact. Now Mike Pence.
Let's go back to Nigeria.
Why? Because of the what? Because of the what? What Angelis?
No. See, there's a position a man will take for his country that you know that man want to believe in the system.
Uncle
Mike Pence would have turned that table round.
Let me tell
if
you
he wanted to do it.
Let me tell you
Let me land too. Mike Pence would have turned that table round. If he wanted to sabotage, he would have done it, and nothing would have happened to him.
Mega, let me tell you one thing.
But he made one statement, and he's still making that statement. He said he stands for the sovereignty and the constitutional power of America. That's what unites America, that he cannot deviate no matter his own, whatever establishment he comes from.
Black Panther. That's an American. That's a normal American. He's not.
No, Trump will talk that one. Trump believe in that one.
Can I say
Trump believe in that one?
You see, if the things that are paying attention, it could make you miss what is going to happen in this election.
No, I didn't take the fundamentals to argue out now. I'm not taking only politics alone. I'm using the fundamentals to argue too.
Hold on now.
All right, Ovie, let's go back to Nigeria. I wasn't here when you was talking about Nigeria.
Let's talk about Pence for a minute, right? In Republican as it is now, Trump go beat Pence, DeSantis go beat Pence, Nikki Haley go beat Pence,
Nikki waiting.
The New Jersey guy go beat Pence. Guess what? The former Secretary of State, Mark Pompeo, is coming to the race though. He's going to beat him, right?
All those ones no go now.
I did tell you people will go beat him for primaries.
All those ones no get power. Now Trump get power now. If they lead Pence with all those ones, Pence go beat all of them.
See, you know why? You know their job for this election, because they belong to the corporate side of the Republican. So they're going to go deep into Ron DeSantos' votes in the primaries.
Dos Santos is dead on arrival.
Hold on now. They tell me now the same thing will happen for Nigeria with the APC.
No. If you study my premises, I say we have educated voters.
Hold on. When you say no, what are you saying no to?
You know why I say no? You see, I made my statement that I made before. I said American voters are different from Nigerian voters. American voters study the personality and want to know what he is bringing on the round table for them. And they are positioned to ask a question during their house, whatever they call it, to ask a question and know the direction and the future is going to bring for them. That is American voters.
You are giving so much.
But Nigerian voters, they be literate now. They don't know what
wait
happen.
now. Hold on. You are giving so much credit to the American voters. American voters are so brilliant, are so analyzed. Now that they get, now they say their choice now Biden and Trump in a country of 300 million people of brilliant.
I'm not deciding. No, I am not deciding. I'm just stating it. I'm not deciding.
I just ask you a question now. You give so much credit to the American public, right? If they are,
they deserve the credit now. They deserve it.
Can you hold on? Make I land my point.
they discredit our voters here now. That's what you are doing now.
Wow. Let's just allow me make my point. Know where I'm going. It has nothing to do about the people. It has never been about the people. Those two men are brought for the people to choose. They have no choice. You understand? So if you are talking about the society is intelligent, all of us now the same. The American voters, the Nigerian voters, they are all the same. They have no choice.
Can I explain to you? Can I explain?
Yes.
That where we say they have choice. Look at it, eh? When Obama was there, when Obama was leaving, when they brought Biden, do you know when they brought they brought this lady Hillary? Do you know that it was the state apparatus that brought Hillary down?
And Americans are not ready for a female president.
No, just focus. Not forget about the general.
It is not about focus. America is hold on. All of us, they are America. You talk as if it's not
Nigeria. But you know what the FBI play at the last. You know the game now. You know the game where they play now.
Let me tell you the game now. American society.
The game when they play turn the table. He turned the table at last. He turned them because even the man was surprised saying he win now. He was surprised now.
Hold on, who turned the table?
The FBI director turned the table.
Who? Turn which table?
What's his name? What's the director's name?
Comey.
It was the one that did the damage now.
Can you hold on? He turned a table against who?
Against the Hillary Clinton.
You know what you
at the last point. You know what he said?
Let me ask you this question. Do you know what you are talking about? That's a good question. You have no idea what you are talking about. How you could come who is a Democrat, who was put there by Democrat, Obama was the president. So he was
not
supposed to make that speech.
Get your fact right. Comey was nominated by a Republican president.
What did they do you? You don't even know what
Comey was nominated by a Republican president. So you're not getting your fact right.
He played the card. He's
Google it. Go Google it.
Ovie, go open book. Make you read them. I beg you.
I read Higher Power. You know who wrote that book?
That forget book now. More don't forget book now. More use what to do on ground.
Let me ask you a question. Hold on now. You know who wrote that book? The same man that you are talking about.
See. We see, it's like a chessboard. It's like a chessboard.
It was not a chessboard. For what he did,
it was a chessboard game now. Comey was the crown, was the king that they used to push the queen come out.
Hold on. What Comey did, he should be in jail by now. Now he's supposed to be in jail.
But you know if he go jail now, you know if he go because now he be the king for the chessboard.
No, you know if he go jail because in a white man kingdom or Igbo kingdom.
No, use that side. Now he be the king for the chessboard. You know they understand what they talk.
Chessboard. Who the fuck is
there was a chessboard and the queen. There was a chessboard there, and the queen was winning the game. But they have to go into history. They have to remind him who brought you in.
Black Panther. FBI director overturned turntable for America. You know what you are talking about.
You know that a lot of senators they want hammer on before.
And my brother, America.
They want hammer on before now. They want pitch on before now.
I can tell you one thing of the psyche America. Americans are not ready for a female president. But that time of year again. For almost 300 years, the closest they have been is the vice president, Kamala Harris.
My brother, it was so close. They knew. There's no how a security apparatus will release a schedule at 1 week to election.
It's so close. You don't win. There's not like it's so close.
It was close. They need a king to push the queen out of the chessboard. That's what they played now. They were all scared. They were all scared.
Understand. FBI director now overturned the election.
Oh, nine do now. Nine do now. Nine do the game now.
This, man, but this is the funniest one.
Oh, if funny, now the game be that the most funniest part. Now they do the damage. You know, for American politics.
Stick to Nigerian politics. America, there's no difference. Oh, that's another thing. There's no difference.
There's different now. You said talk the truth, speak the truth to power. Now you said now what for you?
Hold on. If I ask you, if I say look into the American people of 300 million, pick one person that will be your president. Are you going to these people with the measures? Will they come to mind?
Okay, hold on now. Hold on. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. Let me give you an example how Obama emerged. Let me tell you how Obama emerged.
Forget Obama. I just ask you
straight. No. Let me give you how Obama emerged. So that you go give you answer to this one you ask me.
Long story. You like long story. Let's go.
Now history, they go now. They use history. They marshal my own point now.
Hold on. History is not about the voters that all of us now they say we no get choice. If they give you the power to pick an American president out of the 300 million people, I swear to God, by all these people with the measure, they will not make the first 100.
Who told you?
How come these are the only people we have?
Okay, let me tell you how come Obama. No, how come this man arrived? Biden. Let me tell you how Biden arrived.
You are not getting my point. It's not about
you have to play your card now into the power environment now.
This man done there Washington for 40 years. What do you expect?
That is what I'm telling you now. You have to play your card. That is politics. I mean, not because now politics.
No, because you tell me say, oh, Nigerian politics and American politics are different. That's why they tell you say.
You see the difference. You know the difference between Nigeria and American politics. Nigerian politics, it's like a virus that is disseminating the sacred ground. American politics, it's where the way to go about the politics is well lined up for everybody to play the game.
How?
See, American politics, they will not say, you will not go about and say, oh, I give my people $100, may they come vote for me. It no go happen.
You know why?
It no go happen.
Hold on, you know why? Now there would they go because they don't gravitate past individual.
No, they tell you now, say their voters are different from Nigerian voters now.
Let me land my point before you jump into it. I am bringing a point.
You don't give me point to land into now.
No, you understand? Nigerians are the politicians, they give money, right? Americans don't advance. Now, listen, this is where I'm going to. The most important thing you should know about it is that money was given directly by the politician to voters. In America, that same gesture is extended by corporation and special interest, not the individual will be toy. That's the difference. So now the same. At the end of the day,
no.
Hold on. At the end of the day, the voters.
You mentioned one thing that corporate. You say make corporate.
No, the question is that what is the difference? Who give me money? Do I care who give me the money?
Hold on. You see, you mentioned corporate now. Let us say it's a corporate firm. Let's say it's a corporate firm now.
The point is that money exchange hand. It doesn't matter who give the money. Money exchange hand. That's what I'm saying.
See, in America, you know, if you give by yourself, they go track you down. You go to jail. Why? You go chop the beans.
Hold on. Make I bribe you and make I send my gate man come bribe you. What will be the difference?
If you bribe me, send my gate man, they go track the gate man now. Now this system is that now.
Oh,
so they talk of you.
Topic?
Yes, go ahead.
I think you are completing the two system.
No,
hold on. What Bradley is saying in Nigeria, you bribe with with impunity. You bribe the electorate, people who are going to vote. But when it comes to here, lobbying and everything, they do it for advertisement and try. Hold on, they are trying to cut people. They never bribe people. That's the difference.
What's the difference between lobbying and bribing? What's the difference?
It's totally different.
Bribing, you are induced by money. Lobbying, you are speaking that, oh, what will you give to our community when you get there? That is lobbying now.
Akpata. Ask the question. Answer me. Tell me the difference.
I dey help my brother now.
No help him. No help him. Tell me the difference. What's the difference? Bribing and lobby. What's the difference? Man of prestige.
I told you they're not the same.
They are all the same. Now, person will do the talking and be the different. One a direct approach, one an indirect approach. The lobby is what they are lobbying for.
Ovie, lobby is universally accepted.
Lobby is not against the law. Bribery is against the law.
Lobby is not against the law. It's an approach. It's a civilized approach towards any situation.
In the next 50 years, this is our corruption. What they do so, it will metamorphose to lobbying. I am planning to.
If you don't get system, let me tell you one thing. It is high time we get it right. Make I tell you one thing. It's high time we get it right.
You're having a problem here because you know they listen.
Okay, talk.
You understand? As we speak already, people don't form consulting firm and lobbying firm in Abuja already. Guess what? The laws, the rules that governs all of us, who they set them? The politician. They regulate the law. They set the law. It's all about them, right? As time they go, that law also will be passed in Nigeria. You understand? They will legalize it. So there's no difference. It's just that now
have you finished?
There's nothing wrong in lobbying, Ovie.
Oh, I'm not saying it's wrong. I am just saying there's nothing wrong in direct bribing too. If you say there's nothing wrong in lobbying.
Ovie, listen very well now. May you get the fundamental.
Bribery is against the law. If you bribe here, you're going to get.
In Nigeria Constitution.
I agree with
you.
Look,
in Nigeria Constitution, you cannot afford to open the vacuum of the president.
Wait, I don't.
You cannot open that vacuum to be left open.
How?
We don't have a system that will operate when the vacuum of the president is left open.
Nigeria's seat has never been vacuum.
And understand me, we cannot leave, Nigeria Constitution cannot leave the presidential vacuum open. But American system, American system, now, you don't talk finish now.
Okay.
American system,
yeah,
you can leave the vacuum of the president open while the system is still running.
What do you mean by vacuum?
There's always somebody. Let me tell you now. If in Nigeria now, as Nigeria did now, they do election thing, they never even go tribunal. They say, okay, the law say you cannot leave that presidency position open. Whether the man they crooked, you must put them there.
So in
that
Nigeria,
is the constitution.
What did the law say about it? What is the constitution about Nigerian power? What do you talk?
I'm trying to tell you the situation now. In Nigerian constitution, they say,
listen, power. You must not allow power, not just in the government.
I am trying to explain this to you now. You don't explain your own. At the talk, I want to relate something. I mean, you get them. I know go explain just damn into the matter like that, because if I explain like that, you go say I did bypass. I don't want bypass now. Right. I say Nigerian constitution, the way it is, cannot leave a vacuum for the presidential position, cannot operate on its own like that. But American system can leave that vacuum. That vacuum, if you leave them, it goes still operate systematically through somebody else.
Okay,
but Nigeria must operate through the president. It's a constant.
Can I ask you a question? Because I don't think is that you are not putting it right now.
You are not understanding me.
Because you are not saying anything.
I said the Nigerian constitution is constant concerning the presidency.
So the American own, I know.
America own, there is somebody else that can stand there.
Like who?
You don't know the hierarchy.
Yes, president, vice president. Hold on, president, vice president, speaker of the House.
If the president is not there,
the vice president,
and there's nobody that has been elected. It's the same. The speaker will stand there as the president.
Can you hold on? That's what I'm saying. Is that you don't know what you are talking about, or you are
I'm comparing the two.
Now you are not listening. You understand? Power must not be vacant. If the African president is not available, his deputy is available.
Who?
Hold
In
on.
Nigeria.
Can you hold on?
You don't understand what they talk.
Hold on for a second. Let me finish what I'm saying. In Nigeria, it's the same. If the president is not around, vice president. If the vice president is not around, goes to the Senate president.
You see, you don't know the constitution. You don't know the constitution of Nigeria. Then you don't know. You don't know. See, in Nigeria, if you are doing election, the law, what the law says, if you are doing election, a president must be elected because they cannot leave that position vacant.
In America,
it's constant. In America, that vote position can be left open for the speaker to be there because the speaker is already in power. It's already in power before the president.
Under what circumstance will the Speaker of the House assume the position of the president? Under what circumstance?
If the president is not available.
What about the
vice president is not available? Then he can be there. If you are doing election and there's no president, wait, now let me tell you.
I want you to educate me now. I want to understand something. In Nigeria,
okay.
How does it plan out?
In Nigeria, when you are doing election, you still have the parliament intact already. But when you are doing election, the position of the president is vacant, the speaker or the president of the Senate cannot stay there if the president is not elected.
Hold on, Black Lee. I think I'm confused about. Hold on, okay. I think I'm confused about Black Lee saying because the system is pretty much the same with US and Nigeria, except this, except the not the Senate, except the House Speaker or whatever. It's more powerful than the Speaker in Nigeria.
Yeah, US Senate president is the vice president. If they come because they are 100 members of the House, if they have a due and they need somebody to break it, that's where the Senate president and the vice.
No, okay. Look at what I'm saying so that you understand now. If there is an election in America and the president is not and the vice president they are not elected, there's a stalemate.
How?
The Senate president will be serving there. But in Nigerian constitution, it says that position must constant be that reserved for the president. But if the president is elected,
hold on. You are that of Nigeria.
Objection.
You don't know.
I'm trying to explain it for you so that you understand very well.
You don't know. It's obvious you don't know what the constitution says about that.
You're not.
How am I wrong? How am I wrong?
Exactly. That's why you should listen.
The same thing that you have in US, you have in Nigeria.
It's the same thing. I don't understand why he's trying so hard.
The seat of the president is vacant, and the vice president is not available, then the Senate president becomes the president of Nigeria. For the time being, it's stated in the constitution.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
For example, look at Yaradua and Jonathan. When Yaradua died, who took over? Jonathan. Ran the first before he got re-elected. So that's proper.
Okay,
right.
Let me ask you a question now. Let me ask all of you a question.
Jonathan died within that process. That time we only
in America now. Let's say the same thing happened what happened in Nigeria now. There was rigging and the case is in court. Will they swear in the president in America?
Yes.
Tell me the constitution we talk to bring the constitution out.
The power is never vacant.
Let me tell you bring the constitution of America where it talk like that. Bring her out.
Hold on. Tell me where America don't do there's no election that produce a winner.
No, I am telling you the situation of the two. I'm using American constitution and Nigerian constitution now. I'm weighing it.
Existed, so there's no situation here. You are just assuming.
I'm not assuming the constitution. The constitution is there now. Bring out the American constitution now.
Oh my God.
Make you explain to them what are they talk.
You don't win.
I hear one now. Ovie.
You don't win.
I don't win now. Bring the constitution out now. Ovie. You get them.
Ovie, you foretell Black Panther your history now. You can roll out your resume. Before you started following Nigerian politics, what politics were you following?
Okay. Okay, I want you to bring out the Constitution of America. Bring her out.
You remember that professor? We get big belly and baby. for
Yeah,
DSU that year.
Eric,
He was
Eric,
teaching government and all that.
Eric Gabrowski.
No, not Grabowski. There's another one.
Was it government?
The difference between him and Grabowski is this one keep mustache and small baby.
What the guy when they talk?
I forgot his name. Now my professor before. So when he was teaching us government, I remember I asked him one time because I saw that it was because I didn't know that it was that similar to Nigerian how Nigerian government is constituted. So I asked him, I said, this is like a carbon copy of the Nigerian system. He said, yes. He said the American system and the Nigerian system really have no differences. The differences are very minor. That I heard that in America, the vice president is the de facto Senate president. So he pointed that out to me as one of the very few differences with the American and the Nigerian government, how they are constituted. I think what Ovie is saying is right. There are differences, but very little, very minute differences. How he explained to me, he said it's almost a carbon copy of the American system that we have in Nigeria. So, but in terms of practice, I also get what Black Panther is saying. In the Nigerian system, you know how we do our things. It's always rough around the edges.
Yeah.
System is smooth. You know, the edges are always smooth. Why? Because they've had long time to practice the democracy and for it to develop. And that's why we still do corruption as corruption, and they have graduated into lobbying. And lobbying is not a crime. So it's not against their constitution, but us is a crime for you to just do it as corruption or embezzlement. It's because we haven't organized it into an office of a lobbyist. So I think those are the minor differences we have.
And I think Black Panther made that point earlier on when he was speaking, by saying, now in the comment section, when you said that the Nigerian people need to organize so that their potential leader will know how to direct them. Now you talk, Amabi.
Yes, they need to get organized so that they can choose their potential leader.
Now the stage where America don't reach, and that's where we are gradually gravitating to. You understand?
We are not gravitating towards that place, my friend. You know now, we know they go.
If we not change the system, now there will go end up. All this thing will not continue forever. If you go back to American history, hold on now. We see when Black they tell you, they make me tell you my history about. I don't follow American Nigerian politics not quite too long ago. You understand? If you go study American history, American politics, the initial stage, they are more dangerous and worse than what Nigeria is doing. In fact, up till the 60s, it was in the 60s, take the civil rights movement to put a lot of things, people like me and you, no fit talk for public. In the 60s, 60s, when we get independence. Let me say, after 200
Ovie, let me tell you one thing. During their time, it was not as dynamic as what we have now. You should take notice of that one. No, it was not as dynamic as what we have now. We don't need to go at the pace of the old days, because if we go at the pace of the old days, we cannot get there.
All right, let me
we have to change the dynamics to confuse into what the system is all about now in the present day.
Black Panther, I want you to open your mind. I want to tell you something, right? So the first thing I learned for track and field training, my first coach Lati teach me. If you didn't learn something new, just no way you can be fast with it. You know, fit. You have to learn it. Your body system go they used to that before you go apply speed. The same thing. You have to learn how to crawl before you walk. We are not going to go at their pace, of course, because things don't change, right? But we are still in the process of even learning the system that we adopted. We're not learning process we see there. How many Nigerians can tell you how the system works? Home and abroad. How many? So we are graduating. If majority of Nigerians become conscious of the system, then you will see the speed where we will go. But we are still trying to figure out how things they go. You know, we see they go.
Can I explain the dynamics I'm talking about?
That's what.
Can I explain the dynamic? Can I explain the dynamics I'm talking about? You see, during the American days, Americans have when they came in to forming in a nation. You see, they have two tribes. The Red Indians and the English-speaking and the English-speaking people that came in. The dynamics here that I'm talking about is that Nigeria has 350 languages.
Okay, now this is
that
where
you have to you cannot compromise that one.
This is again where you get it wrong, right? America is made up of what? As even today, not even the last time. Today, America is made up of different tribes and nations. That's
what language? What language are they speaking?
Of course, they're speaking. What language are we speaking?
We are speaking different tribes.
No, we are speaking
different
English.
languages.
No. See,
now we know they're speaking in our line. We know they speak English. They brought English to us. They brought English to us.
That's why I say, hold on. You are jumping. You are making a point. When the Italians came, with what were they speaking? What were they speaking?
The Italians.
When the Italian came, what were they speaking?
Were they speaking English?
No.
I don't know if they're speaking their language.
That's what I'm saying. They have to learn the language, just like all of us. They gradually learn the language.
The Italian learn which language?
Huh?
The Italian made. What is their local language in their constitution? They don't
speak English. Do they speak English in Italy?
Thank you. Yes, that's good. That's where I'm going to.
Hold on. Okay, because you need to understand what constitutes America. You understand? You don't forget that at the initial stage, everybody was invited. The white community were invited to come and settle down in America. Those people are not coming with the English language. They are not coming with that.
Which language did they came with? Which language? Now you talk now.
Came to America with Italian, only speaking Italian.
Who came here? Who came to America?
Just a side talk. They no invite you now come on. Now just forcing yourself
enter. But who come? Okay. Who are the first people that are next America?
They did not force us. In fact, they kidnapped us. What are you
doing? No, you. And they ask the question now. Who are the first people that invaded the land of the Indians, the Red Indians?
English people, just like me, just like
God bless you. Now you don't come to my. You don't come to my reality now. What was their language? What was their speaking language?
I don't know. You tell me. It's not English. It's not English. For sure. I know.
They were speaking English, my brother.
Why this guy? Now, my guy. Are you serious right now?
Gonna defend me now. All of them just quiet. I'm not gonna talk.
You know, say English be like Yoruba, English be like Hausa, be like Igbo. Now the same thing.
Okay. You don't understand that when you have an ethnic group well over 320 with different languages, it is beautiful, but it's more difficult to put them together. But if you use the system of today, it should be faster because we are in the 21st century. We are not in the 18th, 20th century.
Okay, make I ask you one question. Which system the Americans apply when they first gained their independence to keep everybody in check? How did they do it?
The system they were using the autocratic system now. They didn't have any system now.
No.
They didn't have any system when they came.
Hold on. America as at that time, only the wealthy people, the landowner, run things.
That's what I'm telling you. They didn't have any system now. That's what I'm telling you.
Can you let me? I'm going somewhere with this. You understand? When you have a structure like that, what happened? You bust everybody to submission. Then you control them. Then you form your system. That's what happened.
Okay, they tell you here. They don't have any. They didn't have any system when they came.
Hold on.
It was the bourgeois that were controlling the system.
We are talking about why they're having difficulty coming together. If we have a tribe, right, one tribe or one class of people who decide to say, you know what, we want to bust everybody's submission. That's what happened in America.
Yes.
That's what is still happening in America. It's still happening.
You see, you are not understanding me. You are not understanding me. That is why I'm understanding you. Understanding you. Where we're having problem is that the tongue. No. I am saying that Americans, when they came here with one tongue.
Who are the Americans?
Louisiana, wait. You know that Louisiana, the French were in charge of Louisiana. They sold Louisiana to America. Do you know that? The history.
No.
Do you know that?
Hold on now. Hold on. When
I don't see this reality. I don't read that well.
When the British people come America, what did they bring come? When the British people come in Nigeria, what did they bring come?
They don't bring anything now. They don't bring any system of government.
Oh.
We had our own system of government.
Wait. We know we cannot have this kind of conversation.
I beg, make we go back to Nigeria. Make we go Nigeria. Like
Okay,
when I
that
don't
we go read
I
this
don't
to
behave like cow.
Yeah, let's go back to Nigeria. I'm gonna get an update. I don't know what's going on in Nigeria. Let's go back to Nigeria.
Behave like Ojus or Kalu. I don't
But-
cry now.
Now Nigeria politics will they talk like this? So now no understand. We have group of elites. We have group of elites who are buzzing everybody to submission. That's the same thing in America. Why would an official like that? You have few people, few individuals, just like the slave owners then in America, who buzz everybody to submission and form what you have as America today. The
in
same
Nigeria,
thing in Nigeria.
the Nigeria politics now, the Kenya president have spoken what we need to do.
You really want to follow that guy? You go enter a hole.
And they follow that guy because you know why they follow that guy.
Why they talk like this? Kenyan
it is not the guy
like that. We no give una visa. We ban una for
No. I'm not talking about the personality now. Well, you people are getting it wrong. I'm not talking about him as a president. I'm talking about his word.
And I'm asking you, what power does he have? How they ask you now if you follow? What power does who even be? Who that you're talking about Kenya president?
See. You know why I'm following that word he spoke? You see, if Africa as a whole and if Nigeria as a country have not learned this issue that something you borrow could not work for you.
You know where you lost me?
Why? Wait, now I know they lost you. You don't understand. You be politician now.
When you use the word if, you just lost me. Because that's the word they
No.
use.
I said something we borrowed, and a man came from another channel to speak that language that we need to go back to our own system. We need to create our own system. Why are we using somebody's system to pick an item from somebody? That is what I'm talking about.
Black Panther, sorry, this is how to follow politicians, right? Is the man in charge. When Tinubu come in power, what did he do? He just begin to make things happen. If that thing is so important, you believe in it, why they broadcast them? Sign it into law.
You don't understand me.
I'm not saying you. I'm talking about the Kenya presidents. Let him sign it into law and let
No. You don't even understand himself. You don't even understand him. He's trying to bring a template. It's not left for Africa. He's not saying he wants to do it.
My guy. The guy is the commander-in-chief in Kenya. Start it. There's nothing stopping you. Stop saying it. That's rhetoric.
No. Look, you don't understand this thing. Huh? You don't understand this. You think you did myopic. You did myopic in speaking it.
Every culture borrows from another culture.
I don't understand what my guy did talk.
The main thing Black Panther is this. The Kenyan guy, you look at it at the surface, look beneath. Why will you ban Nigerians?
Are you still talking to us? Are you still talking to us?
Yeah.
No.
Your mic is fading.
It's like you are 1 mile away from your mic.
Wait, let me switch over. Wait, make I switch.
As an executive, sign it to the law, say Kenya from today, now Swahili, like all those things. Then that's because that's how it starts. Even in America, they start from one state first, they start to implement something before you know they sell out to the rest.
Ovie, go and read waiting. You don't read waiting talk. You don't read waiting that Kenya president talk.
No, you tell me it's a president speaking.
You see her now.
I don't care about what president speak now.
No, Ovie. I'm not talking about one system is bad, one system is wrong, or we all must borrow, we must do this. I am talking about when you look inward, even the one you borrow, you can fuse in your own.
I don't think
80% inside.
Black
until
Panther,
we start.
Nobody is disagreeing with you. What I'm just saying is that we are tired of rhetorics. We are tired of poetry. Action. You are in charge. Start from your village first. Start something law, and that's what it can be. Stop talking.
He has already look. He's about to start now. You know what he said?
Hello.
You know why I'm scared. You know why I'm scared for him. You know why. You know why I'm scared for him. You know why I'm scared for him as a person.
Why?
It is our black men that will sell him out, and they will overthrow him in government.
He will die as a martyr.
That is what they did to Gaddafi and this guy in Burkina Faso.
Wait.
Make it first
You know, are you talking about the newly elected president of Kenya? Now you compare to all these men. So.
No, I say what he said. No. You see, you cannot. You see, your the ideology backing you.
It is not ideology.
We make you understand what I'm saying. You don't make me you understand where I'm coming from.
The Kenyan man said it is not new. Maybe new to you, but it's not new in our continent. I am tired of talks like that. I want action. He's a chief executive, for God's sake.
But you have to talk. You have to talk and look at the acceptance.
No, if me and you they talk, it's understandable. You are in charge. You get power. If you know fit do am, who go come do am? And me go do am.
Okay, if you do am now, you talk and do am. You know it's an autocratic government.
No. I'm not disagreeing with that law. Nobody's disagreeing with what he said.
No, some people are still disagreeing now. That is what it is.
Wait a minute, people. Can you? I don't know what he said. What did he say? I don't know.
Okay. What he said is like this. He said the reason why Africa is not progressive in terms of economy and other value is because we are doing what the Western world wants us to do. We does not conform with the African system, which is always dragging us. Wait now.
Nobody's
you know what? Wait. And he said one fundamental thing. He said before the white man came, we were trading among ourselves.
Is this new to you, Black Panther? No, I want some defense. This thing you are saying, are you just hearing?
You get where they go. I want to make you learn, make I learn finish.
When did he propose? Did he propose anything? Because a lot of people have said that.
He proposed that we should trade. We should have a banking system whereby one currency cannot monopolize the other currency.
Uncle, is this thing new to you? We need
it's
to understand.
It's new to Africa. This is not the circle. It's talking about the dollar.
I'm asking you a question.
The dollar control your economy. That's what it's saying.
Just answer my question, so we'll move on. Is that narrative new to you? Are you just hearing for the first time?
Which other person talk about it? Who talk this narrative?
That narrative has been existing.
We are not being new thing now.
Who talk am now?
Black Panther, we want action. It's a second. If me and you they propose this thing,
the only person that I knew that said it is on the grave, inside the grave.
I will mute Black Panther now because you no one listen. You understand? You've said something that nobody is going to disagree with. But what we are saying here is that it's an old news. If me and you are proposing this today, it's understandable. That man, he is not the vice president. He's the president. Start it from your place. That small village. Start down. If we don't tire to hear this, my ears are full. Everybody here. Man, president. It's not news. Not action. Stop bombarding us with blah blah. No, we don't want to hear all that. Who is going to take the bombarding?
Ovie.
That's what is there because every person that you mentioned, because they are talking to action.
Somebody TV is open. Somebody system is open.
I think it's Crown. Yeah. So
yeah. I wanted to. Hello.
Yeah, you were this thing were echoing backward before. Anyway, let's go back to we are coming back to Nigeria gradually. We stop over in Kenya. So
thank you very much. I was crying like
a bad guy.
So guys, let's talk about the student loan. Let's talk about the student loan.
Can you hear me?
All right. I don't know when Black Panther leave America, you enter Kenya without.
No, you carry me enter. I don't know where they go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I just want to speak about the Kenya president. Um, I think we Nigeria we like all these sound bites when they want somebody to speak. Oh, we always say, "Oh, see what the Kenya president says." That is how they were praising this guy, the Ghanaian president. At the end of the day, what did he do? He poured the entire country into debt. He had to go and borrow in IMF. So all of them, they are all the same. What he's talking about, like what Ovie said, let him send a bill to his own assembly, National Assembly, and they implement it. They have what they call East Africa sub-region. Why can't they start from there? And most of the Kenyan people, East Africa people, they speak Swahili, or what did they speak? Almost all of them. So they speak the same language. So why can't they start from me? Just to speak or to have a speech, and everybody, we in Nigeria will say, oh, come and see. The other time this guy will speak, the Ghanaian president, all of the people, so they will clap for him. They very this and that. What did he bring from all the speaking that he has been speaking in Ghana? So until we all the leaders, all of them, start doing something instead of all these speeches and every other thing they write for them, and they begin to say it out. So when people begin to see what is going on, we will know that something is happening, not talking or the conferences and all that. Before you know it now, these 4 years will come to our head. The soundbite that we heard about what he's saying now, we will not see anything. So that's what I wanted to say about that.
Okay, Mona, just give me. You guys should continue the debate. Mona, give me 5 minutes.
Can we debate about the merit and the non-merit of the student loan? I don't know if you have spoken about it.
They did now. They did. I heard it.
Okay.
The student loan, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what did you think about that?
That is all.
Well, I don't know about Nigeria. If Nigeria is able enough.
If you are not speaking, anybody who is not speaking should mute his mic so that
Can somebody mute yourself, please?
Yeah,
okay. My point of view, from a little bit that I heard about it, according to what he said, it's going to be no interest, and everybody can qualify for it, but there's a caveat in it. If your parents already borrow student loan, if they already borrow money anywhere and default on the loan, they can't get it. If you are a Yahoo boy or commit any kind of crime or fraud or any kind of illegal something, you're not going to get it for the student loan. And it's with no interest, to my own understanding. So if then you're going to pay it. After 2 years, you finish your service corps. If you don't pay it, you're going to go to jail, or you pay $500,000 naira, after 2 years of, graduation. I mean, I don't know. I have a little bit of reservation on the whole thing, the way it's being implemented. Can it be implemented, or is it another way? That would be good for average Nigerians, from poor background and everything, be able to go to school. But when it comes to Nigerian cities, I just want to see the implementation. I mean, if this is not another way for them to embezzle money, they're going to budget, say, $3 trillion, and half of that money nobody's going to see it. I mean, when it's time to remit it to the colleges, it won't be remit. So I'm yet to see. I mean, I like the idea to a certain extent, but I don't know how that will work in Nigerian system. If anybody has an opinion, please bring it out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. What I see about it is, the 500,000 naira income, I think is too low. It should be around maybe 2 million. That anybody that cannot make up to 2 million, because 500,000 naira, what are we talking about? Per annum, I think it's too low.
Well, you said you can go to jail. You can go to jail or both.
No. As in the annual income of those who are qualified.
Oh, that's what it is?
Yes, that as I have now.
Somebody was narrating it on somewhere. Maybe I misunderstood that.
Yes, if I'm making lesser than 500,000 naira in a month, so I'm qualified. So what I'm saying is that they should bring it up maybe 2 million naira.
Why?
I mean, in a year.
But there are some people who don't even have Gary to drink. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that they're supposed to bring a lot of people into that to the net. Like, if you say 500,000 in a year is too low, as in the average people, like the number of people that one will capture might not be too much, might not be too,
Okay. So if
yeah.
you bring the money lower than that,
No. To bring it higher, like maybe like 2 million naira.
then that's not gonna capture a lot of people. I don't get it from you.
Okay, what I'm saying is that if you are making like from 1 naira to 2 million naira a year, you are qualified.
Can I answer it?
Okay,
Can
wait a
you
minute.
be-
Is that wait a minute?
Hold on.
When you said you have a million, is that the minimum? I thought that
Yes.
was the maximum.
I think that's maximum. Like if you are making up to 500,000, you are qualified. But if you are making more than that, you are not qualified.
Okay, I thought that's reasonable.
Yeah. So another thing is they said it's for federal university. That is bad too. The state university, anybody that's going to any university in Nigeria should qualify for it. And other things that some people are skeptical about the implementation, I think is true. Because I listened to a man, that man is in his 60s, late 60s. The man said that loan is not a new thing. That when they were in school, they too they got the loan from federal government. But what happened is that most of them will not pay back. That they will throw their file away. They threw their file away, and so they will not even. And he said that the only problem there is that there's no, there's no computer to capture them and all that. And that is why the federal government
But
have
that
to
was
stop.
then. This is now. There's
Yes,
computer right now.
so what the man was saying is that the loan is okay because actually most of them then a lot of people doesn't even have money to go to university then because it was the loan that helps them. That benefit is good. So far as there's no any interest attracted to it. So there's something that they just need to perfect and to change something in the law. But to me, it's good. Because some people said, oh, they should do free education at university level. I don't think so. It's not possible. The number of people we have in Nigeria, I don't think Nigeria can forget about corruption and every other thing. I don't think Nigeria can afford that. And
No.
also,
I agree with you on this last point. We can't make it free. It's
no,
very
no.
low. It's very low already.
At the end of the day, the school will not be fully funded. I mean, the university will be poorly funded, and what the science student will not be able to get what they're supposed to get in the lab, and the engineering student will not be able to get what they're supposed to get in their distinct workshop and everything. So at the end of the day, they will just have a graduate will just produce a graduate people that will not be able to get the standard and the new development. Yes. So when they now travel abroad, all those things will be very new to them. So I think if federal government can go in that way and it's being properly managed without corruption, I think it's okay because there's no way that we can just let it be. Some people can, some that we have, I mean, some things to like, okay, we can sponsor, we are not that we will be able to say, oh, it's not this thing, but a lot of people are there that they cannot pay their school fees. So I think it's okay if they can change some little things about it, and that's it.
Well, in my own opinion, I'm never for Tinubu, but he has started off on a good note, the speaking and everything. But I just have to wait my judgment, wait for some of the implementation. But so far, so good from the speaking part of it. So let's see what happens.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If I might make a little point, I don't think that the student loan is that bad, giving students loan, because all over in the world it happens. The problem is what we have in Nigeria with all our projects is implementation. We don't know how to implement projects. And what amount of loan are you going to give? Like in certain parts of Europe, if you're earning like just the way they did it in a year, if you're earning a certain amount of money, they can give you student loan, which when you graduate with flying colors, they will reduce the loan. There are levels in which the loans can be reduced to a certain amount, and you have a certain years as long as you're working to pay for it. But in Nigerian case, you have to watch it with some kind of misdemeanor, because most of the government officials are corrupt. Like you said, man of Resi, the budget 3 trillion and maybe 3.1 trillion goes away. They embezzle it, and 100 million, they just give it out. So that's the problem I'm having. I have a trust issue with the government of Nigeria anyway. And but all in all, I think if they implement it very well, like what we have in Europe or in America, not in America, America is very awkward in terms of your loans or your student loans. But if they can copy a little bit of the Scandinavian, the Germans, and yes, the Scandinavians and the Germans and the Austrians also, I think it would be a better idea to implement it that way instead of the American way, because the American way, I heard that people pay till they want to die. So that's
Gallo,
just my
can you?
take on this thing.
How is the European way? Can you infuse me on that? I'm not familiar with that. How is that different from American way? I went to school,
Okay.
so.
Okay, basically, in certain European countries, education to the tertiary institutions are actually free.
Okay.
So your university is actually free. You just pay a certain amount of tuition fee, which is not quite outrageous. Maybe I think maybe the worst you can pay is about 300 euro, thereabout. And but in certain states you do pay school fees. For foreigners you pay about 1,200 euro per semester, especially in Germany. But in certain cities in Germany or states in Germany, you don't pay anything at all. You just pay the tuition fee, which is about maybe between 150 and 300 euro. That's all per semester.
Okay.
And then if your family is not all that well to do, there's a sort of a student loan that they can sponsor certain amount or give you certain amount of money in order for you to complete your studies, and then you pay it back later when you start working. And when you, like I said, when you graduate with flying colors, they reduce it, and there are certain stages in which the student loan can be reduced to a certain amount of money, sum. Then you don't have to pay much. So that's the difference. Actually, maybe you can actually study here with.
Can I come in here?
Yeah, please.
Okay. You see, the American system, the European system is far more better than the American system. Why do I say that? The American system, though it has its aim and objective, it is well framed. You see, when you are building a system that is well framed, because America is a capitalist state, it's all bound to how to get that money back with a little bit of interest. That is how your money builds up. And a capitalist state thinks in terms of the acquisition of knowledge is somehow expensive. And when they have a system, both Europe, they have a system that can track everybody in a state. And those systems works accordingly. As you are finishing your education, they know you have finished because there's a report being given back to them that you have finished. Now, when you start your job, they know when you start your job. Then they have your, if you start working, you pay your tax. After the end of the year, there's a tax return. The system also track it. And there's a way, if you refuse to pay, there's a way the system itself can force you to pay. Now, let's go back to the Nigeria template. The education and the what they set forward now is a template. Only that they change it. The template has been there, they change it to loan. When you graduate in Nigeria during the Shagari era, when you graduate, there's what we call car loan. This will make you, if you have any, maybe you want to start a business, they will make you to start a business, and I start your interest. In that way, they can track it through your bank. But when they say they want student loan, they want to give us student loan. One, who are your targets? Is your target the low income earner? Or if you have a middle class, are they your target? Or you are targeting the rich class? These are the things we should have tracked. Now, a brother was saying here that the 500,000 is too low. That they would have made it 2 million per year.
Right, that's what he said, which I disagree.
Okay, let me tell you, you are not looking at the per capita per head in your country, and you are not looking at the poverty, the rate at which people are poor, and the numbers in the poverty rating. These are the things a responsible government will look into, and now put that mark where they should target. If you say 500,000 per annum, then who among your population, what is the percentage of your population that earn 500,000 per annum? We want to see that record, because you plan with your statistics. Now, when they say the poverty rate in your country is beyond, let me use my word, beyond recognition, that is too low, according to the world statistics, too low. And they now tag us poverty, whatever they said, country. Now, how do you bring people to that tagging that you said 500,000? How do you bring people in? If you say you want to target if you want to make it 2 million, now you are giving room for embezzlement, because the 2 million per annum is only meant for a class, the bourgeois, because 2 million, you are entering the bourgeois class. Then from 500,000, let us say it is the class of the middle class. But do we have the middle class in Nigeria that earn 500,000 naira per annum? That is
excuse me, can I correct that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what they are saying is anyone that earn, it's not that you have to earn 500,000. What they are saying is that your income, they don't want to go beyond 500,000. That your income will be from 1 naira. You are earning from 1 naira to 500,000 naira a year. Okay. So what I'm saying now is that it should be from people that earn from 1 naira to 2 million naira per year. That's what I mean.
Thank you. Now,
okay,
I understand you.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I understand
let me
I
start
understand what Shalom mean by right now. Because
Yeah.
before I thought he was talking about the threshold, paying 2 million. You want
No.
the pool of applicant to be higher, right? To
Yes.
capture more applicants.
Yes, that's what I
Okay.
mean.
I understand you. Sorry for misquoting you before.
No problem. I know that.
Let me explain. Let me explain what you said.
That's what they said that the peg it should be 500 from 1 naira 0 naira to 500,000 naira a year. So I just look at that. Okay, 500,000 naira annually is very very slow. Like at least if they can make it to 2 million naira, like anyone that earn from 1 naira to 2 million naira in a year. So anyone that is above that might not be qualified. Because
That makes sense.
Yes, that's what I.
Hello guys. Sorry, I want to break you out. I was about to break you guys out. The EFCC chairman has just been suspended. So
hold on, Ovie. Some echo. Can you try to take care of the echo at the background, please?
I think yes, it's good now, right?
Okay, go ahead.
The news just reaching me now that the EFCC chairman, that is Bauer, has been suspended. Just like what's his name? CBN.
MFL.
But on that note, maybe in the next 5 or 10 minutes, I have to close because I won't enter road. I go back to. I'm going to Dallas. So.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
We're surely happy to have you.
Within the next 5 minutes or so, I'll let you guys know if I want to.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes,
let me round up.
I just checked now. It's true. Ovie, you are right. I just checked now.
Let me round up.
What do you mean by right? I'm always right.
I just checked now. It's because I was not
always right.
I was not on Twitter. I just checked now. I just checked from Tinubu's handle now.
I have my boat. I have my boat.
No, I actually know that they will suspend that guy. That guy has been spending. The guy always go to watch all this football in England and everything.
That guy. Now. Be your mate. Now.
No, it's not my mate. I see no around.
Okay. So what do you expect?
He's a young boy now.
My brother, let me speak so that we can start to round up. You see, the EFCC forever. Somebody, can you mute?
Nah, I don't know what's happened to you today. Maybe check your connection. Go ahead.
Okay, the EFCC, the CBN, and other parastatals. This is what is happening when you put somebody that is not capable of running a system, and when you mix it up with nepotism, that is the result of what we will always get. We have to continually work on this issue, putting the right person at the right place. You just take it for instance now, Okojo Nwela, that lady. No, the NAFDAC director, the late lady. Just look at it. That was the right person at the right position. Yes, that was the right person at the right position. So, but the problem we have is just that we've not been able to really harness our potentials and believe in ourselves. But we are still under the premises of tribe and nepotism. So until we start doing it, because if they remove that guy now, who are they going to put there? Is it an open application? Is it a political stuff? So that's the problem we're having in Nigeria. So until we get our
you need to stop it, please.
You are not serious. And you said you want to close, Abby. You can't close. You are going nowhere,
get our system right. Until we get our system right, we'll keep on putting somebody that is not capable to handle a lot of ministries. That is all I got to say. Most of their policy is like saying in the parliament is dead on arrival, because there's no system to track nor correct the abnormalities that might come when they are bringing up a sort of policies. There's nothing that will track the abnormalities. So on my own conclusion, anything they bring forward is going to be dead on arrival. and is a copycat from what we have done before. That is what they are going to reform and bring to us, because they have no vision. So when you have a government that doesn't have a vision, then anything they bring, we keep on debating on it if we want to continue on this trajectory. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, man.
Can I give my own submission?
How they see you? Maybe they see you. No run from us, Black Panther.
All right, let me give my own submission. I guess we are closing. Yeah, Ovie, thank you for coming up today. I came late, you know. I have normally I work from home, but I have to go to work. But I appreciate
Go back to like
it.
If you can go back and watch the beginning, that's where
okay.
Actually
yeah, I'm home right now. I will do that. But anyway,
even
I will say that.
Even your favorite. Hold on, your favorite host was also here in the morning too. That's Dr. Dameji, and he stayed for like maybe 1 or 2 hours. So
okay. I will go back and watch it again. Okay. Yeah. Having said that, you know how I feel about Nigeria. I'm serious. There was a time I'm almost tear my passport. You know, I was serious about that. You know.
You will have done that. You will have done that and send it to me. You'll have sent it.
My wife, you know, which I depend on and a lot, had to come to my aid on that. But anyway, I'm glad I didn't do it.
That would have been a crime. There's
no crime about it. But having said that, with what's going on in Nigeria right now, I mean, Tinubu is the president. You know, I still feel like he was selected. But having said that, Nigeria is Nigeria. You know, deep in my heart, I'm always in Nigeria, so I'm not going to equivocate on that. But you know, I will still be flogging them every time I come on this panel. So, but so far so good for his talking about what he's going to do. He's been bold so far, which I like. But let's see. I'm still waiting to see how some of this is going to be implemented. So let's give him a chance and see what happens. Thank you, everybody.
Appreciate it, man. Man of prestige.
I want to be my people are the great tuna. Ovie, in your first video, I think you made a comment or you were analyzing something that happened in Kano.
Yeah, they are demolishing houses and monuments of built by the former governor on the wrong places, that are government property, school, whatever other kind of stuff. That's what I was saying.
I am on you 100% on that. I find that distasteful. I always found this act distasteful. No matter what you do, you cannot destroy those property because they have value. You can punish the person by taking it away completely and giving it to other people at a very low value, or sell it off at a very low value, so that the people of the state can gain from it. That's one thing about this. The second issue is about the student loan. Like I always said, I haven't read everything about it. It's a nice thing to do to give student loan, but you know the Nigerian factor, and I don't trust the government anyway. So we'll be watching with our eyes wide open. Man of prestige, make I give one jab again. As Ovie shows these fine photos from in place. You get other places we find past that one away in the show now. Not just one small platform show. You get, in fact, there are in Bauchi. If you come to Bauchi, there's a warm spring, very clean, and you can go to Yankari Game Reserve. Very beautiful.
We need to explore those things, you know, for a better Nigeria. Hopefully, you know, we can have a good government. Thank you.
And I'll always say, I will end on this note. We don't know history. Get your histories right, and we will get it right. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, man, Charlo. Nice to see you again.
Okay, so you want me to give my own conclusion, right? Yes, thank you for what you are doing. Thank you. We appreciate you. And I will end by what I started with. You know, no matter what we want to say, I just want all of us to respect each other. Like I was still not happy with all these things that prof said the other day. So I was just like, that is the reason why we are having problem in Nigeria. We don't respect each other, and we just want to think that we are smarter than each other. and we want to put it on everybody's face. Oh, I'm smarter, I know this and know that. So we should respect each other. Nigeria is our country. We are from different tribes, no matter how you want to talk about. Even in America, they recognize that. That is why we have white people, they talk about black people, they talk about red Indians and all that. So they know. They talk about Irish people. So everybody knows where they came from. So all of us, we know where we come from. So we need to respect each other, no matter how, whether we are talking about. It's only the problem is about Nigeria is that when you see a qualified person from this particular region, and you are bringing your own ethnic group because you're from your own side, which is not qualified for the job, and that is only problem I have about Nigeria. But for not to recognize my tribe, I know my tribe and I recognize it, I cherish it. So that is why we have to respect each other and not telling somebody that, oh, no mass land, nothing like that. That is a wrong idea. There's no land that nobody is, that is free for anybody. So everybody knows our land. So that's a fact. And so we should respect that. So government in Nigeria, we wish them luck. Thank you, Ovie, and have a nice day.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Everybody has hand up if I'm not mistaken. So on that note, I say Anjima, thank you very much. And don't forget, stay free.